Chapter 2286. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Needless to say, Yi Xian knew that the person who had ambushed him was from the Annihilation Organization. 1-3-5-7-9-2-4 6810 GD. After all, Yi Xian's resurrection skill was too powerful. It was beyond everyone's imagination. No one knew how Yi Xian did it, but everyone knew that if Yi Xian were to continue like this, then the final result would be that they would be exhausted to death. You're asking for it. Yi Xian moved and charged toward the person who had ambushed him. Because he had been on high alert, Yi Xian had already discovered the person the moment he made his move. This person had disguised himself as an ordinary disciple and blended into the crowd. Although Yi Xian did not know why he did so, he was too naive to think that he could avoid Yi Xian's detection. Via side slash, Yi Xian held the Godslayer in his hand and slashed out in an instant. The sword light immediately scattered in the air. 7 sword lights blasted into the crowd. Boom, boom, boom. At least dozens of people were directly killed. As for the person who ambushed Yi Xian, he actually exploded with a one-hit kill and was instantly killed. Kill. Seeing Yi Xian's ferocity, these people were not frightened. Instead, they charged towards Yi Xian. This was because they knew that Yi Xian was the real commander. If they killed Yi Xian, they would be victorious. Yi Xian smirked. With a wave of his hand, a dozen divine talismans appeared. Since these people wanted to die, Yi Xian did not mind fulfilling their wishes. Divine talismans were Dharma treasures that specialized in attacking. They were even more powerful than seals. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly attacked. The dozens of divine talismans immediately turned into a dance of death. It swept through the enemy's entire camp. In the sky and on the ground, the enemy was killed one by one. Some people did not even know how they died. 6 syllables: die. Spiritual control. Kill each other. For these ordinary disciples who were only at the God realm, or the heavenly God realm, they weren't a threat to Yi Xian at all. With a casual wave of his hand, dozens of people would fall. At this moment, life seemed so insignificant, even if these people were gods. The moment Yi Xian attacked, the entire battle changed. Because Yi Xian was so powerful that the enemy could not do anything to him. Moreover, he was to kill to say it was as easy as slaughtering chickens and dogs. To Yi. In a short while, the mysterious people had already retreated in shock. No one could stop Yi Xian's footsteps. Once. To translation 2. Yi Xian to Li, to say, Yi Xian translation. As Yi Xian, master. To Yi Xian was to translation to translation. Calm. Translation. Calm under Yi Xian's provocation. The members of the Plum Valley's groups fighting Spirit Sword. They gave up on defending and changed to attacking. Yi. Retreat. The enemy finally could not resist. With Yi Xian around, they could not even gather their strength. Even a true God Realm expert could be easily killed by Yi Xian, not to mention the others. It was very similar to Mo Baijing. Here, a true God Realm expert was the strongest. So, how could anyone threaten Yi Xian? The enemy retreated like the tide. Although the disciples of Plum Valley fought hard, they were outnumbered, so it was impossible for them to really annihilate the enemy. As the pursuit went deeper, it was very likely that they would be surrounded. Retreat. Retreat to the entrance of the valley. Yi Xian gave the order casually. No one dared to disobey Yi Xian's order. Yi Xian conquered everyone with his own strength. In the Battle of the Beast Valley, the mysterious people suffered heavy losses, leaving at least 3,000 corpses. However, this was something they could accept. However, the biggest significance of this battle was that after this battle, all the forces in the Linfeng sect began to pay attention to the battle here, and even sent people to prepare for support. After all, it was not that all the sects and families in the Linfeng sect did not really want to resist the enemy, but there had been no one to take the lead. Yi Xian's identity as the messenger of the God Realm, coupled with the victory of the Battle of the Beast Valley, made them see an opportunity. Since they said that they could protect their homeland, since there was someone to take the lead, they naturally would not sit back and do nothing. In the following period of time, Under the leadership of Yi Xian, Plum Valley Villa won again and again, and one by one, large and small sects also joined the coalition forces of Plum Valley Villa. It could be said that the bigger the battle, the smoother it was. Originally, Yi Xian thought that this time, it would be a war of attrition that would last for a while. However, to Yi Xian's surprise, that mysterious force actually disappeared inexplicably. Yes, they retreated without a fight, and even directly could not find a trace of them. Yi Xian continued to search for a few more days, but still could not find them, so he could only return to the Kunlun realm and submit the mission. This time, the mission only gave Yi Xian 100 points. Of course, from the beginning, Yi Xian did not care about how many points this mission gave. He only cared about the news of the annihilation of the organization. Of course, this was not all that he had gained. The most significant gain was probably the faith points. Once again, Yi Xian went to the mission distribution office and carefully looked at the mission. Yi Xian wanted to earn points, but he was not very anxious. Yi Xian now wanted to search all the suspicious places at once. As long as there was a mission that might have information about the annihilation of the organization, Yi Xian would not let it go. Soon, Yi Xian found a new mission. QWPM God-level mission. Mission requirement: explore the mysterious secret realm, the Mixed Yuan Mystic Realm. It was said that the Mixed Yuan Mystic Realm had been completely explored by people, and there were no noteworthy treasures inside. However, for some reason, during this period of time, a large number of gods had entered and a lot of resources had been transported in. As no one knew what was going on, the Kunlun realm issued this mission and asked disciples to go and investigate. Although this mission did not mention anything about the possible annihilation of the organization, Yi Xian felt that it was not that simple. Therefore, Yi Xian accepted this mission. Are you sure you want to accept this mission? The disciple in charge of issuing the mission looked at Yi Xian in shock. One had to know that Yi Xian was only an upper-level true god, and it was very dangerous for him to carry out a god-level mission. Yes, I am sure. Yi Xian nodded and answered. Well, since you've made your own choice, I can't say anything. Here, this is a recording device. After you enter that place, activate this device, and you'll be able to record the situation inside. When the time comes, we'll use this to judge your degree of completion and reward you with points. Yi Xian nodded. No wonder this mission did not mention what the reward would be. It turned out that the reward for this mission was uncertain. Soon, Yi Xian set out again. Chapter 2287. The Primordial Chaos Secret Realm was also located at the border of the Kunlun God Domain. 1357924 6810 GGD. Of course, if they really wanted to destroy the organization, they could only move around in the convenient areas. Perhaps some Lord God territories had already been completely controlled by the Annihilation Organization, but at the very least, the Kunlun God territory had not yet. And for some reason, Yi Xian had a feeling that something big was about to happen. This was a baseless guess, but that was what Yi Xian felt. Moreover, Yi Xian had always trusted his intuition. However, as for what would happen, they could only wait until it happened before they knew. With the teleportation authority, Yi Xian advanced at an extremely fast speed. Therefore, it did not take long for him to arrive at the primordial mystery realm. Generally speaking, in the Master God's domain, the so-called border region could only be said to be too far away from the Master God's city. It was not a true border. This was because the borders of the sovereign domains were the battlefields of the sovereigns. Every single over-God's domain, no matter how many other over-God's domains they bordered, would set up an over-God battlefield without exception. Even if there was no battle, these battlefields of sovereigns were the true borderlands. As for the other places, they couldn't be considered borders. Of course, most of the time, such a remote area would not be valued. The primordial chaos mystic realm was located in such a place. This was a slightly protruding area. 3 sides of him were shattered void, there was no way to go, and only one side was the entrance. It would be one thing if that was all, but the environment here was extremely dangerous. This was a dangerous area. The laws of nature were damaged, causing chaos here. Moreover, there were many special divine beasts living here. Therefore, in reality, There was no such thing as a sect in this place. However, there were some people who came to hunt for divine beasts. Of course, that was all. After all, even the primeval chaos mystery realm had run out of resources. What attraction would this place have? However, for some reason, during this period of time, there were a large number of people coming in and out of this place. At this time, Yi Xian had already arrived at this place called the Devil's Peninsula by the locals. From the mouths of the locals who hunted mythological beasts for a living, Yi Xian found a small path that led to the interior of the Devil's Peninsula. At this moment, Yi Xian was walking on this path. It could be said that the Demon Peninsula was extremely dangerous. Yi Xian hadn't gone far when he encountered a divine beast blocking his path. Ding. System notification. Target set. First rank lower divine lord. Ding. System notification. Please take note. Host. Target mythological beast. Slight mutation. Please take note. Slight mutation? What does this mean? Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. Naturally, he focused his attention on the divine beast and carefully observed it. On the surface, this mythical beast didn't seem to be anything special. Even when Yi Xian used the system to detect it, he couldn't see anything special. Since he couldn't tell, then he would try it himself. Thousand Beasts Sword Servant. Yi Xian summoned the Thousand Beasts Sword Servant and let it test the divine beast first. The Thousand Beasts Sword Servant was extremely fast and rushed over. However, before it could make a move, the divine beast made its move first. Roar! The divine beast roared angrily. Then, dozens of withered skeletons emerged from the ground. Yes, withered skeletons. Yi Xian had seen the withered skeleton sword servant before, but that was also true. However, this divine beast in front of him could actually emit a mysterious black aura from its body and give life to those withered skeletons. This black aura wasn't the demonic aura that Yi Xian encountered at the demonized Murlocs. It was a new type of power. What is this? Yi Xian asked the system. Ding. System notification. Insufficient data. Unable to detect. QWPM insufficient data? That meant that this was something that Yi Xian had never encountered before. However, what exactly was this aura? At this moment, the Thousand Beast Sword Servant had already reached its attacking position. It waved its hand casually. 10 leveled up mounts appeared. Then, under the Thousand Beast Sword Servant's command, the stone leveled up mounts charged forward. This was to test the strength of those withered skeletons that had been revived. What surprised Yi Xian was that these skeletons didn't have much strength at all. The 10 divine rank mounts didn't even need to expend too much strength to directly annihilate all the skeletons. Yi Xian frowned as he watched all this. The Thousand Beasts Sword Servant was still attacking continuously. However, for some reason, although the Thousand Beasts Sword Servant had the initiative and was suppressing the divine beast, he felt that something was amiss. However, Yi Xian always felt that it was extremely strange. He always felt that things weren't as simple as they seemed on the surface. Suddenly, just as Yi Xian was feeling puzzled, he saw something that he couldn't believe. He saw that the withered skeletons that were crushed by the divine beast mounts were emitting a faint black aura. Then, it continued to erode the divine beast mount's consciousness. Towards the end, it was even trying to control the divine beast mounts. Although Yi Xian's divine beast mounts were absolutely loyal, they couldn't be controlled by the black aura. Even if there was no other choice, these divine beast mounts would rather disappear than be controlled. However, Yi Xian was shocked in an instant, because Yi Xian might have come into contact with the secret of this place. Yi Xian thought of a possibility, a very likely possibility, that was that the divine beasts and humans here might have all been controlled, including the person who had given Yi Xian directions at the beginning. It was very likely that all living things here were controlled by the black aura. Why did Yi Xian think this? Was it simply because the black aura was trying to control the divine beast mounts? Of course not. Yi Xian had his own reasons for thinking this way. Because Yi Xian remembered, the person who had given him directions had a dazed expression. At the time, Yi Xian didn't think much of it, but now that he saw this scene, he realized that the dazed expression wasn't normal at all. He had to get out of here. After Yi Xian understood these things, he was greatly alarmed. He immediately retreated backwards, wanted to leave this place. But now that Yi Xian wanted to leave, how could he leave so easily? Just as Yi Xian's figure started to retreat, he realized that there were dozens of people blocking his path behind him. Ding! System notification. Target specified. Lowest cultivation level, low-level Divine Lord. The lowest cultivation level was low-level Divine Lord. That meant that Yi Xian couldn't force his way through. What should he do? Yi Xian's mind raced. He really didn't expect that this place would be completely controlled by the black aura. Chapter 2288. Yi Xian could not break through the blockade behind him. He could only run to the side. 135-7924 6810 G. It could be said that once he fled, Yi Xian would fall into endless trouble. Yi Xian knew this, but what could he do? Even if he knew, how could he not run? If he did not run, he would be waiting for death. God's blossom sword servants. In an instant, Yi Xian summoned the divine flower sword attendants and had them stall for time. As for Yi Xian himself, he'd already plunged into the dense forest beside him. The teleportation ability of the wings of the gods required energy to be used. Unfortunately, Yi Xian had already used up all his energy in his previous battle with Koen Buyu. In fact, Yi Xian was feeling a little regretful. That battle had been satisfying, but now in this situation, it was not going to be easy. Wei Jintian, magic treasure form. Yi Xian shouted. He hoped that Wei Jintian could transform into a magic treasure that would help them in this situation, such as a flying boat or something. Unfortunately, Yi Xian also knew that there were no such things as coincidences. As expected, Wei Jintian's 3 chances did not even allow him to transform into a flying magic treasure. Damn it, I miscalculated this time. Yi Xian was a little frustrated. Of course, no matter how frustrated he was, he did not dare to stay here any longer. After some time, Yi Xian was sure that he had escaped the pursuit of those people. Only then did he stop. But now, he did not even know where he was. This was a forest. Ancient trees so tall that they blocked out the sun, making it seem a little eerie. From time to time, some strange poisonous insects would appear. Of course, they were no threat to Yi Xian. Being trapped here is not a solution. I have to think of a way to get out of here. Yi Xian carefully walked forward, but he had only taken a few steps when the system's warning sounded. Ding! System notification. An extremely powerful divine beast has been detected ahead. It is recommended that the host change his route. There was a powerful divine beast ahead. Yi Xian did not know why the system had suddenly reminded him, but since the system had said so, Yi Xian naturally had to change his direction. However, after walking for a short while, the same system notification sounded again. Yi Xian changed his direction a few times, but it was the same result every time. Most importantly, there was a special suppression here. Yi Xian could not even activate the concealment ability of the wings of the gods. It was as if there was a mysterious power that prevented any concealment ability. Just now, Yi Xian had actually entered such a special divine beast's nest as he fled, and they were all extremely powerful divine beasts. How could this be? To be able to cause the system to give an alarm, then it was likely that it was at least a god beast at the middle-level divine lord realm or above. How could there be so many powerful god beasts here? It was impossible for the system to make a mistake, so these divine beasts really did exist. However, Yi Xian could not understand why so many powerful divine beasts had gathered in such a remote place. What did this mean? Sword Attendant Wan's son. Yi Xian summoned the little sword attendant, Wan's son. This little guy had strong detection abilities, was very small, and was very fast. Sword Attendant Wan's son. Go and find a way out for me. Yi Xian ordered the sword attendant Wan's son. He did not dare to act rashly now. Provoking divine beasts in a divine beast's nest was not a wise choice. If Yi Xian was not careful, he would not just provoke 1 or 2 powerful divine beasts. Yi Xian did not dare to take the risk. He carefully observed his surroundings, but the more he thought about it, the stranger it became. Normally, divine beasts were at least mid-level divine lords, and their divine senses were not weak either. In that case, it was impossible for them not to discover Yixian. Under normal circumstances, once divine beasts discovered an enemy, they would definitely attack immediately. However, Yixian had just rushed out a few times. Logically speaking, even if those divine beasts had territorial awareness, Yixian should have invaded their territory long ago. They should have attacked Yixian. However, why was Yixian not attacked at all? Now, Yixian was surrounded by these powerful divine beasts. These divine beasts clearly knew of his existence, but they did not come forward. What was going on? This situation was very strange. Yixian thought for a while and realized that the only explanation lay in the place he was in now. After the sword attendant Wan Sun returned, Yixian was even more certain of one thing. This place was very strange. System, can you do a comprehensive detection of the surroundings? See if there's anything strange about this place. Ding! System notification. Activating the detection ability requires 10,000 faith points. Would the host like to confirm? Yes, system. How many faith points do I have now? Ding! System notification. The host currently has 16,300 faith points. 16,000 faith points? QWPM Yixian clearly remembered that he had used up all his faith points the last time. Could it be that Overwave City gave him another 16,000 faith points so quickly? Logically speaking, it shouldn't be that fast. Suddenly, Yixian thought of Plum Valley Villa. Yes, Yixian had obtained faith points when he was in Plum Valley Villa. However, Yixian did not think that he could obtain much at that time, so he did not care. However, it seemed that was not the case at all. That's right. This time, Yixian went to help the Plum Valley Villa as an envoy of the Divine Realm. It could be said that he had saved the Plum Valley Villa, so in the eyes of everyone in the Plum Valley Villa, Yixian was naturally extraordinary. Therefore, after Yixian left, there were still countless people who worshipped him and had faith in him. Since he had obtained faith points, he might as well use them. System, use faith points to scan this place. Yixian said to the system. Ding. Host has used the detection ability. Ding. Scan successful. Ding. Host, please take note. A mysterious area has been discovered up ahead. Host is advised to check it out. Mysterious area? Yixian wanted to see what was so mysterious about it. Yixian didn't hesitate in the slightest and directly walked forward. After a while, what appeared in front of Yixian was a lake. A black lake. This lake was not very big and could be seen in its entirety at a glance. Furthermore, from the surface, there did not seem to be anything special. However, since the system had said that this was a mysterious area, then there must be something special about it. Yixian circled the lake, but did not find anything special. Yixian frowned slightly. What was so strange about this that the system would say that this was a mysterious area? With a wave of his hand, Yixian prepared to retrieve some of the lake water to examine it carefully. However, this time, he finally found something special. Yixian could not retrieve the lake water at all. Chapter 2289. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, however, there was not a single drop of water in the lake. What was going on? Yixian frowned slightly. There was something strange about this lake water. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to the host for discovering the blood of an ancient demon. It is recommended that the host collect it immediately. 135-7924 6810G. Wait a minute. System, you said that this lake's water is the blood of some ancient demon god? Yixian's heart was filled with astonishment. Such a large lake, if it really was the blood of an ancient demon god, then how huge would that ancient demon god be? Ding. System notification. The blood of an ancient demon can be used to strengthen the host's bloodline or special bloodline. The key is, how do I collect it? Yes, Yixian could not think of a good way to collect the blood of an ancient demon. Yixian had tried it with his magic treasure earlier. Any magic treasure that entered the lake water would quickly lose its divine power. After leaving the lake water, it would slowly recover its divine power. In other words, this lake water had the effect of blocking out divine power. Devour. Yi Xian waved his hand and changed his method again. He was going to use the devouring space to absorb the lake water. At first, there was no reaction. But just as Yi Xian thought that he had failed, suddenly a strong force came. It was the attractive force of the lake water. A force, a mysterious force, was actually interacting with Yi Xian's devouring force. At this time, even if Yi Xian wanted to withdraw his devouring space, he could not do so. System, what's going on? Yi Xian had never encountered such a situation before, so he immediately asked the system. Ding! System notification. The blood of an ancient demon has changed its attribute. Ding! System notification. Insufficient information. Unable to determine the specific quality. Ding! System automatically strengthened devouring space. A series of notifications made Yi Xian unsure whether this was a blessing or a curse. From the system's notifications, Yi Xian understood that this lake water was not the blood of an ancient demon, but something of a higher level. But as for what it was, the system could not give an answer. Logically speaking, this was definitely a good thing for Yi Xian. After all, how could something of a higher level than the blood of an ancient demon be ordinary? But the prerequisite was that Yi Xian could subdue this thing. But the situation now was that Yi Xian and the lake water were in a stalemate. The two forces of the devouring space were in a stalemate in the devouring Yi Xian's devouring space. Or, it was devouring Yi Xian's devouring space. QWPM at this time, the system's devouring space was the lake water. The lake water seemed that the lake water was also the devouring space. Even Yi Xian translation. The translation. Is translation. D asterisk a minute. If this goes on, it won't work. Yi Xian panicked. If this continued, Yi Xian would be at a disadvantage. What should I do? I have to think of a way out. Wait a minute. This lake water seems to be able to devour divine power. If I attack now, will it divert a portion of its power to devour divine power? Suddenly, Yi Xian had a flash of inspiration as he thought of a possibility. Although Yi Xian couldn't move right now, Wei Zhentian and the others could move. Thinking of this possibility, Yi Xian did not hesitate in the slightest. Thousand Beast Sword Servants. Flower God Sword Servants. Come out, all of you. The two great sword servants appeared in an instant. As soon as they appeared, Yi Xian immediately gave the order. All God-class mounts and flower gods, jump into the lake. Upon receiving the order, all the God-class mounts and flower gods jumped into the lake without hesitation. Splat! Splat! Yi Xian could clearly see that the moment they entered the water, both the God-class mounts and the flower gods were immediately melted and devoured. However, Yi Xian did not hesitate. He could not hesitate. Wei Zhentian controlled the God-slayer and attack. Yi Xian gave the order to Wei Zhentian again. With a whoosh, the God-slayer flew past Yi Xian. Then it launched attack after attack from mid-air. Boom! 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 However, the lake water did not stir up the slightest ripple. All the God-class mounts, flower gods, and God-slayers' attacks could not even cause a ripple in the lake water. What a terrifying lake water! No, it should be said that it was a terrifying elite. After all, this was the blood of an elite, not real lake water. Just what kind of expert was this? His blood was actually able to maintain such a strong power even after so long. Fortunately, Yi Xian's series of actions were effective. At this point, the devouring power of the lake water had decreased significantly. In this way, Yi Xian's side would gain the advantage. Quick system devour, then quickly escape. Yes, Yi Xian would not miss such a good opportunity. Of course, it was impossible to completely devour the lake water. However, Yi Xian believed that even a little bit would be useful. However, even if he sacrificed all of his divine rank mounts and the 100-flower goddess, at the same time, Wei Zhentian controlled the god-slaying sword to madly attack. However, he only managed to buy a little bit of time for Yi Xian. In that little bit of time, Yi Xian did not even manage to devour a bucket of the lake water. After that, Yi Xian broke away from the devouring power and stood by the lake, bewildered. When Yi Xian looked at the lake water again, he could not help but shudder. Fortunately, he managed to obtain a bucket in the end. Moreover, as long as Yi Xian was willing, he could wait for his mounts to level up and the flower gods to respawn. Yi Xian knew that good things like this were hard to come by. As such, Yi Xian did not even consider leaving. Instead, he continued to collect the lake water. Yi Xian was very patient. As time passed and he mastered the technique, Yi Xian could already devour 2 buckets of the lake water at once. All of the lake water was stored in Yi Xian's devouring space. Initially, Yi Xian had only intended to store more of it, since it was a good thing. After all, this strange place was not a place where Yi Xian could enter at will. However, when he had stored up to 100 buckets, the system's notification sounded. Ding! System notification. Host can now condense the lake water. Do you wish to condense it? Condense the lake water? What was the use of that? However, since the system had said so, there must be a use for condensing it. All right, condense it, Yi Xian said to the system. Chapter 2290. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The lake became smaller and smaller at a speed visible to the naked eye. 1357924 6810 GGGGGD. One day. This process continued for an entire day. When the lake was finally condensed, Yi Xian was shocked. It was actually a drop of purple blood. Yes, after using so much lake water, he only managed to condense a drop of purple blood. Of course, even so, the blood contained in the lake was extremely terrifying. System, what is this? Ding. System notification. Host current level is not high enough to view. Ding. System notification. Unknown blood. Usage unknown. Host is advised to store it. After spending so much time and energy, all he got was a drop of blood that he didn't even know what it was used for. Should he continue to collect it? Yi Xian was hesitant. Yi Xian didn't know what this thing was for at the moment. It was so difficult to collect it. If he continued to collect it, wouldn't it be a waste of time? However, Yi Xian was certain that this blood was not simple. This was indeed a dilemma. Forget it, I'll just collect 9 more drops. I'll get a total of 10 drops of purple blood. Then I'll leave. Regardless of whether I can find out what this blood is for in the future, at least I won't have any regrets. Yi Xian made his decision. This collection took an entire year and a half. As Yi Xian became more proficient in collecting the blood, his timing also improved. However, it still took him a year and a half to collect 10 drops of purple blood. In this past year and a half, perhaps it was because Yi Xian was by the lake, but he didn't receive any threats from divine beasts. Of course, in this past year and a half, it was impossible for Yi Xian to say that he'd improved at all. QWPM other than the 10 drops of purple blood. He didn't get anything else. It's time to leave. After staying here for so long, it was time to leave. There was no point in continuing to stay here. However, how to leave was another problem. There were many high-level divine beasts in the surroundings. It could be said that Yi Xian would be safe if he stayed by the lake, but if he left, those divine beasts would immediately attack him. However, even if that was the case, Yi Xian could not say that he would stay here forever. Sword Attendant Wan Sun, go and detect where the divine beast is the weakest. Yi Xian ordered Sword Attendant Wan Sun. After a round of investigation, Sword Attendant Wan Xuan finally found the weakest divine beast. In that case, there was no doubt that Yi Xian could only break through from the direction of this divine beast. Yi Xian's figure moved as he directly charged forward. Very quickly, he arrived at the so-called weakest divine beast that the myriad search Sword Attendant had detected. Ding! System notification. Target has been set. 4th rank middle-level Divine Lord. A level 5 middle-class Divine Lord. Was there even a need to fight? Yi Xian did not have the slightest confidence. After all, he was only a 1st rank upper-level True God. He was 2 whole realms away from a 5th-rank, middle-level Divine Lord. The gap was too big. However, did Yi Xian have a choice? Since there was no other choice, he could only fight to the death. If he really couldn't win, Yi Xian could only retreat to the lake and wait for the wings of the gods to recover. After all, there was no other way. System, what kind of divine beast is this? At this moment, Yi Xian was looking at the divine beast from afar. His heart was full of doubts. This divine beast was a type that he had never seen before. Furthermore, Yi Xian could feel that the divine beast was also looking at him. However, the divine beast did not make any unnecessary movements. He didn't know what it wanted to do. The divine beast in front of Yi Xian looked very similar to a lion. However, it had 3 tails and a single horn on its forehead. The most unique feature was its 2 nostrils. One of its nostrils was constantly spewing out flames, while the other was spewing out frost. Flames and frost coexisted in the divine beast's body. This was considered a rare sight. Ding! System notification. Target has been set. Fire Frost Lion. Ding! Fire Frost Lion has the special ability to control both fire and frost. It can control both fire and frost attacks. Ding! Fire Frost Lion has the special ability Frost Fire Domain. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Domain. This time, he had finally encountered a divine beast with a true domain. If he wanted to defeat such a powerful existence, Yi Xian could not be reckless. Therefore, he had to make sufficient preparations. While the Fire Frost Lion was ignoring him, Yi Xian began to set up restrictions. At the same time, he had to refine a large number of divine talismans. When he was collecting the purple blood, Yi Xian did not use up too many resources. Therefore, he could still set up some restrictions. However, this time, Yi Xian was preparing to refine a special restriction. A special restriction that combined divine talismans to attack. It could be said that Yi Xian had never set up such a restriction before. However, in order to deal with the Fire Frost Lion, he had no choice but to do so. Refining such a special restriction required a large amount of time. Yi Xian understood that if the Fire Frost Lion attacked Yi Xian before Yi Xian finished refining the restriction, then Yi Xian would not have a chance to successfully refine the restriction. However, if Yi Xian retreated to set up the restriction, the attack range of the restriction would not be so wide. Therefore, he could only choose to refine the restriction here. Yi Xian moved quickly. However, it was not easy to refine the restriction. Fortunately, for some reason, the Fire Frost Lion did not leave its original position. It did not take the initiative to attack Yi Xian. This gave Yi Xian plenty of time. Ding! System notice. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully refined the Divine Phantom Talisman restriction. Yi Xian looked at his masterpiece and was very satisfied. The Dark Illusion Divine Talisman was made from 99 Darkness Divine Talismans and 99 Illusion Divine Talismans. Once it was activated, it would produce a continuous attack. Moreover, the core of the Divine Phantom Talisman restriction was not the Divine Talisman, but the restriction itself. When activated, this restriction would form a unique restriction half territory. Although it was only a half territory, its power was not to be underestimated. This was the first time Yi Xian had used such a special restriction that combined divine talismans and restrictions. The power of this restriction would only be known through actual combat. Alright then, let's have a decisive battle. Yi Xian knew that his opponent this time was an unprecedented challenge. He was not afraid, but he had to be cautious. Thousand Beasts, Sword Attendant. Chapter 2291. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The Fiery Frost Lion was truly powerful. The Thousand Beasts Sword Servant led 1,000 divine beast mounts into the fray. The divine beast mounts could summon a minimum of gold beasts, and they could even summon 100 platinum beasts and a few purple gold beasts. 135 7924 6810. However, even such a powerful force was nothing in front of the Fiery Frost Lion. The Fiery Frost Lion moved, and with a wave of its claws, a wave of frost gushed out. The frost was extremely cold, and its attack range was extremely large. Many divine beast mounts were instantly killed, and some were even frozen. However, this was not the greatest threat. The greatest threat was the fiery frost lion's next attack. The fiery frost lion opened its mouth and roared. Following its roar was a powerful wall of fire. QWPM, the wall of fire pushed forward, and in an instant, hundreds of divine beast mounts were trapped by the frost and burned to death. The 1,000 Beasts sword servant did not retreat. Instead, it ordered the divine beast mounts to continue charging. 1,000 Beasts Feast. Yi Xian immediately activated the 1,000 Beasts Feast to further strengthen the divine beast mounts. The divine beast mounts were not weak either. Although they were facing a divine lord ranked divine beast, this did not mean that they did not have the ability to fight back. A few of the divine beast mounts turned into streaks of light and charged towards the fiery frost lion. Boom! Boom! They did not use any offensive techniques, only the simplest of charging. After all, Yi Xian's order to the 1,000 Beast sword servant was not to kill, but to lure the enemy. Yi Xian did not expect to rely on the divine beast mounts to kill the divine beast in front of him. After a few more frenzied collisions, although they did not cause much damage to the fiery frost lion, they successfully enraged it. The fiery frost lion roared loudly and pounced towards the divine beast mounts. The 1,000 Beasts sword servant naturally retreated as it fought. One by one, the divine beast mounts continued to charge forward, even though it was basically suicide. Step by step, they lured the fiery frost lion towards the restriction set up by Yi Xian. This fire frost lion was incomparably powerful. At the same time, its intelligence wasn't low either. He knew that Yi Xian had set up a trap in front of him. However, Yi Xian's cultivation level was so low that even though the fire frost lion knew that there was danger ahead, it didn't care at all. Roar! The fire frost lion roared and sped up. With a single charge, he sent dozens of divine grade mounts flying, or even directly killed them. However, with this dash, he had already rushed into Yi Xian's restriction. Seal open. Yi Xian roared. In an instant, the environment around the fire frost lion changed. The most important part of the Dark Illusion Talisman was the word dark and the word illusion. At this moment, the effect of the half restriction was activated. The fire frost lion was instantly trapped within the half restriction of the Dark Illusion Divine Talisman. Yi Xian, who was standing outside, could clearly see the fire frost lion trying to escape. However, this was a half restriction. It wasn't going to be that easy to escape. The 99 Darkness Divine Talismans were constantly changing. No matter where the Fire Frost Lion tried to go, it would be transported to the center by the power of the 9 Darkness Divine Talisman. The power of the 99 Illusion Divine Talismans had also been activated. Illusory figures appeared one after another. These figures were formed by the divine power of the Illusion Divine Talisman. These figures kept charging at the Fire Frost Lion. If the Fire Frost Lion ignored them, they would continue to attack. However, if the Fire Frost Lion tried to kill them, they would immediately self-detonate. Most importantly, there seemed to be no end to these figures. They were condensing at every moment. Once they were condensed, they would charge at the Fire Frost Lion without hesitation. The self-detonation of these figures could hurt the Fire Frost Lion, but it wouldn't hurt the other figures. Instead, it would strengthen the other figures. If the Fire Frost Lion didn't fight back, it would only be able to passively take the beating. However, the result of fighting back was that the figures would become stronger and stronger. Even Yi Xian was shocked. This method was simply unimaginable. Although the Illusion Divine Talisman was only a half restriction, it wasn't a real restriction. However, it could still gather the surrounding divine power. Therefore, around the restriction, divine power was constantly being drawn into the formation. Weren't the figures condensed from the divine power coming from outside? However, once the divine power entered, it wouldn't leak out from inside the restriction. Therefore, the overall divine power in the restriction was constantly strengthening. Even if the figures were killed by the Fire Frost Lion, the overall divine power was still there. Within the restriction, the divine power would only become stronger. Those figures were just condensed from the divine power. Yi Xian stood quietly to the side, watching the Fire Frost Lion struggle. Yi Xian was waiting for the best opportunity. It could be said that this time, Yi Xian had to choose the right time to strike. Moreover, he had to rely on a critical hit to kill the Fire Frost Lion. The difference in level was too great. This was already the strongest opponent Yi Xian had ever faced. Ding! System notification. Detected special blood in the target's body. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the host for discovering the only hidden mission, Purple Blood Saint. Ding! System notification. This mission requires the host to kill all the divine beasts here. Ding! System notification. Since the host discovered this mission early, the system will compensate the host with a permanent teleportation. Ding! Teleportation activated successfully. The host can now freely teleport between the Kunlun realm and the mysterious lake. Host, please note that teleportation is not allowed during battle. The series of system notifications made Yi Xian confused. What was going on? Was the system giving him benefits? Ding! System notification. The humanization level of the system has reached the highest level. From now on, it can no longer be improved. After waiting for a long time, the system suddenly gave another notification. However, this time, Yi Xian understood why there was such a good thing as giving benefits. However, Yi Xian still felt that the system was not humanized enough. Of course, compared to before, it was much better. Yi Xian was still quite satisfied. Yi Xian smiled as he looked at the trapped Fire Frost Lion in front of him. However, he was no longer worried. No matter how high the cultivation level of the monster here was, it was still his prey. Moreover, it was the kind of prey that he could kill at any time. He did not know what kind of benefits he would get after completing the mission of Purple Blood Saint. Suddenly, the Fire Frost Lion let out a loud roar. Then, with the Fire Frost Lion as the center, a territory appeared in an instant. In the Overgod realm, the greatest symbol was the territory. A territory represented the ability to borrow the power of the precepts to create their own world. Chapter 2292. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation within Yi Xian's Phantom Talisman Restriction, a strange domain that was half as red as fire and half as blue as ice appeared. 135-7924 6810 As for the phantoms. Once they entered the domain, they would either be destroyed by the flames or frozen by the frost. Outside the blazing lion's domain, phantoms were constantly being destroyed and turned into divine power. For a moment, it was a stalemate. Logically speaking, in such a situation, Yi Xian should be worried. After all, the blazing frost lion's goal was obvious. It was to destroy Yi Xian's restriction from the inside. However, the result was the opposite. At this moment, Yi Xian's eyes lit up and he rushed out. Good chance, Wei Zhenqian, let's go. What was Yi Xian trying to do? Wasn't he courting death by barging into the blazing frost lion's restriction? What the blazing lion released was a real restriction. It was not something Yi Xian could withstand. What was he trying to do? Die for me. With a whoosh, Yi Xian threw the Godslayer with all his might. Yi Xian was using the Godslayer as a throwing knife. Using Yi Xian's strength, Wei Zhenqian controlled the Godslayer at full speed and charged at the blazing lion. It turned out that the blazing lion was at his weakest when he released his domain. This was because when the divine power in his body suddenly erupted, his body would naturally be weaker. After all, the blazing lion was only a mid-level divine lord. He had only just mastered the power of a domain. The power of fire roasted the Godslayer, while the power of frost slowed down the Godslayer. However, combined with Yi Xian and Wei Zhenqian's strength, the Godslayer's speed had already exceeded its limit. Puchi. The sword pierced through. Under the tenfold critical strike, the Godslayer left a huge gash on the blazing frost lion's body. Then, without stopping, the Godslayer charged out of the domain. Roar! The Fire Frost Lion let out an earth-shattering roar, perhaps because of the pain, or perhaps because of its unwillingness. That powerful roar contained boundless power. In an instant, countless mountains crumbled, and countless ancient trees were uprooted. Even Yi Xian was blown away by this force and almost lost his footing. Go to hell. Yi Xian forcibly resisted the powerful force and barged into the Fire Frost Lion's domain. Countless phantoms followed Yi Xian as he charged forward. Due to the power of the Fire Frost Lion's domain, they were quickly wiped out. However, it created a protective barrier for Yi Xian. Bang! Pung pung pung. One by one, the divine talismans exploded, releasing a large amount of divine power and illusions. Yi Xian was staking everything on a single throw. Success or failure, it all depended on this time. The dark illusion talisman restriction that Yi Xian had spent so much effort to set up was rapidly crumbling. However, the countless phantoms were also opening a path for him to reach the mythical beast. The Fire Frost Lion's restriction could not suppress Yi Xian's phantoms. This was because Yi Xian was using explosive power to resist the Fire Frost Lion's normal power. With a whoosh, the Godslayer returned to Yi Xian's hands under Wei Xintian's control. At this moment, Yi Xian was less than 100 meters away from the Fire Frost Lion. 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Dying. Yi Xian suddenly swung the Godslayer. 7 streaks of sword light surged towards the Fire Frost Lion like a wave. Boom! 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 Tenfold critical strike. Tenfold critical strike. One hit, one kill. Ha! Yi Xian could not help but laugh out loud. He had lost his composure this time, but this victory was worth laughing out loud. Yi Xian had planned for so long and fought for so long just for this final strike. Furthermore, he had to rely on the critical strike. However, he had made the right bet this time. Therefore, he had profited greatly this time. Devour. Yi Xian waved his hand, and the Fire Frost Lion's corpse was directly devoured by him. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level is 3rd grade superior true immortal. 3rd grade superior true immortal. Yi Xian frowned slightly. This upgrade was not considered small, but this time the target he had killed was also a mid-level divine lord. Ding! System notification. Host has obtained Fire Law and Frost Law fragments. Ding! When the number of law fragments reaches a certain number, the host can directly use the power of the laws. Ding! Different laws require different amounts of fragments. Furthermore, the quality of the laws is also different. Ding! System notification. Host has killed the Fire Frost Lion and obtained 1 drop of golden blood. Golden blood? Yi Xian had obtained the purple blood from the mysterious lake. Of course, he did not know what use it had. However, now that he had obtained a golden blood, what use did it have? System, what use does this golden blood have? Ding! System notification. Host's level is insufficient. Unable to view. Alright, it was the same as the purple blood. He did not know what use it had. However, there was one thing that Yi Xian could be sure of. This thing was definitely useful. Furthermore, it was a rare good thing. At this time, Yi Xian had already used up all the resources he had. After all, it was a semi-domain level restriction. How could it be so simple? It could be set up immediately. Without resources, it was impossible. Therefore, Yi Xian could not continue to explore this place. It was clearly a simple mission, but he did not expect to trigger a hidden mission. He did not know if this was Yi Xian's luck or if he did not believe it. System, activate the positioning transmission. I want to return to the Kunlun realm. Ding! Transmission activated. Transmission successful. When he came here, Yi Xian had spent a long time on the journey. When the positioning transmission was activated, it happened in the blink of an eye. Yi Xian could not help but want to obtain such an ability. Unfortunately, this was a reward from the system. Of course, the wings of the gods could also do it, but the energy would not allow it. This time, Yi Xian did not turn the mission. He chose to give up. This was because if he told the Kunlun realm about the situation there would be a large number of disciples rushing over. Then, Yi Xian's exclusive hunting ground would be gone. Of course, this meant that Yi Xian could only look for a new mission. However, he was not in a hurry. This time, he was prepared to try another challenge. Ranking battles? Wasn't it just challenging others? Yi Xian wanted to get on the ranking list. Of course, even though it was said that everyone was on the ranking list, there were still some differences between them. The top 1,000 were called the Kunlun ranking. Everyone who was on the ranking list was a famous genius. The top 1,000 to 10,000 were called the Kunlun ranking, which was not bad. As for those who were not on the top 10,000, no one would care. The Kunlun realm was where all the geniuses of the Kunlun realm gathered. At this time, Yi Xian had not even entered the Kunlun ranking, let alone the Kunlun ranking. This time, Yi Xian was going to challenge the last person on the Kunlun ranking, the 10,000th. Chapter 2293. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Have you heard? There's a newcomer who challenged an expert on the Luen list. Is there something wrong with that guy's head? Keep your voice down. Don't spout nonsense. Let me tell you, that guy is incredible. I heard that the Divine Master favors him, and he has a special relationship with the princess. Oh, so he's just a freeloader. What's there to worry about? 135-7924? 6810G, shut up. Do you know who he is? Let me tell you, he's a specially recruited expert. Do you know what a specially recruited expert is? Every specially recruited expert in the Kunlun realm is a peerless genius. Back then, when he participated in the assessment battle, a mere true immortal realm guy actually used domain power. Yes, I heard about it too. That Yi Xian is incredible. It's one thing for him to have an incomparable cultivation talent, but this guy is not only a cultivation genius, but also a divine talisman grandmaster, restriction grandmaster, and alchemy grandmaster. Are you talking about a human? How can anyone be so powerful? Even if it's just a secondary profession, it's impossible to reach the grandmaster level without a lot of resources and extraordinary talent. You're saying that Yi Xian has 3 grandmasters, and his cultivation talent is incredible. I don't believe it. When the news of Yi Xian challenging the Luen list spread, the entire Kunlun realm was in an uproar. Because of Yi Xian's 3 grandmasters and his relationship with the princess, he wasn't a nobody in the Kunlun realm. But now he had just joined the Kunlun realm, yet he had already challenged the Luen ranking. This caused countless people to be extremely surprised. Some did not believe Yi Xian, while others believed that Yi Xian could do it. In fact, there were even people who started gambling. QWPM, they were betting on whether Yi Xian could win. What's more, these people did not even discuss Yi Xian's opponent. It was as if Yi Xian was the main character, and the Luen list expert was his supporting character. In a pavilion in the Kunlun realm, Wan Tianyu waved his hand angrily. Instantly, an expensive tea table made of special materials turned into powder. In front of him were his 3 good friends. Tianyu, don't mind him so much. This Yi Xian is just a young brat. Newborn calves aren't afraid of tigers. He actually dares to challenge you. I think he's just courting death. Hee, not to the extent of death. If we really kill him, I'm afraid there will be trouble. However, Tianyu, this time, we have to teach that guy a lesson. A mere true God realm guy actually came to challenge the Luen list instead of cultivating properly. Why doesn't he think about it? Only overgods can enter the Luen rankings. What makes him think he can? The few of them kept consoling Wan Tianyu, but it didn't seem to have any effect. Wan Tianyu was Yi Xian's opponent, and his cultivation had attained the low rank of the 6th rank of the domain Enlightened Spirit God Realm. Even though he hadn't ascended the Luen rankings for long, he tried over 10 times before he succeeded. Moreover, he possessed a special divine ability. It was just that he did not expect that a mere true God realm actually dared to challenge him. Wan Tianyu had already decided in his heart that he would definitely give Yi Xian an unforgettable lesson. Yi Xian really did not expect that his first challenge would actually become a grand occasion in the Kunlun territory. There was naturally an arena space in the Kunlun territory, and at this moment, there were no empty seats around the arena space. It should be known that the spectator seats around the arena space in the Kunlun territory were specially constructed. To put it simply, the arena space was the center point, and then countless seats were distributed in a circle around it. There were a total of 100,000 seats here. In other words, A total of 100,000 people had come to watch Yi Xian's first challenge match. Normally, even if it was a challenge for the Lewin rankings, it would be considered good if there were a few thousand people. Who would have thought that the battle for the last place on the Lewin rankings would attract 100,000 people? Of course, there were probably not many people who actually came to watch Yi Xian's match. At this moment, Mi was saying some words of encouragement to Yi Xian in the spectator seats. As for Kuan Buyu, he was watching calmly from the side. I say, Yi Xian, you really won't feel at ease if you don't stir up some trouble, right? You actually want to challenge the Lewin rankings so quickly. Good, you're good. Kuan Buyu looked at Yi Xian, his eyes filled with mockery. He clearly did not think that Yi Xian could win. Of course, there were probably not many people who thought that Yi Xian could win now. Just look at the betting odds. Those who bet on Yi Xian's victory were 1 to 1,000. His opponent's odds were 1 to 1,000. This difference was enough to prove everything. Yi Xian smiled and did not say anything. No matter how others saw it, Yi Xian knew what he wanted, and that was enough. In fact, Yi Xian had already bet everything he had on himself to win. After the last battle, Yi Xian could be said to be quite poor. Even if Yi Xian took out all the resources he could as collateral, he could only exchange for 3 million divine crystals. In addition to Yi Xian's 700,000 divine crystals from the realm of the gods, Yi Xian bet a total of 3 million divine crystals on himself to win. Yi Xian had previously ransacked Mo Shangji's treasury and the Lin family's treasury. Unfortunately, even with so many resources, it was not enough for Yi Xian to use. Just the last time he set up the restriction of the Divine Phantom Talisman, in that half of the domain had already used up most of Yi Xian's resources. Moreover, Yi Xian had previously left most of his resources to Fian and the others. Yi Xian slowly walked into the arena. At this moment, Wan Tianyu was already waiting inside. Yi Xian versus Wan Tianyu. The challenge officially begins. Following the announcement of a Kuan Lewin elder, the challenge officially began. You're Yi Xian? Kid, you got guts. Wan Tianyu looked at Yi Xian. Although his heart was filled with anger, there was a mocking smile on his face. Senior brother, please enlighten me. Yi Xian also looked at Wan Tianyu, but there was neither sadness nor joy on his face. Good boy, you're pretending to be profound, right? You're trying to attract the attention of the princess, right? Ha! Then I'll let the princess remember your ugly face today, because I'll beat you until your parents won't recognize you. Wind fist, lightning fist. Wan Tianyu attacked as soon as he said he would. His first move was a killing move. The arena was guarded by elders. Although it was not enough to take Yi Xian's life, if this attack hit, then Yi Xian would not have it easy either. Wow, Wan Tianyu actually used his best ability right off the bat. Looks like he was angered by that Yi Xian brat. Discussions broke out in the spectator stands. However, the next scene made them all shut their mouths. Yi Xian did not even move, just casually waving his hand, and an energy wall directly blocked in front of Wan Tianyu. Wan Tianyu's attack was actually so easily blocked by Yi Xian. Chapter 2294. Rain Dance, Thunderous Chain Punch. In an instant, Wan Tianyu's hands seemed to have turned into thousands of copies. In an instant, the shadows of his fists were everywhere in front of Yi Xian. 135, 7924, 6810. This, Wan Tianyu walked the path of body cultivation. Therefore, without mentioning anything else, his body's quality was extremely valiant. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up as he lightly said, "This time, there's finally something to see." Then, with a wave of his hand, 5 divine talismans appeared in front of him. One of them was activated immediately. That divine talisman exploded in midair. In an instant, countless icicles appeared in front of Yi Xian. These icicles were extremely sharp and hard. They were made of 10,000-year ice. Once the icicles appeared, they immediately attacked Wan Tianyu. The arena of the Kunlun realm didn't have a physical body. It was just an empty space. Hence, Yi Xian and Wan Tianyu both stood proudly in the empty space. However, as the two of them continued to attack each other, a clear dividing line appeared in the space of the arena. Yi Xian's icicles and Wan Tianyu's fists clashed. Due to the continuous explosions, the space was split into two halves. Continuous sounds of explosions resounded throughout the entire arena. Kid, is this all you've got? Huh? How dare you challenge me with this little bit of skill? You're overestimating yourself. Wan Tianyu looked at Yi Xian with disdain. On the surface, Yi Xian seemed to be on par with him. However, in Wan Tianyu's heart, Yi Xian was just a guy who didn't know his own limits. Yi Xian frowned slightly. In fact, because this was his first challenge, Yi Xian still had some respect for his opponent. He even addressed him as senior brother. However, if he didn't want to give him face, then why should he give him face? What did you just say? Yi Xian's aura suddenly changed as he spoke directly to Wan Tianyu. At this moment, Wan Tianyu still didn't know that he had unintentionally angered Yi Xian. He was still clamoring, "Kid, you're just a mere true god ant. How dare you waste my time? Today I'll show you who's boss." Show me who's boss? Very well. Yi Xian attacked. This time, he took the initiative. 1,000 beast sword servants. Flower god sword servants. Kill him. All of a sudden, thousands of divine beasts appeared in the arena. As soon as these divine beasts appeared, they immediately charged towards Wan Tianyu. But was this the end? This was just the beginning. Talisman. Explode. Following Yi Xian's words, for divine talismans exploded at the same time. A fire dragon, a giant sword, a divine talisman warrior holding a spear, and countless bolts of lightning attacked Wan Tianyu at the same time. This wasn't the end of it. Yi Xian had already taken out the god-slaying sword and charged out. QWPM boom. One slash. Yes, just one slash. However, the entire arena space and the entire spectator stand were silent. Yi Xian's slash had knocked Wan Tianyu unconscious. He was knocked unconscious, not killed. Both were attacks, but killing was much easier than knocking someone unconscious. To kill, one only needed to use all one's strength. However, stun was not the same. Stun required a very good grip. It required precise control of one's strength. As long as one understood the opponent's limit and controlled one's own strength, one could do it. If it was Wan Tianyu who knocked out Yi Xian with a single strike, he might not have such a big reaction. However, the current situation was that Yi Xian sent Wan Tianyu flying with a single strike, causing him to directly faint. Such a huge contrast was unimaginable even in the dreams of many. A portion of the audience, who had been waiting to see Yi Xian make a fool of himself, were stunned. And those who were stunned for a moment, then burst into thunderous applause. No way, how can this guy be so strong? He can knock Wan Tianyu unconscious with a single slash. Yeah, Wan Tianyu is a divine lord, and Yi Xian is just a true god. How is this possible? Did I see wrongly? At this moment, the audience couldn't react. Clearly, Yi Xian and Wan Tianyu had just started fighting. And then, it ended just like that. One move. Just one move. Yi Xian had defeated Wan Tianyu. Countless people were filled with doubts. Now, whether it was those on the rankings or those not on the rankings, they were all dumbfounded. Such a situation was beyond their expectations. Even those who thought that Yi Xian might win felt that it would be a difficult battle. But the result was Yi Xian defeating Wan Tianyu in one move. That elder couldn't react for a long time. After a long time, he finally reacted and announced loudly. Yi Xian challenged Wan Tianyu, and Yi Xian won. Yi Xian replaced Wan Tianyu and took the 10,000th place on the Luan roll. What was this called? Some of the spectators weren't even ready to watch the battle, but the battle was already over. Suddenly, a voice wailed in anguish. My divine crystals. My divine crystals, I've lost badly this time. Many of the people who had bet on Yi Xian's loss were already regretting it. Some people even suspected that Wan Tianyu had deliberately pretended to lose in order to cheat everyone of their divine crystals. Of course, they knew that this was impossible. However, Yi Xian defeating Wan Tianyu in one move was really beyond their expectations, so they could only think that way. After all, no one believed that Yi Xian had such strength. Of course, Yi Xian didn't care at all. Instead, he went straight to the betting area. When he saw Yi Xian, the person who had set up the betting area had a change in expression. Yi Xian had only bet 3 million. How much was 1,000 times 3 million? It could be said that he couldn't afford it at all. Here are all my resources. They are worth about 10 billion divine crystals. Yi Xian, this is all I have. I will return the rest to you in the future. What do you think? Yi Xian couldn't be bothered with this person. To Yi Xian, these resources could only be taken for granted. He didn't care at all. Yi Xian ignored that person's expression. He took the interspatial ring and turned to leave. However, Yi Xian didn't notice that person's sinister gaze. Since he dared to set up a betting area in the Kunlun region, how could he do it if he didn't have some strength? 30 billion divine crystals might not be a small amount, but that was only for people like Yi Xian. In fact, to the big factions, a few billion divine crystals were just for fun. Divine crystals were just the smallest currency unit in the realm of the gods. It was only because it could be used to directly absorb divine power that everyone had been using it for a long time. In fact, there were other currency units above divine crystals, such as astral spirits. Chapter 2295. The exchange rate for Spirit of the Stars was 100 million Spirit of the Stars. Yi Xian didn't know this yet. 1357924 6810 GG. It was still the same sentence. Only when Yi Xian had sufficient strength would he be able to know more. The realm of the gods was huge, and there were many rules within it. There were some rules that couldn't be considered rules, and it was difficult to know without the corresponding strength. Yi Xian had obtained 10 billion Spirit of the Stars, so he naturally had to exchange them for resources. Although he only had about 1 billion Spirit of the Stars in his universe ring, the rest were ordinary resources. But now, Yi Xian needed a large amount of Spirit of the Stars to create seals, talismans, and pills. There was an auction in the Kunlun realm. It was set up by the disciples of the Kunlun realm. It didn't have a name, but the disciples of the Kunlun realm were used to calling it the market. In the market, everyone could buy whatever they wanted. Moreover, they were in the Kunlun realm, so they didn't have to worry about robberies or the like. Yi Xian casually walked around and exchanged the ordinary resources and Spirit of the Stars he didn't need for the special resources he needed. Then, he prepared to set off again. However, what Yi Xian didn't expect was that before he could leave, he received a sound transmission. Someone wanted to challenge him. That's right. In the hearts of many people, Yi Xian's victory over Wan Tianyu was rather strange. Now that Yi Xian was last on the Kun rankings, it was inevitable that some people would think that this was a good opportunity. Yi Xian smirked. Did these people really think that this was a good opportunity? Yi Xian didn't want to waste too much time because of a challenge. So this time, he wanted to deal with all the unnecessary troubles in one go. According to the rules of the challenge, Yi Xian could rest for a month. During this month, he had the right to reject any challenge. Moreover, even if he accepted, he had 10 days to prepare. However, Yi Xian did not care about that at all. Instead, he directly replied, "Tomorrow is tomorrow. Yi Xian will accept the challenge." The next morning, the spectator area of the dueling ring space was packed to the brim once more. Perhaps the first time, most of the spectators were here for Miyu instead of Yi Xian. But today, many people were here for Yi Xian. This was because until now, no one believed that Yi Xian had relied on his own strength to win the battle. Although no one said it clearly, there were rumors that Yi Xian had won because he had threatened Wan Tianyu and forced him to admit defeat. As for whether Yi Xian had the ability to do so, in their opinion, there was. Because of Miyu, Yi Xian walked straight into the arena. His opponent had not arrived yet. Yi Xian did not say a word. He just stood there quietly. Soon, his opponent arrived. It was an extremely arrogant young master. With one look, it was obvious that he was a descendant of an aristocratic family like Kun Buyu. The moment that guy entered the dueling ring space, he spoke to Yi Xian with disdain. "Brat, I'm not completely silent. That guy might be threatened by you, but I won't. Today, I want to see what you're capable of. Today, I'm going to teach you a lesson. I'll let you know that strength isn't something that can be obtained through trickery. Are you done?" Yi Xian looked at that guy and asked calmly. I'm done. So what? You want to admit defeat? It's too late. Today, I will beat the crap out of you." Yi Xian could not be bothered with that guy. Instead, he slowly unsheathed the Godslayer. Godslayer. Boom. One slash. Another slash. QWPM Yixian was defeated in one slash again. That brat who had been hooting a moment ago had actually fainted a moment later. Wow, how is this possible? Could that guy also be hired by Yixian to put on a show? Damn it, someone actually dared to play tricks in the Kunlun realm. They must be tired of living. The audience was in an uproar. Everyone was talking back and forth. In short, no one believed that Yixian had defeated his opponent with his own strength. In their eyes, Yixian had defeated his opponent using despicable means. However, at this moment, an unexpected scene occurred. Yixian stood proudly in the dueling ring space and roared loudly at everyone. Who else? Who else is not convinced and wants to challenge me? Step forward this time. I want Yixian to accept today. I will give you a chance to challenge me. Humph. He had actually declared war on everyone. Was he trying to make the entire Kunlun realm his enemy? Who did he think he was? Who did he think he was? A mere newcomer like him dared to say such words. Was he trying to incite public outrage? Of course, those who were ranked higher than Yixian did not pay too much attention to it. In fact, although Yixian was exceptionally strong, the Kunlun realm was the Kunlun realm. However, this was the Kunlun realm after all, the place where the geniuses of the entire Kunlun divine domain gathered. Therefore, many people with higher cultivation realms than Yixian could see Yixian's true strength. They understood that Yixian's two battles were a true suppression of strength. However, while these people understood this principle, there were still many who did not, especially those whose cultivation bases were lower than Yixian's or only slightly higher than Yixian's, who could not see any clues, who knew how many people dreamed of entering the Lun Roll. But now, a newcomer had actually entered the Lun Roll. Of course, they were not convinced. Good boy, Yixian. Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of everyone. A figure landed directly in the middle of the dueling ring space. The Kunlun realm elder pretended not to see it and ignored it. In his opinion, Zhusu hoped that Yixian would use this opportunity to establish his prestige. Of course, it was also possible that he was displeased with Yixian, so he was waiting for someone to teach Yixian a lesson. It's Wu Xing. I heard that his cultivation is at the low 9th rank of the domain Enlightened Spirit God Realm, and his strength is extremely formidable. Moreover, he's one of the 10 most likely candidates to enter the Lun Roll. His combat strength is extremely formidable. Isn't that so? I never expected that Wu Xing would actually step forward. Looks like Yixian has incurred public outrage. The spectators discussed animatedly. Meanwhile, in the dueling ring space, Wu Xing had already drawn his sword at Yixian. This fellow actually uses the sword as well. I'm Wu Xing, low 9th rank of the domain Enlightened Spirit God Realm. Kid, you're too arrogant, so I only have to teach you a lesson. Is that so? Yixian looked at that fellow, yet he actually did not reveal the slightest emotion. He silently drew his Godslayer instead. Godslayer. Another swing of the sword. Another swing of the sword annihilated his opponent. Wu Xing merely had time to block it with his sword. However, the outcome was that his sword was destroyed, and he had already fainted. Chapter 2296. Could it be that there are only ants like this left? Are all those who want to challenge me ants like this? Yixian said disdainfully. Although he was speaking to Wu Xing, everyone present could hear him. 135 7924 6810 GGD. At this point, most of the people were silent. 3 strikes. Just 3 strikes. Yixian had defeated 3 experts. The most important thing was that these 3 people weren't as unbearable as Yixian had said. At the very least, they were still people with a bit of fame. However, they had been defeated so miserably. Even Wu Xing's divine sword had been cut in half. Even his divine sword had been broken. Who would dare say that Wu Xing was fake? QWPM was he also in cahoots with Yixian? One had to know that Wu Xing's divine sword was his most precious treasure. His ancestor had personally asked a master blacksmith to forge it for him. Is there anyone else who wants to fight? Step forward this time. Yi Xian once again shouted to the crowd in the spectator stands. However, this time, many people clearly didn't have the confidence to fight. In fact, wherever Yi Xian's gaze landed, many people didn't dare to meet Yi Xian's eyes. "I'll do it. I like to see if you're really that strong, kid." A middle-aged man stepped forward. "It's actually him." The spectators started to discuss again, because the person who stepped forward this time could be said to be very famous. It was said that this person's aptitude wasn't very good, but the Kunlun territory still made an exception and accepted him. This was because this guy was a famous war maniac. This guy would never know how to write the word defeat. Some people said that he had a special bloodline, the eternal battle bloodline. This was a bloodline that wasn't too rare, but it was very special. People with this bloodline had a very strong will to fight. As long as they set their sights on a target, they wouldn't give up even if they failed 10,000 times. Of course, a better analogy would be to say that they were stubborn. Many people were unwilling to provoke people with this kind of bloodline. Once they treated you as an enemy, they would continuously challenge you until they defeated you. Legend had it that within the Kunlun god domain, there was once a family clan that had inherited this bloodline. However, it was precisely because of their stubbornness that led to the downfall of their clans. Now, there weren't many people left in the entire Kunlun god domain. Ding! System notification. A special bloodline that can be used to strengthen the Wanzun bloodline has been detected. It is recommended that the host seize it. System, this is the Kunlun realm. Do you really want me to fight a Kunlun realm expert alone and steal his bloodline? Doesn't that mean I have to kill him? Yi Xian was shocked by the system notification. Killing people in the Kunlun realm, this idea was really crazy. Ding system notification. Host Wanzun's bloodline has a unique attribute. It can replicate and absorb the bloodline of others. Even if it doesn't harm their lives, it can still be done. Could the Wanzun bloodline be played like this? Since that was the case, then Yi Xian wouldn't hold back. That person jumped into the Lei Tai dimension, his face full of battle intent. His eyes were locked on Yi Xian, as if he was ready to fight at any moment. Yi Xian slowly drew out the God Slayer. This time, everyone's eyes widened, waiting to see how Yi Xian would defeat his opponent in one strike. However, just as they were filled with anticipation, they discovered that Yi Xian had actually casually put away the God-slaying sword. What was he doing? Was he going to admit defeat? Everyone was surprised that Yi Xian didn't draw his sword. However, no one saw that Yi Xian had already raised his hand. Wound. Suddenly, Yi Xian's voice rang out. Yi Xian immediately used the 6-syllable mantra. A mysterious power was activated in an instant. Although this person's cultivation base was higher than Yi Xian's, the power of the 6-syllable mantra would definitely be weaker. However, it wasn't completely useless. Following Yi Xian's words, that person suddenly felt his body stiffen, and a sense of helplessness exploded from his body. However, just as he was in shock, Yi Xian's fist came crashing down. Boom! One punch. This time, was he going to finish off his opponent with one punch? At this moment, countless people were in disbelief. At the same time, everyone in the spectator stands had completely lost the ability to speak. Ding! System notification. Host has successfully strengthened the bloodline of Wanzun. Ding! Host has successfully strengthened the bloodline of Wanzun using the bloodline of Eternal War. Host's battle intent has been strengthened. Hearing the system notification, Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. After a moment, Yi Xian raised his head again and asked the countless spectators, "Is there anyone else who doesn't agree?" Silence. No one spoke. No one dared to doubt Yi Xian's strength anymore. Yi Xian had used his own strength to tell them that Yi Xian's strength wasn't just for show. Silence. A long silence. No one doubted Yi Xian's strength anymore, even though Yi Xian was just a newcomer. One had to know that until now, Yi Xian hadn't used any techniques other than his first battle. Yi Xian was a restriction grandmaster, a divine talisman grandmaster, and an alchemy grandmaster. No matter who it was, everyone knew very well that the combat strength of any auxiliary profession was definitely not low. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so popular. In other words, Yi Xian hadn't used his full strength at all. Under the circumstances where he hadn't used his full strength, he was already able to defeat so many powerful people with one strike. Who would dare to doubt him? Yi Xian's strength had already silenced everyone, although there were still many people who were extremely displeased with Yi Xian. However, either they weren't strong enough, or their ranking had surpassed Yi Xian's. According to the rules of the ranking challenge, those with a higher ranking couldn't casually challenge those with a lower ranking. Of course, if both parties were willing, they could also challenge each other. However, Yi Xian had already fought 3 times in a row. Now, no one would challenge Yi Xian. After all, in their hearts, challenging Yi Xian now will be taking advantage of the situation. Yi Xian stood in the arena and waited for a while. Still, no one came forward to challenge him. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly as he walked out. Everyone watched Yi Xian silently. Yi Xian had used his own strength to prove what a true genius was. Moreover, just because of Yi Xian's challenge, he had actually gained admirers. However, Yi Xian wasn't aware of this at the moment because he had already left again. Now that Yi Xian had resources on hand, he naturally returned to the mysterious lake and prepared to hunt a divine beast. The divine beasts here were all at a very high level. They could help Yi Xian increase his level quickly. Of course, the prerequisite was that Yi Xian had enough resources to set up restrictions and divine talismans. Chapter 2297. This time, the seal that Yi Xian was going to create was not a half-territory seal, but its power was not to be underestimated. 1357924 6810 GGD system. Let's begin. Create this so-called divine talisman seal. Seal divine talisman? Divine talisman seal? In fact, they were both a combination of seals and divine talismans. The only difference was that the primary and secondary effects were different. One used seals as the main attack method, and divine talismans as supplementary attacks. The other used divine talismans as the main attack method, and seals as talismans as the main attack method. This time, Yi Xian was going to create a seal called the Fallen Leaves Divine Talisman. Don't be fooled by the name of the seal. It didn't sound too threatening, and it sounded quite nice. However, its power was not to be underestimated. Countless resources disappeared from Yi Xian's hands. At the same time, divine talismans appeared in Yi Xian's hands. This time, Yi Xian used a total of 108 divine talismans. Among them, 8 divine talismans were the core of the seal, and the other 100 seals were the killing blow. The 108 divine talismans were quickly completed. Now, all that was left was the core of the seal. However, that thing could only be created after reaching the place, so Yi Xian could only call a day. System, send me to the mysterious lake. Ding. Activation of teleportation. Successful. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian arrived at the mysterious lake. Looking at the black water in the lake, Yi Xian knew that it was good stuff. However, Yi Xian was not going to collect it now. Since he could come here at any time, it was better to wait until his cultivation level was higher before collecting it. System, detect the divine beasts around here and choose the weakest one. As Yi Xian had been here before and detected it, it was easier this time. All he needed was the system to locate the target. Ding. System notification. Location successful. Ding. Target set. Lower level 7 Divine Lord. 4-eared Divine Tiger. Lower level 7 Divine Lord? It seemed that his realm was not very high. In that case, Yi Xian wanted to meet this guy and see what was so special about him. When Yi Xian arrived at the 4-eared Divine Tiger's territory, he turned to the system and said, System, detect the attributes of this 4-eared Divine Tiger. Ding. System notification. Detection successful. The 4-eared Divine Tiger had 2 pairs of special ears. One pair listened to the heavens, and the other to the earth. With the help of the 2 teams of special ears, the 4-eared Divine Tiger had the ability to predict the opponent's attack path, attack movements, and so on. Furthermore, the 4-eared Divine Tiger had mastered a special territory, the Mountain Hill. Yi Xian looked at the attributes of the 4-eared Divine Tiger and had a rough understanding of it. It could be said that on the surface, This four-eared divine tiger was not as strong as the fire frost lion he had encountered previously. However, its ability to predict was a little tricky. Since he already had the information, there was no need for Yi Xian to waste any more time. He waved his hand. The 1,000 beast sword servants and blossom god sword servants appeared immediately. When they appeared, they did not hesitate at all. They charged towards the four-eared divine tiger. Although the four-eared divine tiger had the ability to predict, it could only be used when he activated it. How could the four-eared divine tiger expect Yi Xian to suddenly appear and attack without rhyme or reason? Human, you're courting death. A voice was transmitted directly into Yi Xian's ears. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. This divine beast could actually speak through telepathy. It seemed that its intelligence was not low. At the very least, it would be harder to deal with than the Fire Frost Lion. However, Yi Xian did not care so much. On one hand, he ordered the 1,000 beast sword servants and blossom god sword servants to attack the four-eared divine tiger to buy time. On the other hand, Yi Xian had already spoken to the system. System, create the core of the talisman. The core of the talisman restriction was the talisman of the ancient tree. Without a tree, where would the leaves come from? Without leaves, how would the leaves fall? Therefore, the core of the restriction was the ancient tree. Furthermore, it was precisely because of this ancient tree that the falling leaves falling divine talisman was able to use the form of a restriction to unleash an attack from the divine talisman. As countless resources disappeared rapidly, a strange talisman appeared in Yi Xian's hand. The talisman was strange because of its appearance. The appearance of this divine talisman was actually a seed with strange patterns. Of course, Yi Xian was not in the mood to admire the beauty of the seed. Yi Xian threw the seed in front of Yi Xian. Rumble! In an instant, the seed broke through the ground and entered. Countless roots extended rapidly, continuously absorbing divine power from the ground. The branches and leaves grew rapidly as well. In an instant, it turned into a 100-meter-tall tree. And this was only because what Yi Xian refined was only the lowest level of the ancient tree core. One had to know that the ancient tree talisman was not only 100-meter tall, but also a 1,000-meter, 10,000-meter tall one. However, Yi Xian did not have the ability to create such a powerful ancient tree core. At the same time, there was no need for him to do so. After that, Yi Xian threw the 8 core talismans into the ancient tree core. The 8 core divine talismans fused with the ancient tree. In an instant, the ancient tree seemed to have come alive. Moreover, it rapidly changed colors. The originally lush leaves of the ancient tree suddenly changed into various colors. These leaves of different colors actually represented different powers. After that, Yi Xian continued to throw talismans into the ancient tree. They fused into the ancient tree, either in the air or on the ground, completely changing the space around the ancient tree. The falling leaves talisman restriction was successfully created. At the same time, the four-eared divine tiger had also defeated the 1,000 beast sword servant's god tier mount, as well as the flower god sword servant flower god. Yi Xian, who had time to watch the four-eared divine tiger fight, had to admit that this guy's fighting style was very strange. Be it god tier mounts or flower gods, their attacks were easily dodged by the four-eared divine tiger, even if they were just practice attacks. This was because this guy had special senses. He could predict the opponent's attack trajectory in advance. So basically, ordinary attacks were useless against him. QWPM. Chapter 2298. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, their only choice was to fly up into the sky. 135-7924. 6810. More importantly, a huge mountain had appeared in the sky and was crashing down on the ground. The bottom of the mountain was reinforced by some special seal, making it exceptionally sturdy. The divine class mounts wanted to destroy the mountain from the bottom, but it was futile. No matter how the divine class mounts resisted, they could not do anything to the mountain. The size of the mountain was neither too big nor too small, and it just happened to fit the hill barrier. In other words, the divine class mounts that were surrounded did not even have a chance to fight back. They were crushed to death by the mountain. Is this the four-eared divine tiger's special seal? The mountain hill is indeed an image. Yixian nodded. Yixian did not care about the death of a divine class mount. After all, these divine class mounts could be revived when the time was right. Therefore, Yixian had nothing to worry about. He watched as the four-eared divine tiger wreaked havoc among the divine class mounts. To be honest, Yixian also wanted to have such a prediction ability. His talent was simply invincible. He could predict any attack in advance. Yixian believed that he could do the same in the future. But now is not the time to think about it. 1,000 Beasts sword servants, lure that guy here. Yixian ordered the 1,000 Beasts sword servants. By now, he had finished setting up the talisman seal. But could the four-eared divine tiger enter so easily? Yixian was not sure. After all, this guy had the ability to predict. And he was not stupid. He probably already knew what Yixian was up to. Sure enough, just as Yixian had expected, this fellow wasn't that easy to hook up with. He even looked at Yixian mockingly. It looked like he was mocking Yixian. F***. I'm being mocked by a divine beast. Yixian was speechless. He did not expect this to happen. No matter how the 1,000 Beast sword servants, divine rank mounts, and the 100 Flowers flower goddess tried to tempt that guy, he refused to take the bait. Damn it, he couldn't play around like this. If he played around like this, wouldn't Yixian's restriction be completely meaningless? No, he had to think of a way. Flower god sword servants, take your 100 flower god and retreat into the restriction. Yixian gave the order. In the blink of an eye, the 100 flower deities all retreated into the formation. Why did Yixian withdraw the 100 flowers flower god into the array? This was because the flower god of 100 flowers was proficient in long-range attacks. In the current situation, long-range attacks were more effective against Yixian. 100 flower god, attack. God tier mounts defend the area. Yixian gave the order, and one by one, the flower gods unleashed their long-range attacks. Beams of light shot towards the four-eared divine tiger. Although it was not able to harm the four-eared divine tiger, it was still very annoying. Human, are you trying to test the limits of my patience? The four-eared divine tiger spoke to Yixian for the second time. This time, Yixian would not ignore him. You're just a beast. You're asking for it. Yixian said calmly. His tone was filled with disdain for the four-eared divine tiger. QWPM, of course. This did not mean that Yixian was underestimating the four-eared divine tiger. Since Yixian had already set up a restriction to deal with the four-eared divine tiger, it was clear that Yixian valued him highly. However, this fella did not fall for the bait. Therefore, Yixian could only think of ways to provoke him. Only by provoking him would he be able to lure him into the talisman restriction. Even if it was a talisman restriction, as long as it was a restriction, there would be a limit. That was, it could not be moved. In other words, Yixian had miscalculated this time. He did not expect the four-eared divine tiger to be so difficult to deal with. Haha, human, do you think that you can lure me into your trap like this? It's up to you whether you take the bait or not. However, I will slowly wear you down. Yixian said calmly. Even if Yixian was helpless against the four-eared divine tiger, he would not admit it. Soon, Yixian's god-tier mounts were all destroyed by the special domain of Mountain Hill. Even the 1,000 Beast sword servants were killed. However, Yixian did not care. He ordered the flower gods to continue harassing the four-eared divine tiger. When the cooldown was over, Yixian would summon the 1,000 Beast sword servants and god-tier mounts to attack again. Just like that, in 10 days, Yixian attacked 10 times. Although each time, it was to no avail. However, the four-eared divine tiger could not take it anymore. On the 11th day, damned human, since you want to die, I will grant you your wish. Do you think that you can do anything to me just because you set up a seal? Today, I will tear you apart and turn your heart into a snack. No matter how cautious the four-eared divine tiger was, he could not take Yixian's attacks anymore. Again and again, wave after wave. Even if the god-tier mounts were killed, they would appear again after a while. At this moment, the four-eared divine tiger's heart was probably treating Yi Xian like that annoying fly that couldn't be chased away, yet it kept on tossing and turning at the side. He finally decided to enter the seal and kill Yi Xian. After all, in his eyes, Yi Xian was as weak as an ant. Killing Yi Xian was a piece of cake. However, the seal around Yi Xian was a little strange. He did not dare to make a move recklessly. The four-eared divine tiger, who had the ability to predict, could clearly sense the threat from the seal. However, his eyes told him that the seal was not much of a threat. One was his eyes, the other was his intuition. Both of them were his own feelings, so he could only rely on his own thoughts to judge. The four-eared divine tiger did not dare to come over because his intuition told him that the seal was very strange. However, Yi Xian's constant harassment had finally annoyed the four-eared divine tiger. All I need is a split second. A split second is all I need to kill this human before me. That's right. It was only for a split second. Even if that restriction was a threat, it couldn't possibly pose a threat to me in a split second. As long as I'm fast enough, I can leave quickly after killing that human. The four-eared divine tiger kept encouraging himself. He was also trying to find a suitable reason to attack Yi Xian. In the end, impulse won over reason. The four-eared divine tiger attacked. Roar! The four-eared divine tiger turned into a ray of light. Relying on his powerful ability to predict, he broke through the God-tier mount's defensive line. Although Yi Xian had intentionally left the defensive line loose, he was afraid that even if he upgraded his mount, it would not be able to stop this guy. Chapter 2299. Boom! As if breaking through a barrier, the four-eared divine tiger finally charged into the falling leaves talisman. 135-7924 6810 GG. In an instant, a gust of wind blew. Within the area of the seal, a gust of wind blew. And this gust of wind was brought about by the four-eared divine tiger. The faster he moved, the stronger the gust of wind was. But that was not the key. The key was the leaves mixed in with the gust of wind. It turned out that the ancient tree was constantly dropping leaves. At this moment, the entire ground was covered with withered leaves. And these leaves were the trump card of the falling leaves talisman. Yi Xian stood on top of the ancient tree, the corners of his lips curling upwards. Today, after entering the falling leaves talisman, the four-eared divine tiger was at the mercy of Yi Xian. Seal the seal formation door. Following Yi Xian's command, the edges of the seal formed a defensive barrier made of withered leaves and strong winds. It was not just one barrier, but six irregular strands of troposphere directly locked down the entire fallen leaf restriction talisman. Yi Xian looked at the four-eared divine tiger calmly. Today, Yi Xian wanted to see what else he could do in his talisman seal. The four-eared divine tiger was panicking. He suddenly realized that his prediction ability was not enough. Yes, he could still make a prediction. But how could he do that with so many withered leaves? Even if he moved, he could only activate the leaves in front of him to attack him. And then there were the leaves that attacked him on their own accord. In other words, at any moment, there would be tens of thousands of leaves attacking him. And these leaves were constantly changing. Even if the four-eared divine tiger had the ability to predict, how could he lock on so many leaves to attack? Perhaps the leaves in the falling leaves talisman seal were not very strong individually. But this talisman seal did not rely on individual attacks to achieve victory. Poof, poof, poof. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions rang out incessantly. The four-eared divine tiger was under attack at every moment. The strong winds made it impossible for the four-eared divine tiger to move quickly. Even though he was a divine sovereign, he could only slow down in front of the wind created by the falling leaves divine talisman. His body was even riddled with wounds. Because of the loyalty of the restrictions, the ancient tree continued to drop leaves. The leaves danced in the wind and continued to attack the four-eared divine tiger. The four-eared god tiger was already regretting it not long after he had entered. But now, he couldn't leave even if he wanted to. This was because no matter which direction he moved in, the gale would immediately change direction. This was the falling leaves god talisman restriction. The laws of wind were completely ineffective. In the blink of an eye, the gale could change direction completely. The four-eared divine tiger could do nothing to it. The four ears divine talisman's divine power shield continued to weaken until it finally shattered. After that, his body was continuously attacked by countless withered leaves. Even if it was just a small wound, as long as the speed of the wound was faster than the recovery speed of the four-eared divine tiger, the only thing that awaited the four-eared divine tiger was death. The small wounds continued to expand. Although the four-eared divine tiger had gone crazy, it was a pity that his madness was in vain. In front of the strong falling leaves divine talisman restriction, the four-eared divine tiger was exhausted to death. Finally, the four-eared divine tiger fell. His body was already a bloody mess. His divine power was also completely depleted. Such a death was undoubtedly a form of torture. Yi Xian waved his hand and activated his devouring ability. The body of the four-eared divine tiger was instantly devoured by Yi Xian. Ding! Host has broken through. Current state is upper grade 5 true god. Ding! System notification. Host has killed four-eared divine tiger. Obtained 1 drop of golden blood. Ding! System notification. Host has killed four-eared divine tiger. Obtained fragment of law of prediction. What? Fragment of law of prediction. Yi Xian was overjoyed. One should know that the power of prediction was extremely strong. Who would have thought that it could be classified as a type of law? Initially, Yi Xian thought that the four-eared divine tiger would drop his law of the mountain hill. Who would have thought that it would be a fragment of law of prediction? Awesome. This was even better than leveling up. However, when Yi Xian saw the number of fragments required for the law of prediction, he felt a little depressed. The reason for that was because the law of prediction actually required 200 fragments. 200 fragments were not something that could be obtained just because one wanted to. One should know that Yi Xian had killed 2 divine beasts here. One of them was a mid-level divine lord, while the other was a low-level divine lord. However, each of them only gave him 1 fragment of law of prediction. In that case, Yi Xian would have to kill 200 divine beasts here to get the law of prediction. The key was that he needed 200 divine beasts that all had law of prediction fragments. Divine beasts with law of prediction were not easy to find. This four-eared divine tiger was only here to fill the position of the fire frost lion that Yi Xian had killed last time. As for the other divine beasts, there wasn't a single one that was similar to this four-eared divine tiger. Of course, no matter what, Yi Xian had a glimmer of hope. Therefore, Yi Xian did not mind. Upper grade 5 true god realm. He was only 5 levels away from the divine lord level. In other words, he only needed to kill 2 more divine beasts here. When that time came, Yi Xian would be able to enter the over god level. QWPM, he would become a divine lord level over god. This could be said to be a qualitative leap. Over god, a god that ruled over a region. In the Kunlun divine domain, other than those small forces or those in the border regions, the true core forces of the Kunlun divine domain, such as the sect masters and clan leaders, were all master gods, regardless of whether they were gods, divine lords, or other realms. System, send me back to the Kunlun territory. Yi Xian actually didn't waste much time here. In total, it had only been 2 months. 2 months was like the blink of an eye in the realm of the gods. At first, Yi Xian thought that nothing would change after he returned. However, when he returned this time, he heard something different. Have you heard? There's a place called the Maple Territory at the border of the Kunlun Divine Territory. It's very small, with only a few dozen territories in front of it. However, it was swept up by a force in a short period of time. 2/3 of the people in the Maple Territory were killed. That's terrifying. What's so scary about that? Isn't it normal for something like that to happen in such a small and remote place? They don't have any experts there. I'm guessing that they must have offended someone. The Maple Territory was massacred. Yi Xian was shocked and furious at the same time. Chapter 2300. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. endless fantasy translation annihilation, that damnable annihilation organization. Apart from them, there was no one else. 1357924 6810 GGT. Previously, Yi Xian had led Plum Valley Manor to deal a heavy blow to that mysterious organization. Originally, Yi Xian had thought that the mysterious organization had already left. Even if they were to take revenge on the Maple region, they would not be too strong. But who would have thought that annihilation had actually massacred 2/3 of the people of the Maple region? That was in front of a few dozen realms. At the very least, there were tens of millions of people. So many people. Those who had fought against annihilation were only a portion of them. Many of the others were actually innocent at all. Damn it! Damn it! Yi Xian could not care less. He immediately requested to use the teleportation array and rushed toward the Maple region. His first goal was naturally to check out Plum Valley Manor. That was because Yi Xian knew that Plum Valley Manor would most likely become the first target of the mysterious organization. By the time Yi Xian rushed over, sure enough, the Plum Valley Villa had already disappeared. Those who believed in Yi Xian had also been massacred. This was something Yi Xian could not accept. Yi Xian quickly searched through the wreckage of Plum Valley Manor. He hoped to find 1 or 2 survivors and understand what had happened. Fortunately, Yi Xian found them. A total of 5 people. 2 had their hands and feet cut off, and 3 had lost their eyes. Furthermore, their godheads had already been destroyed, so they were nothing more than cripples waiting to die. These 5 people were deliberately left behind by the mysterious organization. Good, very good, very good. Annihilation, I, Yi Xian, will not live under the same sky as you. Yi Xian was infuriated. Most of the people of Plum Valley Manor had already believed in Yi Xian, treating Yi Xian as their protector. They had even continuously proclaimed how powerful Yi Xian was to the outside world. But now, the entire manor was left with only 5 useless people. QWPM system, heal them. Yi Xian's hands glowed faintly. This was the healing ability he had obtained from the Divine Blossom Sword Servants. Yi Xian wanted to treat the 5 of them. After all, if Yi Xian did not care about them, only death would await them. Lord Emissary, don't waste your energy. It's useless. We were crippled by the ancient Yao God and have long lost all of our aptitude and foundation. There's no way to repair it. One of them shouted at Yi Xian. He had lost both his arms and legs. Usually, he could only rely on another person who had lost his eyes to carry him around. When Yi Xian had arrived, they hadn't been able to sense him due to their lack of spiritual force. However, he had been able to see him because he had eyes. What did you say? An ancient demon god? That's right, Lord Emissary. It's better if you don't care about us. You should quickly report to the god domain. The ancient demon god has reappeared. I'm afraid there will be a great calamity. These guys are collecting totem beasts to revive the ancient demon god. This time, they've massacred so many of our people in order to hold the blood sacrifice of the monster god. Damn it! Yi Xian suddenly punched out, but stopped mid-air. Yi Xian knew that the 5 people in front of him, who had lost their divine spark, were very weak. It could be said that even if Yi Xian's aura changed slightly, he could still shock them to death. All right, I know what to do. I'll send you to a place now. There, I might have a way to heal you. Don't resist. I'll send you there now. Yi Xian was, of course, referring to the devouring space. In the devouring space, Yi Xian was confident that he could heal them. Even if he couldn't, he could protect their souls from being destroyed. After all, these 5 people were the last 5 people left in Plum Valley Mountain Manor. After putting the 5 people into the devouring space, Yi Xian couldn't calm his anger for a long time. It had to be said that Mo Baijing was lucky because they had also had an ancient Yao god resurrected. However, the Annihilation Organization had taken the ancient Yao god and left without taking revenge on Mo Baijing. Otherwise, the current situation in Mo Baijing would be a reflection of the current situation in Maple. After all, there were still people in Mo Baijing that Yi Xian cared about. The people of the 5th Hall, Mo Shan's training camp, Ling Xin Court, and so on. In Yi Xian's heart, these people were the people he had to protect. This won't do. Looks like I have to think of a way to return to Mo Baijing. I can only rest assured if I leave behind enough backup plans. Of course, although that was what Yi Xian thought, he couldn't do anything about it. The distance of 3 million realms was no joke. Plus, there were countless obstacles along the way, as well as countless chief god domains. If Yi Xian wanted to go over, at least given his current strength, he wouldn't be able to get there quickly. Therefore, Yi Xian could only put this idea aside for the time being. And now, the most important thing for Yi Xian was to find the hiding place of the Annihilation Organization, then exterminate them and avenge the people of Maple. However, after gathering information for several days, Yi Xian realized that he couldn't get the information he wanted here at all. Since that was the case, Yi Xian couldn't afford to waste any more time here. Yi Xian gathered the people and built a new city in Maple. Yi Xian named it Maple City, and more than half of the survivors moved here. Yi Xian also spent a large portion of his resources to set up several permanent defense seals here. It could be said that anyone below mid-level Divine Lord could forget about breaking into Maple City. The people were very fond of Yi Xian, and Yi Xian gained a large amount of faith points. But Yi Xian didn't care about that. What he cared about was how to find the people of the Annihilation Organization and avenge the people of Maple. At the same time, he wanted to prevent the Annihilation Organization from continuing to harm the Kunlun Divine Domain. Although Yi Xian didn't know what the people of the Annihilation Organization wanted to do with this demon god blood sacrifice. But Yi Xian knew in his heart that it couldn't be anything good. In the Kunlun Divine Domain, there were also organizations that made a living by providing information. Of course, such organizations were usually hidden in special places. This time, the city that Yi Xian was going to was the core of the entire Kunlun Divine Domain. It was where Mi Fu lived. Under normal circumstances, people liked to call it the Divine Master's Palace, because everything there was to serve the Divine Master, Mi Fu. But the Divine Master's Palace was also where the headquarters of various forces in the Kunlun Divine Domain were located. After all, where in the entire Kunlun Divine Domain could be safer than the Divine Master's residence. Yi Xian had actually been here once before, but that time he was brought here directly. So, Yi Xian didn't have the chance to see what this city looked like. But this time, Yi Xian was going there of his own accord. Naturally, he would see many things that he hadn't seen before. The moment Yi Xian arrived, his first reaction was that it was powerful. Chapter 23:01. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless fantasy translation over gods, such as god lords, god kings, and god emperors, could be found everywhere on the streets. Even the patrolling guards were powerhouses with titles. In this place, Yi Xian, a mere upper-level true god realm cultivator, seemed so ordinary. Even a divine fruit on the streets seemed to have a higher cultivation than Yi Xian. This was the Divine Master Palace. This was the core of the Kunlun God Domain. And this was the foundation of the Kunlun God Domain. Yi Xian would not waste too much time in these places. Instead, he headed straight for his target. 135-7924, 6810 GGQWPM. Before he came, he had already made some inquiries. There were many different kinds of organizations here. Among them, there was a place called the Intelligence Alliance. There, one could use their own information or resources to exchange for the information they wanted. Yi Xian did not have valuable information here, but he could use his resources to exchange for it. The Intelligence Alliance was located in a tall tower. Although it only had 99 floors, it was not too shabby. Yi Xian walked straight in. Without saying anything, he went to the place where the Intelligence Alliance was located. Hello, what information do you need? The people who came here naturally had information, such as the whereabouts of specific divine beasts, the location of a certain person, the strength of a certain force, and so on. As long as you could give the corresponding return, then the Intelligence Alliance would get the information you wanted for you. I need information on the massacre in the Frontline Maple region. Also, I want to know where the faction that massacred the Frontline Maple region is hiding. Yi Xian did not mention the annihilation of the organization directly. After all, annihilation of an organization was a taboo. It was a taboo that many did not even dare to mention. Moreover, Most people did not even know of the existence of such an organization. If Yi Xian were to mention the annihilation of an organization here, he would only be noticed by others. All right, please wait a moment. That person replied to Yi Xian with a single word, then used a secret sound transmission to send out a message. Yi Xian did not have to wait too long. A divine talisman was delivered to that person. This is the information you want. There are some memory fragments that have been sorted out. Also, there's a rough guess of where that mysterious organization is hiding. However, the information is only 60% accurate. 60% accuracy? That should be enough. As for the remaining 40%, Yi Xian would have to find it himself. All right, I'll take this information. Tell me, how many divine crystals? Haha, isn't young Master Yi Xian making fun of my intelligence alliance? Since young Master Yi Xian wants to take revenge for Maple Region, what's the big deal about my intelligence alliance sending a bit of information? Yi Xian frowned slightly. From this person's words, Yi Xian could tell a lot of things. First of all, they knew he was Yi Xian and even knew the purpose of his information. That meant that they had information about him. You have also collected information about me? Yi Xian asked with a frown. Haha, young Master Yi Xian really knows how to joke. Even if our intelligence alliance doesn't need to collect your information, we would still be able to find out. Who doesn't know that when you challenged the ranking board for the first time, you directly entered the Lewin rankings and even destroyed 3 powerful challengers in a row, leaving everyone else speechless? Also, with your identity as one of the 3 Grandmasters and your monstrous genius title, even if our intelligence alliance does not want to collect information about you, your information will still spread everywhere. So that was the case. Yi Xian also understood that the trouble he had stirred up during this period of time was really easy to remember. Therefore, this person was right. Even if they did not collect information about him, Yi Xian, it would still spread everywhere. Yi Xian casually took out 100,000 divine crystals, put them into an interspatial ring, and threw it on the counter. I don't like to owe people favors, so I'll buy this information. With that, Yi Xian turned and walked out. After he walked to a secluded place, Yi Xian took out the divine talisman. This divine talisman was different from the one Yi Xian made. After all, Yi Xian's divine talisman inheritance came from the divine talisman clan. Yi Xian scanned it with his mind and began to extract the contents of the divine talisman. This was a divine talisman pieced together by memory fragments. It recorded all the battles he had fought. As it turned out, the Intelligence Alliance had many people in the entire Kunlun divine territory. Most of these people did not have high cultivation bases. In order to obtain some cultivation resources, they carried a special talisman of the Intelligence Alliance with them. This talisman did not have any other functions except to transmit everything it saw back to the Intelligence Alliance headquarters. Of course, the disciples of the major forces would definitely disdain such people. However, this was one of the main sources of information for the Intelligence Alliance. For example, the divine talisman in Yi Xian's hand now. It was precisely because of such people that those small talismans did not cost much to begin with. Even if they lost them, the Intelligence Alliance could still accept it. However, the information was already in their hands. During the battles, what Yi Xian saw the most was a type of ugly divine beast. Perhaps it could no longer be called a divine beast. This was a divine beast whose entire body was covered in black fog. However, it had 2 hands and 2 feet. If one only looked at its outline, one would think that it was a human. This divine beast could change its size. Of course, its specific combat strength could not be seen in this divine talisman. After all, this divine talisman could only record intermittent images. Usually, the first time the divine beast attacked, the images would be interrupted. However, Yi Xian could be sure that this was probably the ancient demon god that the Annihilation Organization had been resurrecting. Although Yi Xian could not see how it looked like a demon god, no matter how he looked. In the later images, Yi Xian saw that some people from the Annihilation Organization were taken into a strange place. Yi Xian knew that these people were captured for blood sacrifice. However, that place was quite strange because it was impossible to tell where it was from the images. The divine realm had 10 suns alternating, and the so-called night was only equivalent to dusk. It was impossible for true night to appear. However, in the images, it was indeed night. According to the images, those from the Annihilation Organization did not leave the Maple region. In other words, there is a secret stronghold of the Annihilation Organization in the Maple region. It was very likely that it was an independent mystic realm. Yi Xian steadied his mind. He knew that if it was an independent mystic realm, he would not be able to gain much by going there alone. However, Yi Xian still decided to take a look. Soon, Yi Xian set off for the Maple region again. This time, his goal was to find the mysterious stronghold of the Annihilation Organization. Because Yi Xian had built Maple City and moved half of the people of the Maple region, the remaining half were scattered throughout the entire Maple region. Therefore, this place seemed unusually empty. Yi Xian passed by several cities, villages, and mountain villas, but there was no one at all. Chapter 2302. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Yi Xian's carriage slowed down as he surveyed the ruined Maple territory. 135-7924? 6810 GE. To be honest, Yi Xian felt a little sad. That damned Annihilation Organization. Although Yi Xian knew from the start that Annihilation Organization's goal was to destroy the Celestial Realm, Yi Xian only truly understood what destruction was when he saw their evil deeds. Suddenly, a group of people appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian stopped his carriage and walked out. He wanted to see who these people were. Yes, this is a big fish. Look, the treasure in his hand is definitely not ordinary. If we capture him this time, we will definitely be rewarded. Everyone, let's go together and capture this brat to receive the reward. What Yi Xian didn't expect was that before he could say anything, the people opposite him had already attacked him crazily. Ding! System notification. Target set, best low profound god realm. Lowest, true celestial realm. They actually wanted to fight Yi Xian with such low cultivation? Were these people crazy? 6 syllables mantra wound. Yi Xian waved his hand, and a mysterious power was instantly activated. In an instant, the dozens of people opposite him fell to the ground at the same time. Many of them coughed out blood, obviously severely injured. Yi Xian walked forward step by step. His invincible posture made the hearts of those people tremble. Speak, who are you people? Why did you attack me? Yi Xian asked indifferently. Yi Xian didn't have a good impression of these people. He didn't kill them because he wanted to know what they wanted to do. Senior, please spare us. Please spare us. We failed to recognize Mount Tai and offended you. Please forgive us. Yi Xian could defeat them all with a wave of his hand. How could these people not understand that Yi Xian was an existence that they couldn't afford to provoke? Therefore, at this moment, they were all kneeling on the ground and kowtowing to admit their mistakes. Answer my question. Yi Xian didn't pay any attention to these people and continued to ask. Senior, please spare my life. This lowly one will speak. This lowly one will tell you everything. We were originally disciples of the Lin Feng sect, but after we were captured by those people, they planted a mysterious poison in our bodies. If we don't capture new people and send them over, then they won't give us the antidote. That's right. Senior, you have to take the antidote once a year. If you don't take it, you'll feel excruciating pain. Furthermore, if you take it 3 times in a row, you'll turn into a pool of blood. Even your soul will be destroyed. Yi Xian frowned. Such a vicious poison and such a despicable method could only come from the extermination organization. Is this the reason why you're going around arresting people? In any case, all of you were once disciples of the Lin Feng sect. The Lin Feng sect has always represented the Lin Feng region and is also the strongest force in the Lin Feng region. Could it be that they nurtured disciples like you? Those people didn't dare to reply. They knew that Yi Xian had the ability to kill all of them. Senior, you may not know, but the Lin Feng sect only exists in name. All the elders and above, including the sect leader, have been sacrificed to the Black Divine Beast. We have no other choice. No other choice? Do you think I'll let you off just because you said that? Yi Xian's expression changed slightly. If these people knew how to repent, perhaps Yi Xian would have spared them and given them a chance to live. However, since they didn't repent and only knew how to shirk their responsibilities, then what was the use of Yi Xian keeping them? Since your sect leader has been sacrificed, then you should go and accompany your sect leader. Yi Xian waved his hand, and Wei Zhentian controlled the god-slaying sword and rushed out. It was an instant kill without any suspense. In front of Yi Xian, these people didn't have the slightest ability to resist. When Yi Xian collected these people's interspatial rings, he realized that these people's resources had all been plundered by the Annihilation Organization. Most of them only had some clothes in their interspatial rings. They didn't even have any extra Dharma treasures or resources. It could be said that as gods, they were really disgraced by the fact that they could be so poor. However, wasn't all this the work of the Annihilation Organization? Yi Xian only felt disdain for these people. However, he hated the Annihilation Organization. After dealing with this group of people, Yi Xian continued to move forward. At the same time, he had the system maintain detection mode at all times. After all, Yi Xian couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't be attacked suddenly. However, Yi Xian's worries were quickly confirmed. In fact, how could the people of the Lin Feng sect not be restrained? Their auras had always been controlled by the Annihilation Organization. Therefore, from the moment they were collectively killed, the Annihilation Organization had sent out their experts. Yi Xian was carefully moving forward when the system's alarm suddenly sounded. Ding! Warning! Warning! The host is under a fatal attack. Ding! The system has automatically taken over the defense authorization. Ding! Crisis averted. Ding! Warning! Warning! The host is under attack by a powerful enemy. The host is advised to evade immediately. The series of alarms and the sudden attack made Yi Xian unable to react in time. The attack had come too suddenly. It had appeared without warning. It was only after Yi Xian was sent flying that he saw the attacker clearly. It was a mysterious person dressed entirely in black. In his hand was a long whip that looked like a snake. Was it a long whip? Because this Dharma treasure did look like a whip. Was it a snake? However, it was also because the whip clearly had a high-level weapon spirit. Even without the control of its master, it continued to move. And the thing that had attacked Yi Xian was the long whip. Just now, the long whip had attacked Yi Xian at an extremely fast speed. The mysterious person's appearance had also been so silent. System, detect that person's cultivation level. Ding. System notification. Target is high-class Divine Lord. Ding. System notification. The host is advised to evade immediately. The host is advised to evade immediately. High-class Divine Lord. Yi Xian could feel his palms sweating. Could Yi Xian defeat such an enemy? Absolutely impossible. It could be said that a high-class Divine Lord was enough to kill Yi Xian in a second. System, activate the wings of the god's teleportation ability. Flee. Flee. Yi Xian had to flee because such an enemy was not someone he could deal with right now. If this guy was a mid-class Divine Lord, then perhaps Yi Xian could rely on the restrictions and divine talismans to fight a battle with him. He might even have a chance of winning. However, this guy was a high-class Divine Lord. One had to know that Yi Xian was only a high-class true immortal. If he really attacked, he would be courting death. Following Yi Xian's command, the system did not delay and activated the wings of the god's teleportation ability. QWPM at the moment, the wings of the god's energy had only accumulated 0.1%. With such a small amount of energy, Yi Xian could only teleport a mere 100,000 miles. Chapter 2303. However, Yi Xian couldn't care less. 135-7924-6810. Once he was teleported, he immediately fled without looking back. Boom! Yi Xian had just left when the whip in the mysterious man's hand struck the spot where Yi Xian had just been standing. In an instant, everything within a radius of 10,000 miles was shattered. None of the creatures within had the slightest chance of survival. This was the power of a superior Divine Lord. A casual strike was so powerful. Yi Xian didn't dare to stop. He used all his speed. Unfortunately, in the eyes of the mysterious man, Yi Xian's speed was too weak. He didn't even move. He just waved his whip casually. 100,000 miles. 100,000 miles. Yi Xian had used the teleportation ability of the wings of the gods to travel 100,000 miles. But in the eyes of the mysterious man, it was just a casual swing of the whip. Rumble. One whip, just one whip, but it left a huge valley here. It was actually carved out by the power of the whip. The mysterious man didn't say anything. He just looked at Yi Xian mockingly, waving the whip in his hand from time to time. However, every time he waved the whip, he gave Yi Xian a destructive pressure. What should I do? Yi Xian was anxious. The system kept sending out warnings, but there was nothing he could do. QWPM, could it be that Yi Xian, was going to die here today? Impossible. He was Yi Xian. He was the invincible Yi Xian. How could he die in a place like this? Yi Xian looked ahead and stopped in his tracks. This was because this was a void. This was where the borders were. The borders of every territory were either the battlefields of the sovereigns or the void. Now, there were only two choices in front of Yi Xian. The first was to enter the endless void. The second was to wait for death. Ding. System notification. A special mystic realm has been detected. Does the host wish to enter? A special mystic realm? This was in the endless void? The system notification was like manna from the heavens. One had to know that entering the endless void was no different from death. Now, the system was telling Yi Xian that there was a mystic realm in front of him. Yi Xian had no reason to hesitate. He immediately rushed over. That's right. Yi Xian didn't know what was in the mystic realm. It could be said that he could very well die if he entered. However, between the two choices of certain death, there was a possibility of not dying. This was already the final choice. When the mysterious person saw Yi Xian actually dive into the endless void, he was stunned for a moment before turning around and leaving. This was because no one could return alive after entering the endless void. Therefore, he was already certain that Yi Xian would definitely die. First, there was darkness, endless darkness. Then, there were multicolored streams of light, dazzling streams of light. In the end, a door appeared, a shining door. Yi Xian stepped in. However, the scene in front of him shocked him. In the void, countless broken palaces were scattered everywhere. Under the support of a mysterious power, these buildings maintained their original appearance and remained motionless. Where was this place? Yi Xian had countless doubts in his heart. What was this mystic realm? System, can you detect where this is? Ding. System notification. Insufficient data. Unable to detect. Although Yi Xian was mentally prepared, he was still slightly disappointed when he heard the system notification. Although Yi Xian didn't know where this was, he was certain of one thing. Whether it was the architectural style or the materials used, this was not the style of the current God realm. Some of the materials were materials that even Yi Xian had never seen before. Then what was this place? Suddenly, an incomparably vast and powerful aura swept over. It was as if a peerless powerhouse was spying on Yi Xian. Yi Xian couldn't move his body at all. In just a moment, he was imprisoned by this powerful aura. Then, a ray of light descended on Yi Xian's body, as if it wanted to examine Yi Xian carefully. That ray of light kept moving around Yi Xian's body. The ray of light lasted for a long time, carefully examining every part of Yi Xian's body. Suddenly, an incomparably enormous figure appeared in front of Yi Xian. Along with this illusory figure was a system notification. Ding! System notification. The host has discovered a Dharma idol that can be fused with the bloodline of Wanzun, Supreme Venerate Ancient Zither. Ding! System notification. The host can directly fuse Supreme Venerate Ancient Zither's Dharma idol with Wanzun's bloodline. Ding! System notification. If the host chooses to fuse with Supreme Venerate Ancient Zither's Dharma idol, the host will automatically accept Supreme Venerate Ancient Zither's inheritance mission. Ding! System notification. Supreme Venerate Ancient Zither's inheritance mission is mandatory. Once it starts, it must be completed within this mystic realm. Otherwise, it cannot be left. The series of system notifications made Yi Xian hesitate. The system had said that if he didn't complete Supreme Venerate Ancient Zither's inheritance mission, he couldn't leave at all. In other words, this mission wouldn't be so simple to complete. Yi Xian could choose not to accept it and ignore Supreme Venerate Ancient Zither's Dharma idol. However, this was the first time a fusion Dharma idol had appeared since Yi Xian had obtained the bloodline of Wanzun. In fact, Yi Xian had always wondered why the bloodline of Wanzun, which had fused with the demigod-level sword god bloodline and the demigod-level battle god bloodline, was so weak. It was only now that Yi Xian realized that it was the bloodline of Wanzun. The truly powerful one was Wanzun. For example, Supreme Venerate Ancient Zither could be fused with Wanzun's bloodline by Yi Xian. Once fused, Yi Xian could summon Supreme Venerate Ancient Zither's Dharma idol at any time to suppress the enemy. Therefore, the truly powerful one was Wanzun, not the bloodline. It could be said that Yi Xian had misunderstood the meaning of Wanzun's bloodline from the beginning. So, should he fuse with it now? After hesitating for a moment, Yi Xian finally gritted his teeth and decided to fuse with it. This was because Yi Xian didn't know when such an opportunity would appear again. Therefore, Yi Xian wasn't willing to let it go. System: fuse with Supreme Venerate Ancient Zither's Dharma idol. Ding! System notification. The host has successfully fused with Supreme Venerate Ancient Zither's Dharma idol. Ding! System automatically accepts Supreme Venerate Ancient Zither's inheritance mission. Ding! Attention! Host. The mystic realm is reopening. Host, please be prepared. Reopening? What did that mean? However, before Yi Xian could ask, the entire mystic realm suddenly underwent a huge change. The broken buildings were actually fusing together at an extremely fast speed. The earth appeared, the sky appeared, and human figures appeared one by one. This ability could be called Repairing the World. Chapter 2304. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Ding! System notification. Please take note that Grand Sovereign Guqin is a super existence that surpasses the Overgod realm. 135-7924 6810 GG. A million years ago, Grand Sovereign Guqin established his own secret realm world, which is the world that the host is looking at now. However, a huge change ushered in destruction. In order to protect his people, Grand Sovereign Guqin used his life to borrow the laws of time and temporarily suspended this space. At the same time, he used a space-time secret treasure to activate a special ability, space-time reversal. Everything that the host is seeing now is a scene from a million years ago. The host has 1 year to prepare. After a year, it will usher in destruction again. Whether the host saves this secret realm or is trapped in it forever depends on the host's ability. Ding! Host, please take note that Grand Sovereign Guqin has given the host the status of Young Sovereign. The host has the right to use all the resources in the secret realm. Ding! Host, please go to the Venerable Temple immediately. The latest news will arrive soon. What was going on? QWPM Yi Xian was a little dumbfounded. The current situation was completely beyond his expectations. Space-time reversal? Mysterious attack? Most importantly, he had become the master of this secret realm and had to come to save it. What was going on? Did Grand Sovereign Guqin trust him so much? What if he failed? Yi Xian had reason to guess that even Grand Sovereign Guqin could only use a big move like space-time reversal once. Was he betting everything on Yi Xian? Of course, no matter what, this was undoubtedly a good thing for Yi Xian. Therefore, what Yi Xian had to do now was to complete this task. System, what is the difference between the flow of time here and the outside world? Ding! System notification. This secret realm's time is in a forbidden state. Forbidden time. Yi Xian's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Just what kind of expert was Grand Sovereign Guqin? How could he have such powerful strength? Of course, since Yi Xian had accepted this task, he had to complete it. This secret realm, which had been lifeless and dilapidated a moment ago, had now been restored to its appearance from a million years ago. The streets were filled with people. No one knew what was going to happen, let alone what had happened in the past. This mystic realm had been destroyed long ago, but Grand Monarch Ancient Qin had used his life as the price to make it all over again. Now, it was up to Yixian to see if he could save this secret realm. Young sovereign, please return to the venerable temple. News. There is translation. There seems to be an action from the Heaven sect. The Heaven sect was the main sect, the Heaven, and was the main enemy of Yixian. Was translation. Calm. This was also an ancient sect with incomparably powerful strength. It was even much stronger than the ancient Zither mystery dimension. Is his translation. System is his translation. His translation is e-hand translation. Ding. System notification. Within this secret realm, any attack by the host will be deemed invalid because the host is currently in the state of time traveler. Time traveler? Yixian frowned slightly. At first, he did not understand the meaning of these words, but he quickly reacted. This was because these things had happened 1,000,000 years ago. In other words, unless Yixian could change the ending of the ancient Zither mystery dimension 1,000,000 years ago, they were simply nothingness. This was the restriction of time law. Simply put, everything that happened in the ancient Zither secret realm was a real illusion. If Yixian could change the ending 1,000,000 years ago, then the ancient Zither mystery realm could be repaired and started anew. But if Yixian did not change the outcome, then all of this would really happen. Furthermore, Yixian had already been pulled into this time vortex. Once he failed, Yixian would also disappear at the same time. It could even be said that he had completely disappeared. Even those who knew Yixian in the outside world could not possibly remember him. This was the highest embodiment of the law of time. It could be said that it was not a method that ordinary people could understand. In short, Yixian now only had one path, and that was to save this place. Moreover, he could only give orders and use the manpower and material resources in this secret realm to save everything here. He himself could not directly participate in the battle. Yixian quickly came to the Hall of Venerables. At this time, Yixian discovered that his appearance had changed. In other words, Yixian had simply possessed the real Shao Zun from 1,000,000 years ago. Shao Zun, the Venerable One, sent a message saying that the Enlightenment sect wants to attack us. The Venerable One is trapped by the cultivators of the Enlightenment sect and cannot escape. According to the Venerable One's orders, we will listen to the Shao Zun's orders and resist the attack of the Enlightenment sect. This scene might have really happened 1,000,000 years ago, but 1,000,000 years ago, the Shao Zun had failed. Then, could the Yixian 1,000,000 years later succeed? System. Were the cultivations of these people? Ding. System prompt. This is a special secret realm. The system is unable to detect the cultivations. Yixian frowned slightly. He did not even know the cultivations. How was Yixian supposed to arrange this? Shao Zun, Shao Zun. Just as Yixian was thinking, someone cautiously called out to Yixian. It turned out that when Yixian was thinking, he looked like he was in a daze to those people. How long until the people of the Enlightenment sect arrive here? Yixian asked the cultivator. Shao Zun, according to the intelligence, the Enlightenment sect's troops are expected to arrive in our ancient Zither realm within 3 days. Their vanguard has already begun to attack the only transmission array between us and the outside world. Qinda and Qinini have already led people to support us. The person replied respectfully. Yixian thought for a moment, then directly ordered, have all of them withdraw and mobilize their forces to guard the entrance of the secret realm. Yes, Shao Zun. Although those people did not understand why Yixian had made such an arrangement, they quickly moved after Yixian gave the order. In 3 days, the enemy would attack, and it had been a year since the destruction. So, what had happened in that year? If they followed normal logic, it would definitely not work. After all, the ancient Zither secret realm had already been destroyed once. Since the ancient Zither Supreme Sovereign had not hesitated to use his life to reverse time and space, it was certain that this was not an unsolvable situation. But what was the key to the key? What had caused the destruction of this place? Yixian quickly pondered. He still remembered the appearance of the ancient Zither secret realm when he had first entered. It had been shattered, and everything had been destroyed by an incomparably powerful force. The earth had collapsed, and the sky was dark. In other words, that force was extremely powerful. Then, what kind of force could destroy a secret realm in an instant? Was it an expert? Chapter 2305. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation also, if it was really the work of an invincible super expert, then Grand Venerable Ancient Qin would not have left any of this behind. 135-7924 6810 UPM. This was because if it was the work of a super expert who even Grand Venerable Ancient Qin himself could not deal with, then he would not have left it behind a million years later to rely on Yi Xian, a mere true immortal stage cultivator, to save it. In other words, perhaps the crisis this time could not be resolved simply by relying on strength to kill the enemy. Yi Xian frowned as he analyzed the situation. Now everything seemed so confusing. What was the answer? What was the key to saving the ancient Zither mystery dimension? When the Enlightenment sect finally started to attack, Yi Xian was even more certain that it could not be solved through battle. This was because the enemy was actually not strong. Because of the restrictions, Yi Xian could not check the cultivation of those people at all. However, in terms of numbers, the ancient Zither mystery dimension had a crushing advantage. As for the combat strength of the two sides, there was not much difference. At the entrance of the mystery dimension, more than 3,000 people from the ancient Zither mystery dimension had defeated the attack of more than 10,000 people from the Enlightenment sect. In the next half a year, the people from Enlightenment sect could not break through the entrance of the mystery dimension. Time passed day by day, and the time of destruction was getting closer and closer. During this time, Yi Xian personally looked at almost every line of defense in the ancient Zither mystery dimension. It could be said that the ancient Zither mystery dimension could not be broken through by relying on the restrictions. Yi Xian thought of countless possibilities, but they were all rejected by him one by one. No matter what possibility Yi Xian thought of, there was always one thing that could not happen, and that was the destruction of the mystery dimension. Yi Xian personally went to the front line to see the battle of these people. Although they were very strong, even if the attack power of both sides was concentrated, there was still the power of the mystery dimension. In other words, war was not the cause of the destruction of the ancient Zither mystery dimension. Then, what else could it be besides war? On this day, Yi Xian was still thinking about this problem when suddenly, someone came to the Venerable Hall. This person was so excited that he shouted as soon as he entered, young Venerable, it's a success, a success. The super magic treasure we refined finally succeeded." Yi Xian remembered this person, but Yi Xian could not remember his name. But he knew that this person was a tool refining master, and he especially liked to make strange things. "Oh, what super magic treasure did you refine?" Yi Xian calmly asked. After all, no matter what it was, Yi Xian wouldn't be able to take it away. Young Venerable Master, young Master, 5 Venerable, Master Ancient, Master Ancient, Master, Master Ancient Divine, translation for Ancient translation mystery translation as Ancient translation mystery translation and translation. Yi translation, Master Ancient translation divine, Ancient divine ancient translation. Ancient was that divine translation with the divine in at the last moment. Ancient self of it's in the last moment. Ancient venerable ancient had ancient, and it was divine ancient. It ancient, but ancient added on. So at that time, we wondered if we could use a magic treasure to achieve such an effect. If we succeeded, wouldn't we be able to refine a super powerful magic treasure? It's been 500 years. We finally succeeded after 500 years. That person was extremely excited, but Yi Xian suddenly felt as if he had grasped something. Ever since this mission began, Yi Xian had been paying attention to the war. What kind of magic treasure suddenly appeared? If it was anyone else, they might have directly ignored it. However, Yi Xian was equivalent to a spectator as he watched everything unfold. Therefore, The sudden appearance of this self-destructing magic treasure instantly attracted Yi Xian's attention. "Take me to see the magic treasure you refined," Yi Xian said to that person. It could be said that the war was still extremely intense. As the highest commander of the entire mystery dimension, Xiao Zun of the past would never have gone to watch. However, Yi Xian insisted on taking a look. Very soon, Yi Xian was brought to a divine mountain. That person excitedly brought a round magic treasure to Yi Xian. "Xiao Zun, please take a look. This is the self-destructing magic treasure we refined. However, it's not very powerful yet. It's only equivalent to the self-destruction of a true god. After some discussion, we plan to add in the power of laws. This way, the power of this self-destructing magic treasure will definitely increase countless times." "Wait, what did you say you wanted to add in?" Suddenly, Yi Xian's mind flashed as if he had grasped something. "Add in the power of laws. We plan to add in the power of laws to the self-destructing magic treasure. This way, the power will definitely be astonishing. Add in the power of laws." Yes, this was it. The power of laws could be said to be the most mysterious power in the God realm. Once one entered the Godlord realm, the most important increase in strength was the comprehension of laws. There were many magic treasures that carried the power of laws, but one that could borrow the power of laws to self-destruct magic treasures had never been heard of. At least, Yi Xian had never heard of such a thing. Wasn't the void zone between the chief gods' domains precisely because the ancient gods had wantonly used the power of laws to attack during the Great War, resulting in the formation of countless void zones that could not be returned to even now? And wasn't this ancient Zither mystery dimension located at the edge of the void zone? Then, could all of this be related? What was their connection? Laws. Yes, it was the power of laws. The power of laws was incomparably powerful. Everyone in the God realm could only borrow it, but not control it. Now, such a thing that used the power of laws to self-destruct magic treasures had appeared. Then, without a doubt, there would definitely be unimaginable, terrifying consequences. It was as if all the fog in front of Yi Xian had been cleared in an instant. The ancient Zither mystery dimension was not destroyed by the enemy at all, but by their own destruction. It was these people who had created that incomparably powerful and uncontrollable self-destructing magic treasure that contained the power of laws. Even if only a little bit of the power of laws had been added, the self-destruction itself was uncontrollable. Who knew if it would cause a chain reaction? Moreover, Yi Xian looked at the posture of these people and did not look like people who would be satisfied with just a little bit of the power of laws. They would definitely do their best to self-destruct magic treasures that contain the most power of laws. It turned out that the ancient Zither mystery dimension was destroyed by the hands of these lunatics. Yi Xian's expression suddenly changed, and he ordered loudly, "From today onwards, no one is to try to add the power of laws to self-destructing magic treasures. Those who violate this order will be killed without mercy." Yi Xian's words were completely incomprehensible to those master craftsmen, but Yi Xian did not expect them to understand his meaning at all. Chapter 2306. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Yi Xian directly called the guards and confiscated all the refining treasures of these people. At the same time, they were detained separately. 135-7924 6810 GGGD. If they wanted to die, they didn't want to drag Yi Xian down with them. In the following time, it could be said that Yi Xian was even more attentive to these guys than to the battlefield. Almost every few days, Yi Xian would send people and even personally check on those people before he was relieved. What lost self-exploding treasures? This was simply a forbidden treasure. Unknowingly, the 1-year deadline was up. On this day, the enemies in front suddenly all retreated, and then an incomparably powerful pressure descended on the ancient Zither mystery realm. However, at this time, Yi Xian found that he had returned to the 5-colored space. Yi Xian knew that he had completed the task. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task. Ancient Zither Supreme's inheritance. Ding! System notification. The ancient Zither mystery realm has crossed 1,000,000 years and reappeared in the realm of the gods. Ding! System notification. Under the suppression of the law, the ancient Zither mystery realm is automatically bound and merged with the host devour space. Ding! Fusion. The ancient Zither mystery realm automatically joined the host devour space. Ding! The host devour space is merged with the ancient Zither mystery realm, triggering the reset of the law of time. Ding! The host law of time has changed. From now on, the time ratio of the devour space is shortened. 1 day in the outside world is 50 years in the devour space. The time ratio of 50,000 years was changed to 50 years in an instant. This ancient Zither mystery realm was really powerful. Ding! The devour space is automatically divided. The original space does not change, but the ancient Zither mystery realm automatically forms a new isolated area. The two spaces cannot be connected to each other, but the host can control anything in the two spaces at will. Ding! The ancient Zither mystery realm has a complete law chain. The host can obtain resources in the ancient Zither mystery realm in the future. Ding! System notification. Please note that due to the influence of the law, the host cannot directly obtain resources from the ancient Zither mystery realm in the devour space. Instead, the devour space will automatically extract them. If the host wants to obtain more resources, the environment of the ancient Zither mystery realm can be improved. Wasn't this reward too much? The ancient Zither mystery realm was given directly to Yi Xian. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. This happiness came too suddenly. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the ancient Zither space was much more powerful than Yi Xian's devouring space. This was because this place had to produce resources. The ancient Zither space used to be a secret realm. Didn't that mean that Yi Xian had a secret realm as his resource storage point? Cool, this is simply too cool. To put it simply, Yi Xian's devouring space had been divided into two halves. The other half was the previous devouring space, and its functions had not changed. The other half was the ancient Zither space. Although Yi Xian could not interfere with any of its operations, it could provide unlimited resources for Yi Xian. Moreover, if Yi Xian obtained some special resources, he could add them to the ancient Zither space. From there, he would be able to obtain such resources in the future. Yi Xian's consciousness moved. Sure enough, the ancient Zither space was still functioning normally. However, Grand Sovereign Zither and Yi Xian were missing. However, before Yi Xian could recover from the pleasant surprise, the system gave him a new surprise. Ding! The host has obtained Grand Sovereign Zither's Dharma Idol. The Wanzun bloodline's special ability has been activated. From now on, the host can add certain targets to the Wanzun bloodline. Once subdued, the host can summon the Dharma Idol to assist in battle at any time. Ding! The host does not need to consume anything to summon the Dharma Idol. However, each Dharma Idol has a different cooldown time according to the host's strength. Ding! The cooldown time for Grand Sovereign Zither's Dharma Idol is 1,000 years. 1,000 years. Yi Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. He was shocked by the 1,000-year cooldown. With such a long cooldown, how powerful was this great sovereign Qinggu? Of course, no matter how powerful Yi Xian was, he would not be stupid enough to use it now. Grand Sovereign Zither's Dharma Idol had become Yi Xian's greatest trump card. Of course, if there was a chance, Yi Xian would also collect other Dharma Idols. After all, Yi Xian still had 9,999 empty slots that he could use. The Wanzun bloodline. It turned out that this was the real Wanzun bloodline. Yi Xian was very happy. Of course, there was no need for Yi Xian to stay in these ruins. Walking out of the ruins of the ancient Zither mystery dimension, Yi Xian did not say anything and rushed directly to the Kunlun territory. This was because Yi Xian could not guarantee that the mysterious man from before was still here. Although Yi Xian had integrated the ancient Zither space with the devouring space, and the Wanzun bloodline had activated the special attribute of Wanzun, these all needed to be accumulated to increase his strength. With the current Yi Xian, it was impossible for him to be the mysterious man's opponent. However, Yi Xian did not know that when he entered the ancient Zither mystery dimension, the mysterious man had already determined that he would die, so he had already left. This time, he failed to investigate the Maple territory, but instead obtained the inheritance of the ancient Zither Grand Sovereign. For Yi Xian, this was a pleasant surprise. The matter of the Maple territory was not over yet, but Yi Xian was very clear that with his current strength, if he continued to investigate, he would undoubtedly be courting death. Therefore, Yi Xian had to temporarily return to the Kunlun territory to think of another way. In Yi Xian's mind, the best way was to let Miya come forward. After all, the Maple territory was also Miya's territory. Rather than let Yi Xian slowly investigate, it was better to let Miya send someone over. As long as Miya's people arrived, no matter how rampant the Annihilation Organization was, they would not dare to go against Miya. Although this may cause Yi Xian to temporarily lose clues to the Annihilation Organization, compared to the countless lives in the Maple territory, Yi Xian did not care. Naturally, Yi Xian did not directly look for Miya. Instead, he planned to look for Miyu. It could be said that after entering the Kunlun territory, Yi Xian had not looked for Miyu. This time, when he really wanted to look for Miyu, he really did not know where to look. Fortunately, Miyu's identity was special. He could ask anyone and they would know her whereabouts. After asking, Yi Xian found out that Miyu was currently in the Ancient Sound Pavilion. The Ancient Sound Pavilion was a pavilion in the Kunlun territory that was relatively not very popular. After all, what was taught here was music. For most people, if they had the time to study music, they would rather cultivate. However, Miyu liked music. Because of this, the Ancient Sound Pavilion became one of the most popular pavilions in the Kunlun territory. Hey, isn't that Yi Xian? Why is he here? When Yi Xian walked into the Ancient Sound Pavilion, he was quickly recognized. Of course, Yi Xian did not care about what others thought. He directly walked towards the main pavilion. At this time, the elder in the Ancient Sound Pavilion was teaching music. The melodious sound of the zither was very pleasing to the ear. Even Yi Xian could not help but tremble slightly. Chapter 2307. Is this an illusion? Yi Xian was flabbergasted. He did not expect the rhythm to have such a use. 1357924 6810 GGD. Xiongyu, Bailu. How are the two of you doing with the 12 killing sounds? Elder, we are at the initial stage. Good, then the two of you will practice today. Yi Xian did not expect that there would be a good show on his first visit to the Ancient Sound Pavilion. The two girls in white took out their own treasures and arranged themselves in the Ancient Sound Pavilion's martial arts practice field. A battle was about to begin. The martial arts practice field was not as spacious as the arena, but it was specially reinforced with restrictions. It could be said that no one would be harmed if they were to practice inside. Senior sister, please. Junior sister, please. Yi Xian stood outside the martial arts practice field and watched the two girls' actions. The two of them took out their own rhythm treasures. Since they were using rhythm as a means of attack, they would naturally have special treasures. These treasures might be useless in the hands of ordinary people, but in the hands of sound experts, they were definitely lethal weapons. The senior sister had a gourd-like treasure in her hand, but as she blew on it with her divine power, the treasure emitted a 7-colored light. Accompanying the light was the sound of music. As for the junior sister, she was using a zither-like treasure. As she played, it was also pleasing to the ear. Of course, if one was deceived by the pleasing appearance, they would not even know how they died. When the music rang out, the entire martial arts practice field was filled with murderous intent. The sound transformed into divine weapons, demons, and demon generals. They constantly charged and killed. In an instant, the entire martial arts practice field had fallen into a great battle. With the two of them as the center, the rhythm of both sides intersected, and the battle was extremely dangerous. Most importantly, all of their attacks were ranged attacks. The places that the sound could reach were the places that they could attack. Moreover, it was an attack from all directions without any blind spots. The battle between the two of them had the effect of thousands of soldiers and horses. What good sound attack! What a good ancient sound pavilion! It wasn't that Yi Xian hadn't seen someone use sound as an attack before. However, this was the first time Yi Xian had seen someone use a sound divine ability like the ancient sound pavilion. At this moment, Yi Xian realized that sound could also be used as a divine ability. Of course, Yi Xian's main purpose for coming here was to look for Miyu, so after watching the battle for a while, he went over to Miyu's side. It could be said that in the Kunlun realm, most of the people who knew about Yi Xian knew that he was acquainted with the princess, so no one found it strange that Yi Xian went to look for Miyu. "Oh, it's you. Why do you have a time to look for me today?" From the looks of it, Miyu seemed to be in a good mood. "Tell me, why are you looking for me?" Yi Xian looked around. There were too many people here, and Yi Xian did not know how powerful the Annihilation Organization was. Therefore, this was not a good place to talk. "Your Highness, are you free now? Come with me. I have something I need to talk to you about." Yi Xian directly said to Miyu. It wasn't the first time the two had met, so there was no need to be so polite. "Where are we going?" Miyu looked at Yi Xian in confusion, but still stood up and followed Yi Xian outside. This scene naturally fell into the eyes of many people. Among them, there were several eyes filled with killing intent. Miyu's identity was special. After entering the Kunlun realm, Yi Xian had not looked for Miyu. But today, he took the initiative to look for Miyu, so he was undoubtedly looking for trouble. "All right, let's do it here. You guys keep a lookout." "Yes, Your Highness." Miyu didn't understand Yi Xian's temper, but she knew that Yi Xian wouldn't look for her for no reason. "Speak, what's the matter?" Yi Xian looked at Miyu, then casually threw out a restriction that blocked his spiritual will before speaking to Miyu. "Your Highness, this time, I would like to ask you for a favor." "Oh, tell me, what is it?" "I'm sure Your Highness knows that I've been doing a mission recently, and the place I went to was a small place called the Maple Realm. However, something happened there." "What happened?" Yi Xian told Miyu everything he knew and experienced. Of course, Yi Xian didn't mention the name Annihilation, instead using the name Mysterious Organization. Miyu frowned after hearing this. "There's such a thing? In our Kunlun divine domain, although it is not uncommon for sects to fight each other, it is indeed a little too much for such a mysterious power to threaten to annihilate sects at the slightest provocation. Moreover, I did not expect the Kunlun realm to not care, even after discovering the abnormality." "All right, I got it. I'll immediately send someone to investigate. You'd better not go to the border regions so casually in the future. I heard from my sister that the Over-God battlefield is about to open again." The Over-God battlefield. Yi Xian was shocked. One must know that once the Over-God battlefield opened, who knew how many powerful beings would fall? That was the Over-God battlefield. Most of the time, it wouldn't open even once in hundreds of thousands of years. "Yes, that's right. Although my sister didn't say it clearly, one thing is certain. Within 10 years of the latest, the Over-God battlefield will open again. Moreover, this time, our Kunlun realm might face a three-way pincer attack. But that's fine. Your cultivation isn't high enough, so naturally, we won't recruit you." Yi Xian frowned. The Over-God battlefield suddenly opened, and 3 at that. Yi Xian would be lying if he said he wasn't surprised. After all, there were no signs before this. Of course, Yi Xian also understood that someone like him who hadn't even reached the Divine Lord realm wouldn't have such comprehensive information. "All right, this is for you. I was going to ask Kuan Buyu to give it to you, but I didn't expect you to come to me of your own accord today." Before Miyu left, she suddenly thought of something and casually tossed an imprint to Yi Xian. "What's this?" Yi Xian asked curiously. "Oh, this is the Divine Master Palace's invitation imprint. Next month, I'll be holding a gathering at the Divine Master Palace. Remember to come then." "All right, I'm also holding an auction at the same time. This is a grand auction that the entire Kunlun realm will participate in. I'm sure there will be many new and interesting treasures." Miyu replied with a smile, and at the same time, she was already walking out. Perhaps if it was just a simple gathering, Yi Xian wouldn't care too much. However, since there was a grand auction, Yi Xian naturally had to attend. Chapter 23:08. This was an auction held in the name of the princess, so naturally, there would be plenty of treasures inside. 1357924 6810 GHD. As long as Yi Xian could get what he wanted, his strength would definitely increase greatly. Moreover, ordinary resources were no longer enough to satisfy Yi Xian's needs. Therefore, Yi Xian could exchange these things he didn't need for what he needed. Of course, before that, Yi Xian still had to think of a way to get some capital. After all, for such a large-scale auction, Yi Xian probably didn't even have the qualifications to enter. It was a pity that the resources in the ancient zither space could only be automatically produced and couldn't be harvested by Yi Xian. Otherwise, there would definitely be a lot of good things inside. After Miyu left, Yi Xian also left the ancient sound pavilion. However, halfway there, he heard a system notification. Ding! System notification. Host, please take note. The first batch of resources in the ancient zither space can be harvested. Host, please choose the harvesting method. System, what does that mean? Harvest method? Ding! System notification. Due to the special nature of the ancient zither space, it can harvest ordinary resources once every 500 years and special resources once every 5,000 years. In other words, host can harvest ordinary resources once every 10 days and special resources once every 100 days. Ding! Host, please take note. The ancient zither mystery dimension was originally an ancient mystery dimension. Therefore, the ordinary resources in the ancient zither mystery dimension are equivalent to the current special resources, and special resources are equivalent to rare resources. Ding! System notification. According to the system's analysis, it is recommended that hosts set a portion of the harvested resources as various rewards and return them to the ancient zither mystery dimension to obtain the faith of the ancient zither mystery dimension. Holy shit! Yi Xian almost forgot about the faith of the gods. One had to know that there were many powerhouses in the ancient zither mystery dimension. Moreover, a day in the ancient zither mystery dimension was 50 years in the ancient zither mystery dimension. How much faith would this give to Yi Xian? Yi Xian had a feeling that he was going to hit the jackpot. Leaving a portion of the resources in exchange for the faith of the gods was definitely a win-win situation. Therefore, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't hesitate. All right, system, we'll follow your plan and leave a portion of the resources as rewards. Yi Xian made the final decision. Then, the system extracted the reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 103 ordinary resources from the ancient zither space. Ding! Detected special resources, Frost Soul Destroying Grass, Dragon Soul Essence, etc. Ding! Detected a special resource that can be used on a Dragon Soul Sword Servant, Dragon Soul Essence. Ding! The host is currently lacking in resources and cannot directly become a Dragon Soul Sword Servant. The resources are temporarily stored. The series of notifications made Yi Xian extremely excited. This time, he was really going to strike it rich. To be able to harvest a resource every 50 days, although it was said that the harvest was random, it was definitely not a small income. Haha, system, gather all the normal resources that I don't need. It's time for me to level up. Yi Xian was starting to look down on those normal resources now. He was not even in the mood to go to the auction to exchange for them. After all, he now had a treasure trove that allowed him to withdraw resources wirelessly. Ding! System notification. Sorting successful. All right then, let's devour them. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently at upper grade 6, True God Realm. Only one level up? All right. Normal resources are really useless. Yi Xian did not go out again. Instead, he rested for a while in the Kunlun domain before preparing to attend Miyu's party. However, when Yi Xian arrived, he found out that today was not a simple party like Miyu had said. It was Miyu's birthday. Generally speaking, very few people in the God Realm celebrated their birthday. After all, they did not have enough time to cultivate every day. So who would have the mood to celebrate their birthday? However, for a princess like Miyu, it was a different story. She had a large amount of resources for her cultivation, so every 100 years, she would celebrate her birthday. As for the exact age of his birthday, no one would care. Yi Xian did not know this, so he went to the Divine Master Palace empty-handed. The place where Miyu lived was called the Divine Master Palace. At least in the Kunlun domain, when people mentioned the Divine Master Palace, they would naturally know where it was. This day could be considered a major event in the Kunlun domain. Although there were not many people from the older generation present, every aristocratic family, ancient family, and large sect had sent their elite disciples. It was very lively. When Yixin arrived, Kuan Buyu was already waiting there. Kuan Buyu, what are you doing here? Why aren't you going in? Forget it. There are all disciples of great aristocratic families inside. I'm just the heir of the Kuan Nan family. How can I be sent in? I'll just wait outside. Clearly, even someone like Kuan Buyu felt a little uncomfortable in this place. What do I say? We're here because of Miyu. What does it have to do with anyone else? Come on, let's go in together. Kuan Buyu hesitated for a moment, but still followed Yixin. To Kuan Buyu, this was an opportunity. However, before they could enter, they were stopped by 2 guards. Stop right there. You're not allowed to enter. Yixin looked at the 2. Both of them had the word Li embroidered on their chests. Clearly, they were not guards of the Divine Master Palace. Moreover, Yixin had already seen them mocking from a distance. Haha, that kid must be Yixin, right? He really thinks he's some big shot. I've done some research. This kid isn't even from our Kunlun domain. He came from a small corner of the wilderness. Does he really think he's some big shot just because he knows the princess? Isn't that so? Brotherly, you're the most direct. I like to see what that kid can do. Yixin frowned slightly. Yixin did not know these guys at all. However, it was clear that they were deliberately looking for trouble with him. System, detect the strength of these 2 guards. Ding. System notification. Target is at Soldier Grade 9, Upper True God Realm. True God Realm? So what if there was a title in front of him? Yixin did not hesitate and threw a punch at them. After all, this was the Divine Master Palace, so Yixin could not kill anyone. However, he could still teach these 2 guard a lesson. Boom! 1 punch. With just 1 punch, Yixin sent the 2 guards flying. Although these guards did not dare to attack, at the same time, it also proved Yixin's strength. How dare you? Where did this arrogant kid come from? How dare you cause trouble in the Divine Master Palace? Men, throw him out. The Li family's young master saw his own people being taken advantage of and felt that he had lost face. He stood out and shouted loudly. The corners of Yixin's mouth slightly curled up. Chapter 2309. Even though the Kunlun God domain was huge, only a handful of factions were qualified to enter the Divine Master Palace. Thus, most of them knew each other. 135-7924? 6810 GG. However, not many people knew Yixin, who had suddenly appeared. Thus, even though the young master of the Li family was clearly looking for trouble with Yixin, no one would stop him. Some people did not know who Yixin was, so they just wanted to watch the show. There were also some people who knew who Yixin was, but they also wanted to watch the show. Thus, at this moment, no one would speak up for Yixin. Instead, they just stood aside and watched Yixin make a fool of himself. Following the young master of the Li family's order, 2 more Li family guards rushed over. This time, they were clearly much stronger than Yixin. Just the pressure they emitted was enough to make Yixin feel fear. Yixin did have a way to deal with these guys. He could even crush them. He could use Grand Sovereign Guqin's Transcendence Idol. Once the Transcendence Idol was used, no one could stop it. However, Yixin naturally could not use the Transcendence Idol now. After all, these people only wanted to humiliate Yixin. They were not in any life-threatening situation. However, just as Yixin was about to leave, he suddenly felt an extremely dangerous feeling in his heart. At the same time, the system's shrill alarm sounded. Ding! Warning! Warning! Host is in a life-threatening situation. Ding! Warning! Warning! Host is in a life-threatening situation. Damn it! Yixin was extremely shocked. These people actually wanted to kill him. However, Yixin quickly understood that this young master who left home clearly had complete confidence in himself. He clearly knew that he wasn't from the Kunlun divine domain and didn't have any backing. Speaking of backing, perhaps it was only because he knew Miyu and Miyu. However, it was precisely because Yi Xian knew Miyu and Miyu that Yi Xian deserved to die even more. There were indeed many people in the Divine Master Palace right now. However, was it the realm of the gods a world where the strong preyed on the weak? In this place, the strong were respected. What was Yi Xian to him? He was nothing. If Yi Xian was killed now, he would only be scolded at most. He wouldn't even be scolded because he was a powerful young master after all. No matter what Mi Yin did, she couldn't possibly say that she was punishing him. Damn it! Damn it! Yi Xian never imagined that he would encounter such a situation in the Divine Master Palace. Yi Xian did not even have the time to detect the guard's strength, because that person's attack had already reached him. Golden lightning flashed continuously in that person's hand. In an instant, it completely engulfed Yi Xian. In other words, Yi Xian was in a situation where death was certain. As the lightning flashed, everyone looked in Yi Xian's direction. Kuan Biyu, who could fight Yi Xian to a standstill, was sent flying by that person's glare. Everyone looked in their direction. Some were puzzled, but most were disdainful. As time passed, seeing that Yi Xian was completely surrounded by lightning, those people actually began to celebrate in advance. Haha, an overconfident brat. An ant like him dares to have designs on Her Highness the Princess? Doesn't he know who he is? Just him. Is he even fit to interact with Her Highness the Princess? Haha, that's right, that's right. Young Master Li is really brave. We gave him some face on account of Her Highness. Actually, we couldn't wait to kill him. Us? Young Master Li said that the Li family is an ancient family. Even the Divine Master has to give them some face. Killing an ant like him is as easy as crushing an ant. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame that guy for overestimating himself. He died for nothing. Everyone was discussing, but no one stood up for Yi Xian. Everyone pointed their spears at Yi Xian, saying that Yi Xian deserved to die. It seemed that these people were certain that Yi Xian would definitely die. Indeed, these people were not wrong to think that way. Rejects because the person who attacked was a divine king, even if he was just a low-level divine king. However, a divine king was an existence that surpassed the divine lord realm. If a terrifying person made a move to deal with a mere true god realm little fellow, wasn't this a matter without any suspense? Could it be that there would still be people who doubted that a divine king realm superpowerhouse would not be able to take down a mere true god realm ant? As time passed, many people started to frown, because logically speaking, when a divine king realm powerhouse made a move, even if it was still using a finger, it was already enough to crush a true god realm ant. However, so much time had passed, but why was there still a stalemate? At this moment, Yi Xian heard the system's notification. Ding! System notification detected that the host is facing a fatal threat. The system automatically chose a defensive plan. Ding! System notification detected that the only plan the host can use is to summon supreme ancient Zither Dharma power. Ding! System notification, Dharma power, summoned successful. Boom! A vast and boundless pressure erupted from within the lightning. The entire Divine Master Palace, no, it should be the entire Divine Master Palace in this realm domain, including everyone in the surrounding 10-odd realms, felt a superpower that was absolutely irresistible. Countless people knelt on the ground, regardless of whether they were divine lords or divine kings. Even the person in front of Yi Xian knelt on the ground under the sudden burst of pressure. However, the lightning was destroyed in an instant, and a figure walked out directly. Who else could it be but Yi Xian? Yi Xian's face was ashen. Behind him, an illusory figure stood guard. It was Supreme Ancient Zither's Dharma power. The vast and boundless fluctuation had erupted from the Dharma power. Good, very good, very good. You want to kill me? Yi Xian's voice was filled with killing intent. With a wave of his hand, the Divine King who had suppressed Yi Xian and could have killed Yi Xian had fallen. Then, Yi Xian walked towards the young master of the Li family. Plop! The young master of the Li family was scared out of his wits. He looked at Yi Xian in horror. What do you want to do? Haha, you're asking me what I want to do? Then let me tell you. Think about what you want to do to me. Now, I want to do to you. Yi Xian raised his hand. As long as his hand fell, this person would die. You dare to kill me? I am the young master of the Leaf family. I'm a member of the Leaf family. Even the Divine Master would not dare to cause trouble for the Leaf family. What do you want to do? Chapter 23:10. Young Masterly didn't know if he was scared out of his wits or something else, but he was shouting like a clown, calling for backup from his guards. 135-7924, 6810 A moment later. A group of Leaf family guards struggled to their feet and tried to approach young Masterly. However, Yi Xian simply waved his hand. Die, all of you! A terrifying and powerful force instantly exploded out. Yi Xian couldn't even be bothered to look at the strength of those guards. With just a wave of his hand, they were all crushed. Invincible. This was what true invincibility was. With the support of Grand Sovereign Guqin's Dharma idol, Yi Xian had long surpassed everyone present. Not even Yi Xian knew what Grand Sovereign Guqin's cultivation level was. However, someone who could stop the time of an entire secret realm and use the temporal laws with such proficiency was definitely a super expert. Furthermore, he was a super existence that surpassed Divine Lord Mimu. After all, Yi Xian had only summoned his Dharma idol and hadn't summoned him yet. Yet, he was able to unleash such a powerful attack. Wasn't this a testament to Grand Sovereign Guqin's strength? The overwhelming pressure caused the entire Divine Master Palace to fall into a state of panic. In the distance, Mimu's heart trembled. How is this possible? A Divine Lord? Has a Divine Lord from another place come to our Kunlun domain? A Divine Lord was a super expert like Mimu who possessed an extremely large domain. Generally speaking, they were at the level of a God Emperor. The Divine Master was an honorific title, as it represented an endless amount of power. For example, didn't Mimu appear in the Divine Master Palace with a slight frown on her face? It's you? Yi Xian, what are you doing? Although that was what she was asking, only Mimu knew the shock in her heart. When her master had brought Yi Xian here and asked her to take care of him, Mimu had always treated Yi Xian rather well. Although Yi Xian was wary of Mi Li because of the old man, that didn't mean that Yi Xian didn't know that Mi Li was good to him. When Yi Xian saw Miya, he frowned slightly and said to Miya, Lord Divine Master, please don't interfere this time. I must kill this guy. Just a moment ago, he actually used a killing move on me. If I didn't react quickly enough, I would already be dead. It's true, Mi Si frowned. Now, it was no longer a matter of Yi Xian displaying his strength. To Mi Li, Yi Xian was her master's request to take care of him. But now, Yi Xian was almost killed in her own territory. How could she accept that? Tell me everything that happened just now, word for word. If there's even half a lie, I'll exterminate your entire clan. Mi casually pointed her finger, causing an incomparably vast power to erupt. Only at this moment did Yi Xian realize how powerful this woman in front of him was. It could be said that Yi Xian had summoned Grand Monarch Ancient Zither's avatar and not himself. Thus, Yi Xian didn't have a chance of winning against Mi Li. But it was clear that Mi Li was going to uphold justice for him. Yes, Lord Divine Master. Under the pressure of both Yi Xian and Mi Li, the person named by Mi Li had already turned incomparably pale. In fact, he had even pissed his pants in fear. But no one laughed at him. After all, he wasn't the only one who had pissed his pants in fear. That person didn't dare to hide anything and directly told him everything he had seen from beginning to end. As long as he told the truth, Mi Li would be able to judge whether it was true or not. So that's how it is. What a goodly family. You want a rebel. Mi Li's words scared the Li family's young master so much that he pissed his pants. As for the rest of the Li family, they had already knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. All right, Yi Xian, do as you see fit, but don't implicate the innocent. Also, I'll have the Li family give you an explanation, but you'd better restrain your power. After all, today is my little sister's birthday. Even if you don't give me face, Miyu's always been kind to you. Do you want to hurt Miyu? Mi Li's words didn't sound like that to the others. In their eyes, the Lord Divine Master was actually giving in to this guy. Yes, giving in. In their eyes, Mi Li was actually begging Yi Xian not to make a big deal out of this matter. As for Yi Xian himself, he was actually in a difficult situation. He was furious, incomparably furious, but he was even more clear about his own strength. Great Sovereign Zither could only be summoned once every 1,000 years, and now he had inexplicably forced out Yi Xian's greatest trump card. It could be said that if Yi Xian were to encounter something similar in the future, it would be impossible for him to survive. Moreover, Yi Xian knew that this time, by killing the Li family's young master, he would offend more than just the Li family. However, Yi Xian still wanted to kill this guy. If he didn't kill him, he would be killed by him. So, what was Yi Xian hesitating for? All right, since the Lord Divine Master has said so, I will naturally obey. Yi Xian waved his hand, and a huge force surrounded the young master of the Li family. Then, it slowly began to erode his life force. Yi Xian was using the cruelest method to torture this guy to death. Ding! System notification. The summoning of the ancient Zither Dharma idol has ended. It is currently in a cool-down state. It can only be summoned again after 1,000 years. Along with the system notification, Yi Xian's power suddenly retracted. In an instant, Yi Xian returned to his original true god level cultivation. However, no one dared to underestimate him at this moment. Even Li was full of doubts. All right, you guys continue. Everyone from the Li family, get the hell out of here. I don't want to see anyone from the Li family. Also, the Li family had better compensate me as soon as possible. If Yi Xian isn't satisfied, he will destroy the Li family. I won't take any responsibility. After saying that, Li's figure disappeared. Only Yi Xian was left with a bitter smile. Destroy the Li family. It was easy to say, but did Yi Xian have the strength to do so? The Li family was a dignified, ancient, aristocratic family. However, Yi Xian also knew that he had formed an irreconcilable grudge with the Li family. Perhaps the Li family wouldn't touch Yi Xian for a while, because whether it was for Li's face or for Yi Xian's sake, they wouldn't dare to act rashly. No one knew what other trump cards Yi Xian had, and no one knew who Yi Xian was. Previously, they had received news that Yi Xian didn't belong to the Kunlun God Realm, but came from somewhere else. It was said that he came from a small, remote place. However, when Yi Xian displayed such powerful strength and summoned such a terrifying Dharma idol, they couldn't help but guess. Could it be that this Yi Xian was actually the crown prince of another overgod realm? Chapter 23:11. Translator. Endless fantasy translation editor in an instant. All eyes were on Yi Xian. 135-7924. 6810 Jie had no choice but to take Yi Xian seriously. After all, Yi Xian was a man who could stand up to Mian. Yi Xian was a man who even their divine master had to speak to respectfully. Yi Xian was a man who could kill a member of an ancient noble family with a wave of his hand without the slightest hesitation. News of Yi Xian spread like wildfire among the major powers of the Kunlun God domain in an instant. However, they were only guesses. Due to an inexplicable consensus, Yi Xian's identity and what had happened today were only spread among the people who had come today. As for the outside world, they didn't know much at all. All they could guess was that the Divine Master was angry. As for why he was angry, they didn't know. That powerful strength could only belong to the Divine Master. Thus, they couldn't help but suspect that the Divine Master was angry. The banquet continued, but it was clear that everyone had become incomparably cautious. Wherever Yi Xian went, no one dared to stop. No one dared to face him. In fact, wherever he looked, the people there would subconsciously lower their heads. At this moment, even Kuan-Buyu didn't dare to approach Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. This time, he had played too big. This time, he had indeed offended too many people. Although the strength he had displayed was definitely enough to make most of the major families not dare to speak up, it was still not enough. However, while they feared Yi Xian, they also felt enmity towards Yi Xian. Disregarding everything else, just the Li family alone probably hated Yi Xian to death. Who would have thought that just coming to attend Miyu's birthday banquet would cause such a scene? But what could Yi Xian do? After all, He wasn't the one who started all this trouble. Yi Xian didn't want to stay here any longer. When he saw Miyu come out, he immediately went to her side. No one dared to stop him. In fact, it could even be said that when Yi Xian walked towards Miyu, everyone instinctively made way for him. Your Highness, thank you for inviting me to this banquet. However, I have some matters to attend to, so I'm afraid I'll have to leave early. Miyu was no fool. She obviously knew why Yi Xian left, but Miyu simply smiled and casually hooked her arm around Yi Xian's. Why do you want to leave? Why? Don't you want to watch the show? To be honest, of course Yi Xian wanted to go. His main objective for coming here this time was to attend the shoot. But who would have thought that before the shoot, there would be such an unpleasant situation? Seeing Miyu smile, Yi Xian felt a little better. However, Miyu was still a little hesitant. But she continued to speak to Yi Xian. All right, I know that you definitely don't want to see some people right now. How about this? I'll bring you and Kuan Buyu to the auction first. Although the auction hasn't started yet, there are some merchants from the other god realms who have come. They have quite a few treasures. Why don't you go take a look first? Hearing this, Yi Xian's heart couldn't help but tremble. If there were items from the other god realms, then there would definitely be some that the Kunlun god realm didn't have. Naturally, Yi Xian would want to take a look. All right then, let's do that. Miyu nodded. She called out to Kuan Buyu and walked off into the distance. In Miyu's heart, Yi Xian could be considered an extremely solitary person. Other than doing his own things every day, he rarely interacted with others. As for Kuan Buyu, he could be considered one of the few people who could come into contact with Yi Xian. However, Kuan Buyu currently appeared very reserved. Kuan Buyu, what's wrong with you? Although Yi Xian had already guessed the reason, he still asked Kuan Buyu. Yi Xian, you've really hidden yourself well. Originally, I thought that our strengths were on par with each other, and even if I was a little weaker than you, I wouldn't be able to find out much. As long as I use my full strength, I'll still be able to fight you. However, after today, I won't dare to have such thoughts anymore. Yi Xian smiled. In the Kunlun god realm, it could be said that Kuan Buyu was Yi Xian's only friend. Are you talking about my Dharma idol just now? Since you know about the Dharma idol, then you should know that I can't say that I can summon it at any time. Unless it's a matter of life and death, I won't summon it at all. Yi Xian immediately shifted his attention to Kuan Buyu and asked, Oh right, what's going on with that Li family? I don't think I've offended them. Why do they want to kill me? Kuan Buyu looked at Yi Xian, then at Miyu, who was holding onto Yi Xian's arm, but he didn't say anything. However, Yi Xian and Miyu weren't stupid. How could they not understand? Yi Xian immediately pulled his arm away from Miyu's arm and said awkwardly, I say, Kuan Buyu, it's one thing for others to think nonsense, but don't tell me you think so too. Your Highness was just helping me out. Unlike you, I don't even know where you are now. Due to the awkwardness, Yi Xian's tone changed a little. However, Kuan Buyu didn't care at all. He already knew the result from Miyu's slightly stiffening body. I don't care about the two of you. The Li family is an ancient aristocratic family. They're extremely powerful. To be honest, from what I know, even the Divine Master has to give them some face. This time, although the Divine Master is helping you, he's also suppressing the Li family. Yeah, the Li family is one of the 4 ancient aristocratic families of the Kunlun god domain. There are many that can be called aristocratic families or ancient aristocratic families. But when the 4 ancient aristocratic families of the Kunlun god domain are mentioned, everyone knows who they are. It can be said that even my sister has to give them some face sometimes. Miyu interrupted and continued. The information from her was naturally more comprehensive than Kuan Buyu's. Let's not talk about the others. Let's talk about the Li family. The Li family controls thousands of secret realms of various sizes and close to 10,000 sects directly under their jurisdiction. Moreover, they have several ancient ruins and other special places. Their strength and foundation are definitely not to be underestimated. The Li family's grand ancestor is a super expert who can fight against my sister. In fact, the 4 ancient aristocratic families have always been a knot in my sister's heart. This time, you've helped me vent my anger. Don't worry, this time, I'll definitely make the Li family compensate you properly. Not for you, but for ourselves. There was a faint smile on Miyu's face. Of course, if Miyu didn't say these words herself, neither Yi Xian nor Kun Buyu would have known. The four ancient aristocratic families of the Kunlun God domain were at odds with the Divine Master. No one would believe it if it was said. Chapter 23:12. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. That guy is just from a branch family of the Leaf family, not from the main family. 135-7924. 6810. So that's how it is. Why did Yi Xian ask about this? Because Yi Xian knew better than anyone else the principle of survival of the fittest. He had been searching for Luo Luo for so long, but he could not do anything. Why? Wasn't it all because Luo Luo was being controlled by that incomparably powerful demon? Yi Xian did not have the strength to rescue her. Moreover, before this, Yi Xian didn't grow up from one crisis after another. This time, since he had already fallen out with the Li family, Yi Xian would not let them go. In the eyes of others, perhaps this was simply courting death. But in Yi Xian's heart, it was only motivation. Yi Xian knew that if he was not strong enough, the Li family would definitely find a chance to kill him. Since they were talking about the Li family, if they dared to fight for their reputation, killing Yi Xian was nothing. Besides, they did not even need to do anything. Once they gave the order, someone would do it for them. He had to increase his strength as soon as possible. In an instant, Yi Xian felt immense pressure. It could even be said that this was the strongest pressure he had ever felt since he entered the realm of the gods. After all, the Leaf family was one of the four ancient families of the Kunlun realm. Yi Xian was nothing in front of such a powerful family. Perhaps the Li family would not dare to make a move because of the strength Yi Xian had displayed, but it was only a matter of time before they saw Yi Xian's foundation. Therefore, there was not much time left for Yi Xian. If Yi Xian wanted to live, he had to become strong quickly. Escape? That was impossible. Not to mention that Yi Xian did not know where to go after leaving the Kunlun realm. What would the Li family do once he left the Kunlun realm? He was afraid that he would send someone to kill him. Therefore, Yi Xian could only grow stronger quickly in the Kunlun God domain. Only then would he be able to contend against the Leaf family. No, to annihilate the Leaf family. Since the Leaf family was a threat to Yi Xian, then there was no need for Yi Xian to exist. At this time, if anyone knew that Yi Xian was actually thinking of how to deal with the Leaf family, they would definitely laugh their heads off. Rajax, after all, this was a battle without any suspense. It was like an ant that was clamoring to kill a god. What a joke. Soon, Miyu arrived at the venue with Yi Xian and Kun Buyu. Sure enough, even though the shoot had yet to begin, there were already plenty of people busying themselves. All right, the two of you can look around and see if there's anything you like. By the way, Yi Xian, take this Cosmos ring. If there's anything you like, buy it. Yi Xian was stunned. Is Miyu going to give me divine crystals? I appreciate your kindness, but I don't want anything. Don't worry, I still have enough resources. If there's anything I like but don't have the resources, I'll look for you. Don't forget that I'm a restriction grandmaster, a divine talisman grandmaster, and an alchemy grandmaster. Miyu glanced at Yi Xian with a strange expression. Previously, everyone was focused on Yi Xian's combat strength, but who would have thought that Yi Xian was one of the three grandmasters? All right, then I'll look for you later. After all, I was the one who invited these people, so I still have to go take a look. Yi Xian nodded. After Miyu left, he and Kun Buyu walked forward together. As they walked, Kun Buyu gave Yi Xian a simple introduction. Yi Xian, this is the divine realm market of the Kunlun God realm. Of course, this isn't the only market, but since it's organized in the name of the Divine Master, it's definitely not small. Look, the person in front is from the 100 Break Divine Realm. That divine realm isn't big, and their strength is relatively weak. However, the 100 Break Divine Stone that they're using is definitely something good. Kun Buyu led Yi Xian over. Seeing that someone was coming, the shopkeeper welcomed them warmly. Gentlemen, are you looking for the 100 Break Divine Stone? 100 Break Divine Stone? This was the first time Yi Xian had heard of it. However, when he saw the stone, he realized that it was just a general name and not a single item. At this moment, Yi Xian heard a system notification. Ding! System notification. Special item detected. 100 break divine stone. Ding! Host, please note that the 100 break divine stone can create a special sword servant. 100 break sword servant. Ding! System notification. 100 break sword servant will have different abilities according to the number of 100 break divine stones absorbed. It could actually become a sword servant. In that case, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't miss out on it. At this moment, there are many strange stones placed in front of Yi Xian. Some are burning like a raging fire. Some are emitting a cold aura like ice. Suddenly, Yi Xian's attention was attracted by a white break divine stone. This was an extremely black divine stone. More importantly, Yi Xian's divine telekinesis couldn't detect what was inside it. Moreover, this divine stone was placed on its own, and all the aura around was being devoured by it. Yes, it was being devoured. What divine stone is this? Yi Xian asked. Sir, you have a good eye. This divine stone is one of the top 10 divine stones of the 100 break divine realm, the devouring stone. Sir, don't underestimate it because of its small size. Its power is definitely beyond your imagination. 500,000 years ago, there was once a master blacksmith who refined a devouring stone into a special devouring treasure. It actually had the ability to devour everything. However, because his ability was too strong, there was a battle later on. In the end, that powerful treasure disappeared without a trace. As for the devouring stone that you are looking at now, it is a devouring stone that only appears once every 10,000 years in the 100 break divine realm. Even if it is not refined into a special treasure, it is still a super treasure by itself. That person flattered without holding back. However, his words weren't false, because this devouring stone was indeed very powerful. Ding! System notification. It is recommended that the host obtain this devouring stone. The devouring stone can be used to strengthen the system. At the same time, it can be exchanged for devouring points. What? Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. One had to know that devouring points were extremely important to Yi Xian. However, he could only obtain them from the devouring beast. He didn't expect that this time there would be a mysterious stone that could be exchanged for devouring points. Yi Xian would be lying if he said that he wasn't tempted. What's wrong with this devouring stone of yours? Haha. Sir, you must be joking. This is such a priceless treasure. How would I dare to take it without permission? Before this little one came out, the Divine Master had already instructed that this divine stone cannot be exchanged. If Sir can take out a special treasure of equal value, this little one can exchange it for it. However, if Sir wishes to buy it, this little one dares not agree. Chapter 23:13. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Yi Xian did not frown. 135-7924 6810 GGD. In fact, he could not think of anything that could be compared to the Devouring Stone. In Yi Xian's heart, the Devouring Stone was definitely a priceless treasure. However, Yi Xian still wanted to give it a try. System, list out all the special resources I have and choose 10 of the most valuable ones. I must have this Devouring Stone. If Yi Xian missed out on the Devouring Stone, he would definitely regret it. Hence, he could not care less. Ding! System notification. All resources have been sorted. 10 resources have been chosen. Following the notification, Yi Xian waved his hand, and 10 special resources appeared in front of that person's eyes. Heavens, heavens, it's the legendary Law Spirit. It's actually the legendary Law Spirit. This thing, didn't it disappear after the ancient war? Young Master, why does Young Master have such a precious treasure? Law Spirit? Yi Xian did not know much about his own things. To him, all the resources were handed over to the system. If the system felt that it was useful, it would notify him. If it was not, it might just be devoured by Yi Xian. But now, what was this Law Spirit? Ding! System notification. Law Spirit is an ordinary resource produced by the Devouring Space. The host can obtain one every 100 years. Holy shit! The Devouring Space, no, to be more precise, An ordinary item produced by the ancient zither space could be so sought after. Yi Xian quickly checked the lost spirit's attributes. Law spirit, a special item formed by the condensation of law energy. This item cannot be refined or forged. However, with this item, the host's comprehension of law energy will increase. So this was the case. This item was used to increase one's comprehension of law energy. No wonder the system did not give any special notification. This item was not considered too valuable to Yi Xian. Although it was not valuable to Yi Xian, it was extremely valuable to others. Rejax with a wave of his hand. The merchant from the domain of the gods set up a restrictive spell, which was mainly used to block out divine will and sound. It was something that merchants often used. Young master, please state a price. As long as I can afford it, no matter how much, I want this lost spirit. It was obvious that this person's eyes were filled with urgency. The biggest difference in the Lord realm was the comprehension of law. In fact, once one reached the Lord realm, the difference in Lord God realm was huge. Perhaps before this, Yi Xian was able to rely on some special abilities to crush enemies that surpassed him by 1 or even 2 realms. That was because the power Lord God realm, the power of law. As the realm Lord God, as the realm Lord realm, the power Lord God realm was Lord God realm. Lord God was because the Lord of Lord God, Lord translation God translation, Lord translation of realm, start translation to Lord. A translation Lord that was Lord that one translation. This was the law was the charm law. It was a treasure that many powerhouses dreamed of obtaining. Even if it was that Mi Xiao would definitely pay a huge price. Fortunately, Yi Xian took it out from here. After all, in the eyes of these merchants, Yi Xian was definitely a big shot in the Kunlun God realm since he could arrive here before them. He was a big shot that they could not afford to offend. Therefore, they would not be greedy for Yi Xian's treasure. However, if this lost spirit was taken out by Yi Xian outside, who knew how many people would fight for it with their lives? At this moment, the merchant was extremely excited. Without waiting for Yi Xian's reply, he took out 3 special godstones. Honorable young master, these are the special godstones that the divine master gave to me before I left. They are on the same level as the devouring stone. Also, you can take any godstones you like in this shop. Also, here are 50 billion god crystals. This is all I have. However, this humble one can promise that the next time this humble one comes, this humble one will definitely bring back even more rewards for the young master. Please give this lost spirit to me, young master. Good Lord, this was a lost spirit that wanted Yi Xian's lost spirit, even if it meant going bankrupt. Of course, Yi Xian did not mind. After all, this was a precious treasure in the eyes of others. However, in Yi Xian's eyes, it was nothing more than that. All right, I promise you. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. Perhaps in the merchant's heart, he had made a huge profit. However, in Yi Xian's heart, it was the same. In Yi Xian's heart, he had made a huge profit this time too. Yi Xian naturally did not hold back. With a wave of his hand, he took away all of the merchant's resources, including the interspatial ring in his hand. However, not only was the merchant not displeased at all, he even looked a little embarrassed. Young master, this humble one knows that this humble one's things are not enough to exchange for such a precious treasure. However, please rest assured that the next time I come, this humble one will definitely bring back enough resources to compensate for your loss. Haha, that's all right. We'll talk about it the next time you come. Yi Xian did not mind at all. He had already made a huge profit, so he did not care much about this person's verbal promise. After that, Yi Xian was extremely happy. It looked like he had made a huge profit this time. The resources that Yi Xian had obtained from the devouring space were all produced in the ancient zither space. Many of them were probably already out of print or were extremely rare. These things were definitely enough for Yi Xian to exchange for good things. Let's go to the next shop. Yi Xian walked straight ahead. He was a little impatient to go to the next shop and take a look. These shops were all from other divine realms. Naturally, they would have many treasures that Yi Xian wanted. This time, Yi Xian was going to sweep the place clean. This time, Yi Xian was going to make a huge profit. System, you can use this devouring stone to repair the system. Yi Xian had always been upset that the system had not been fully repaired. Furthermore, his devouring space had not been fully repaired. Therefore, these were all matters that Yi Xian had to deal with. Ding! System notice. System repair speed increased. Yi Xian was slightly surprised that the system had not been fully repaired. Just as Yi Xian had expected, the resources produced by the devouring space were very popular. This was because most of them were considered rare resources. One had to know that these were only ordinary resources. Yi Xian could not imagine how rare the resources from the devouring space would be. Chapter 23:14. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Ding. System notification. Please pay attention to exploring ancient secret realms. As your level increases, the experience gained from consuming normal resources will gradually decrease. The sudden notification from the system gave Yi Xian an answer, but it also gave Yi Xian a huge problem. 1357924 6810. As his level increased, normal resources would no longer have any effect on him. Only by consuming rare resources, special resources, and even ancient resources could he increase his level. Wasn't this forcing Yi Xian to constantly search for special resources or ancient secret realms? Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. It seemed that his resources could not be exchanged endlessly. Other than the resources that were useful to him, the rest of the normal resources seemed to be trash. Yi Xian continued forward. This time, he came to another merchant. However, the resources produced here were indeed special. This was because this was a slave merchant. Yi Xian, don't be suspicious. The existence of slaves is a very normal thing. Without strength, they can only become slaves. In fact, for these slaves, it's already good enough that they can keep their lives. Yi Xian nodded. Of course, he understood this. Back then, he had bought Fian as a slave. Of course, Yi Xian had never treated Fian as a slave. This merchant is probably a merchant who often enters and exits the battlefield of the overgods. They often buy defeated people from the battlefield of the overgods and then train them to become docile slaves. Yi Xian, look at that person. That tiger-headed man with a human body and the broken armor on his body has already revealed his identity. He is someone from the godly realm of the shifters. Wait a minute, the godly realm of the shifters. Suddenly, Yi Xian's gaze focused on the tiger-headed man. What's wrong with this slave? Yi Xian did not hesitate and asked directly. The godly realm of the shifters. Then, it was very likely that he would know some of Luo's whereabouts. Of course, even if he could not find out Luo's whereabouts, it would still be very helpful for Yi Xian to understand the situation in the godly realm of the shifters. Hee, this customer has good taste. This tiger-headed man is a low-level Sir God slave and has special abilities. It's rare. The merchant saw that Yi Xian had the intention of buying the tiger-headed man and immediately started bragging. However, Yi Xian interrupted his boasting with a single sentence. All right, how many divine crystals? Don't waste any more words with me. Yes, sir, this tiger-headed man only. 1,000,000 divine crystals. 1,000,000. Yi Xian was slightly stunned. It wasn't because it was too expensive, but because it was too cheap. This was a Tang Divine Lord level expert, and he only needed 1,000,000 divine crystals? Could this be a mistake? Huan Bu could see Yi Xian's confusion, so he whispered to Yi Xian, you don't have to doubt anything. 1,000,000 divine crystals is not expensive. This tiger-headed man's potential has basically been fully activated. It can be said that unless he encounters a great opportunity, there is no room for improvement. Furthermore, he is the most dangerous slave on the battlefield. He poses a very high threat. Therefore, 1,000,000 divine crystals is really not that expensive. Of course, Yi Xian did not really care about this. After all, Yi Xian just wanted some information. Once he got the information, this tiger-headed man would be completely worthless to Yi Xian. Rejects. All right, I want this tiger-headed man. Yi Xian didn't hesitate at all and directly bought it. The tiger-headed man could naturally understand Yi Xian's words, so Yi Xian did not hesitate and asked him directly, "You are from the Shifter's divine realm?" "Yes, master." The tiger-headed man did not respect Yi Xian at all. Even though Yi Xian was holding his quintessence fragment, he could kill him with a single thought. However, as a former warrior who had fought on the battlefield of the overgods for thousands of years, he was used to seeing life and death. If he did not have a special mission, he would not have been willing to be captured by the merchant and become a slave. "All right, since you are from the Shifter's divine realm, you might know where Luoluo is." Yi Xian was clearly a little excited. He explained Luoluo's situation to the tiger-headed man and asked for her whereabouts. However, this time, he was happy for nothing. The tiger-headed man still did not know anything. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. He had expected this outcome long ago, but Yi Xian was unwilling to accept it. In Yi Xian's heart, only Yi Xian knew how deep his feelings for Luoluo were. "All right, since that is the case, I will let you go. I will take you out of the Kunlun divine realm, but you must promise me that when you reach the Shifter's divine realm, you will help me gather as much information as possible. Once you have any information, you must report back to me. Can you do that?" The tiger-headed man was a little surprised. He did not expect this human in front of him to let him go. Even more so, he did not expect his goal to be a Shifter's. However, it wasn't the reason why he was living like this. Now that Yi Xian was willing to let him go, it was definitely a good thing for him. "All right, I can promise you." Yi Xian nodded. He did not ask any more questions. This was an idea he had come up with on the spur of the moment. He would release these people from the Shifter's divine realm because their divine mandate fragments were in Yi Xian's hands. Perhaps they wouldn't be loyal to Yi Xian in the Kunlun divine region. However, once they were released and promised to use Luoluo's information in exchange for their freedom, they would definitely do their best to help. This would undoubtedly allow Yi Xian to plant his own people in the Shifter's divine realm to investigate Luoluo. Yi Xian chose 13 slaves from the Shifter's divine realm. Yi Xian knew very well that these people might not be in the same divine realm as Luoluo, given how big the realm of the gods was. However, Yi Xian was still willing to give a try. As long as he could find out Luoluo's whereabouts, Yi Xian was willing to spend any amount of divine gems. After not being able to get any information from these people, Yi Xian directly let them go. Although the battlefield of the Masters of Gods had not opened yet, it was still possible to sneak a few people over. Moreover, if it really did not work out, they could still ask me you. Yi Xian and Kuan Buyu did not wait for long before the auction was finally about to begin. Yi Xian was led to a private room. From here, he could see the entire auction in its entirety. At this moment, the final preparations for the auction were already underway. The people participating in the auction had already rushed in. Chapter 23:15. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Kuan Buyu continued to introduce Yi Xian to the various factions in the Kunlun God domain. 1357924 6810. The current Yi Xian could no longer rely on the countless factions in the Kunlun God domain like he used to. After all, he had offended the Li family, so it was very likely that some factions would come looking for trouble with Yi Xian. It was naturally a good thing for Yi Xian to understand the situation of these factions in advance. After all, this auction was a rare one, so the scale was very large. There were actually 100 auctioneers taking part in the auction at the same time. If you took a fancy to any auctioneer's item, then you could bid for that auctioneer's item. However, there was nothing worth Yi Xian's attention at the start. Kuan Buyu then returned to his own private room. Yi Xian was the only one left in the private room. Reject suddenly, a system notification caught Yi Xian's attention. Ding! System notification. Host, please take note. A mysterious person has been detected. Who is this mysterious person? Yi Xian asked instinctively. Ding! System notification. This is the mysterious person that the host encountered before entering the ancient Zither mystery dimension. It was him. Although Yi Xian did not know why the system would take the initiative to notify him, Yi Xian still focused all his attention on that mysterious person. At this moment, that mysterious person looked like a normal person who had come to participate in the auction. He did not wear his usual black attire, but had changed into a luxurious blue robe. That person watched the auction quietly, but Yi Xian knew that he was definitely waiting for something. Since it was something that the Annihilation Organization wanted, Yi Xian would definitely not let them get it. Soon, a magic treasure was placed on the auction stand. Everyone, please pay attention. This magic treasure is a rare beast taming magic treasure. As long as any of you esteem guests like a divine beast, you can absorb it into this magic treasure. Then, this magic treasure will automatically tame that divine beast according to your wishes. Only when that divine beast is successfully tamed will it be released. That's right, this is the beast taming ring. The beast taming collar is not easy to obtain, and this beast taming collar in my hand was obtained by a brave warrior from a mysterious secret realm. It can be said to be the best of the best. The starting price is 100,000 divine crystals. Every bid must be at least 10,000 divine crystals. All right, everyone, please make your bids. I bid 500,000. The first to bid was the mysterious man. At this time, he directly shouted out 500,000 in one breath, as if he was determined to win. Yi Xian frowned slightly. The beast taming collar only had one function, and other than taming beasts, there was nothing else worth paying attention to. Why was this guy willing to spend so much money? One had to know that the beast taming collar was not too complicated. In fact, if Yi Xian was willing, as long as he had enough resources, Yi Xian could also use it. Hence, Yi Xian was puzzled. Why was this guy so determined to win? What was the use of this beast taming collar to Annihilation? It was no secret that Annihilation kept reviving ancient demon gods. This also meant that they might have their own methods of taming beasts. However, it was a little unusual for them to go all out for a beast taming collar. Yi Xian frowned and started thinking quickly. What was the use of this thing to Annihilation? Of course, since Yi Xian could not figure out, he might as well buy it. After all, as long as it was something that Annihilation wanted, he would not let them get it. Yi Xian raised his paddle. I bid 510,000. Yi Xian did not care about the divine crystals. He still had a lot of them on hand. However, as long as it could destroy Annihilation's plan, Yi Xian would not feel the pinch even if he had to spend more divine crystals. Hearing Yi Xian's bid, the guy did not hesitate and raised his paddle again. 1 million. Did he increase the bid to 1 million again? Yi Xian smirked. 1,010,000. Yes, he was going to increase the bid by 10,000. He wanted to see how much this guy from Annihilation would bid. 5 million. Boom. This time, not only was Yi Xian surprised, but the people around him were as well. The beast taming collar was not a precious treasure. Perhaps the owner of this treasure was only qualified to be auctioned because of the uniqueness of the item. The beast taming collar itself was probably not worth much. If there was really a divine beast in the beast taming collar that was being tamed, it would probably not be auctioned. Since it was being auctioned, there probably would not be any divine beast in it that was worth paying attention to. That fellow sure was willing to part with 5 million. After all, the price of a newly forged beast taming collar was usually around 2 million. It could be said that the price of 5 million had already exceeded its original value. Could it be that the guy did not really want the beast taming collar, but deliberately bid such a high price because Yi Xian was pressuring him, so he wanted to cheat Yi Xian? That was not impossible. However, Yi Xian did not want to believe it, because if he really wanted to cheat him, he would not have increased the bid to 5 million in one go. 5,010,000. Yi Xian increased the bid by 10,000 and 10,000 again. The mysterious man looked viciously at Yi Xian. He originally thought that with a price of 5 million, no matter who raised the price with him, they would give up. However, he did not expect that the mysterious guy would not give up. At this moment, the mysterious guy from Annihilation was looking coldly at Yi Xian's pavilion. If they were not in the Celestial Palace, this guy would have already killed Yi Xian. However, this was a special place. It was not a place where he could cause trouble. 5,500,000. Did he increase the bid again? Yi Xian did not hesitate. 5,500,000. At this moment, Yi Xian and the mysterious guy were competing, which naturally attracted the attention of many people. However, they could not understand what was so special about the beast taming collar that these two people were competing for it. 5,600,000. 5,600,000. 6,000,000. 6,010,000. No matter what price the other party offered, Yi Xian would always be 10,000 more than him. The more this guy acted like he wanted it, the more Yi Xian would not give up. 10 million. Suddenly, the mysterious guy increased the bid again. 10 million was enough to buy 5 beast taming collars. Everyone was waiting for the voice from the pavilion, waiting to see if the owner of the pavilion was going to continue bidding. 10,010,000. Sure enough, he increased the bid again. Boom! Everyone in the auction hall was shocked. Chapter 23:16. However, what they did not expect was that when Yi Xian finished calling out the price, 135,7924, 6810 GG, that person actually called out a sky-high price without any hesitation. 100 million. Yes, it was 100 million. It was as if he was deliberately trying to spite the other party. 100 million. A new animal taming collar was only 2 million. 100 million could buy a lot of animal taming collars. Moreover, this guy had actually raised the price from 10 million to 100 million. It was as if he was deliberately trying to spite the other party. Unfortunately, no matter what he did, Yi Xian had already decided not to let him get away with it. Naturally, he would not give up. 10,000. Was it only 10,000 again? Even if the crowd did not want to pay attention to Yi Xian, they had no choice. What was this guy trying to do? Every time the other party called out a price, he would only increase it by 100 million. What was he trying to do? Spending 100 million to buy something that was only worth 2 million. No matter how they looked at it, it was an idiotic move. However, the intense bidding between the two made people wonder if there was something special about the animal taming collar. Of course, even if some people were suspicious, no one participated in the bidding. After all, 100 million was not a small sum. Many people had less than 100 million in their budgets. Damn it. Are you really going to fight me to the end? All right, come on. I'll bid 1 billion. 1 billion. He actually called out a price of 1 billion. This time, no one could remain calm. 1 billion. He actually called out a price of 1 billion. Could that animal taming collar really be worth 1 billion? Yi Xian was a little hesitant. In his eyes, he did not know what that animal taming collar was. Hence, when this person called out a price of 1 billion, Yi Xian hesitated. Spending 1 billion if that thing was really useless. Then wouldn't it be a waste? However, so what if it was 1 billion? If Annihilation wanted it, Yi Xian would definitely not let them get it. 10,000. Yi Xian actually raised the price. He actually raised the price. That person from Annihilation looked coldly in Yi Xian's direction. Yi Xian could see the murderous intent in his eyes. Rejects, unfortunately, Yi Xian did not care. Why? You're not going to raise the price. Yi Xian's calm voice sounded. He wanted to see if this mysterious person from Annihilation would continue to raise the price. All right, since you're willing to spend 1 billion on a useless item, congratulations, you win. That person seemed to be mocking Yi Xian for spending 1 billion to buy something completely useless. However, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up. The murderous intent in this guy's eyes. Perhaps he was afraid of something. Perhaps he was worried that would attract more people to see the animal taming collar. He just wanted to wait for the auction to end and then directly snatch it. However, none of this had anything to do with Yi Xian. Since Yi Xian had decided to buy something, even if it wasn't worth the price, Yi Xian wouldn't care. Besides, Yi Xian could tell from a murderous look in that person's eyes that there was something strange about the animal taming collar. The auction had just begun, but a bid of 1 billion had already been raised. Some people said that Yi Xian was a fool and that he had obviously wasted his money. Some people also suspected that there was something strange about the animal taming collar. However, Yi Xian did not care about any of this. To Yi Xian, spending 1 billion to buy the animal taming collar was not a matter of whether it was worth it or not. What he cared more about was what secrets the item hid. In fact, Yi Xian had more than 1 billion divine gems on hand. Based on Yi Xian's habits, he would not let go of the interspatial rings that he had killed. Earlier, when he had killed the young master of the Leaf family and the many guards of the Leaf family in the Celestial Palace, he had not let go of their interspatial rings. Therefore, Yi Xian had a large amount of resources on hand, enough for him to spend freely. The auction continued, but every time, as long as this mysterious person was about to buy something, Yi Xian would definitely jump out to stop him. As long as it was something he wanted to buy, Yi Xian would definitely not let him succeed. Although Yi Xian had indeed spent a lot of money to achieve this goal, Yi Xian did not care at all. As long as he could stop this guy, Yi Xian felt that it was worth it no matter how many divine gems he spent. Soon, someone brought over the first item that Yi Xian had won. Yi Xian did not hesitate. He handed it to the divine gems and carefully examined the animal taming collar in his hand. However, after looking at it for a long time, Yi Xian didn't see anything special. Could it be that there was nothing special about this animal taming collar, and that the mysterious person was just fighting with Yi Xian? No, Yi Xian did not believe that. System, detect this thing. Ding. System notification. Detection complete. No special findings. No special findings? Yi Xian did not believe it. He did not think that there was nothing special about this thing. System, use conviction points to strengthen detection. Yi Xian suddenly ordered. Yi Xian was not sure of conviction points. After integrating with the ancient Zither mystery dimension, the devouring space would bring a large amount of conviction points to Yi Xian every day. After all, the mysterious person was from the same mystery dimension, and there was a difference of 1 day and 50 years. Naturally, Yi Xian would be able to obtain a large amount of conviction points. Ding! System notification. Conviction points to strengthen detection successful. Ding! System notification. Special item detected. Ancient beast trapping formation. Ding! System notification. Special divine beast trapped by the ancient beast trapping formation is detected. Ancient demon god. Soul-devouring demon emperor. Boom! Yi Xian was surprised. Sure enough, he did not guess wrong. This thing was not that simple. It was actually an ancient thing. Although it was disguised as a beast-taming collar, it was not a beast-taming collar at all. Not to mention 1 billion. Even if it was 10 billion or 100 billion, as long as Yi Xian could obtain this thing, then it would be an absolute profit. Ancient divine beast. Now, except for those special mystery dimensions, where could one find an ancient divine beast? Not to mention, it was an ancient divine beast trapped in the ancient beast trapping formation. At this time, how could Yi Xian not understand that he had made profit? Of course, this was not the place to study this thing. Therefore, Yi Xian simply let the system detect and did not do anything else. He did not want to attract unnecessary trouble. As the auction progressed, the things that Yi Xian had forcibly snatched from the mysterious person were also in Yi Xian's hands one by one. What Yi Xian did not expect was that these things turned out to be the remaining parts of the ancient beast trapping formation. It did not matter what his appearance was disguised as. But the foundation of these things was actually the special storage components of the ancient beast trapping formation. Since this ancient beast trapping formation was called a formation, it was naturally not that simple. Chapter 23:17. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. After all, seals had more uses than formations. Not only were they portable, but they were also much more powerful and had fewer limitations. 1357924 6810 GED. That was why formations were no longer popular in the realm of the gods. Instead, seals were used. However, these things were still very popular in the ancient age. Naturally, it was not surprising that some of them had been passed down to the present. However, no matter what it was, as long as it was passed down from the ancient age, it was definitely not simple. Even they might not know how to use it anymore. For example, the ancient beast trapping formation in Yi Xian's hands was something that Yi Xian could not understand. Seals only needed to be refined and set up casually before they could be used. However, ancient things were not that simple. Yi Xian had a total of 12 parts of the ancient beast trapping formation in his hands. However, other than the first thing that looked like a beast taming collar, the rest were just parts of the ancient beast trapping formation. He did not even know how to use them. For a moment, Yi Xian could not do anything. Moreover, he could not rely on the system. The system only gave him one notification. Host level is not high enough to activate. Helpless, Yi Xian could only keep this thing for the time being. Yi Xian did not know that he had unwittingly ruined one of Annihilation's grand plans. Annihilation was not a small organization. Their forces were spread across the entire realm of the gods. They had been trying to do something. For example, resurrecting ancient mythical beasts. Once they resurrected these ancient mythical beasts, things would not be so simple. For example, they used totem beasts to resurrect the ancient Fey gods. Rejects those were only resurrected, and they were resurrected using totem beasts. Their strength had been greatly weakened, but they were still extremely powerful. Moreover, this was a real ancient mythical beast. Moreover, it was a tamed ancient mythical beast. In fact, one of the biggest goals of Annihilation in the entire Kunlun Divine Domain was to collect the entire ancient beast trapping formation. This was because Annihilation had a way to activate the ancient beast trapping formation and gain the loyalty of the ancient mythical beasts. Think about it. Once Annihilation gained the loyalty of the ancient mythical beasts, how much destruction could they cause? It could even be said that if they used some tricks, they could slowly eat away at the entire Kunlun Divine Domain. Therefore, this time, Yi Xian had inadvertently saved the Kunlun Divine Domain. Of course, at the same time, he had offended Annihilation. It could be said that Annihilation, for the first time, Annihilation of Annihilation had. Yi Xian, Annihilation, Annihilation. However, this time, the Annihilation organization probably wished they could skin Yi Xian alive. Of course, Yi Xian didn't know about these things. At this time, his attention was back on the auction. Ever since those things were all taken away by Yi Xian, the mysterious person who annihilated the organization silently left. On their translation, Ide was translation, where Yi was the finale. The only one was left. All the finale items would be auctioned by this auctioneer. Next up, we'll be auctioning off the first item of the auction, the grand finale. I believe everyone is familiar with the Divine Talisman sect. This time, we are auctioning an ancient divine talisman of the Divine Talisman tribe. It was an ancient divine talisman. Yi Xian was surprised. Of course, he was not tempted at all. That divine talisman was not very useful to Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian knew that another force of the Divine Talisman tribe had started to invade the Kunlun Divine Domain. He did not know if this news was good or bad for Yi Xian. There was no doubt that every item that was auctioned off for the finale was of the highest quality. Some of them were even good items that were hard to come by in 10,000 years. At the same time, the price would definitely be astronomical. Of course, these items were useless to Yi Xian. He had not even bothered to look at them. Next, we will auction this item. Many of you may not have seen it before, but I can promise you that this treasure is not ordinary. First of all, please allow me to tell you a story. 300,000 years ago, there was a time that shook the entire Kunlun Divine Domain. Do you still remember? 300,000 years ago, a peerless genius appeared in our Kunlun God Domain. In just a short 100 years, he rose from the true God realm to the Divine King realm. It can be said that he was definitely a peerless genius of that time, and even today. However, later on, people found out that he was not a genius at all. Instead, he was a guy who cultivated a special evil technique, the reincarnation divine technique. That guy cultivated this incomparably evil, but incomparably powerful reincarnation forbidden technique. Every time this technique advances in rank, it needs to consume the godheads of 1,000 people of the same cultivation level. And this guy is basically a super spy sent by our enemy. He spent a full 100,000 years to infiltrate our Kunlun God realm. Then, he spent another 100,000 years to create a clan that was originally part of the Kunlun divine domain. However, all of this was done by him alone. Apart from this reincarnation forbidden technique, he also mastered a mysterious divine ability. We do not know the name of this divine ability, but we do know that it allows one to transform into thousands of people and play different roles. Furthermore, it allows one to display different cultivation bases, personalities, and so on. It was this person who caused the Kunlun divine domain to lose in the early stages of the War of the Overgods 300,000 years ago. If the great divine master had not discovered it in advance and seen through it, I'm afraid we would have lost that War of the Overgods. That's right. This time, we will auction this concealment divine ability of his. Furthermore, it is a unique one-way inheritance. In other words, this is the only one in the world. There is no other. There is actually such a strange divine ability that allowed one person to play different people of different realms, different appearances, and different personalities. Yi Xian was instantly attracted by this divine ability. This thing was extremely useful to Yi Xian. Although Yi Xian did not know much about its specific functions, the ability to transform into hundreds and thousands of people was already very good. It would allow Yi Xian to move around more conveniently in the future. I want this thing. Yi Xian did not have many resources on hand. It could be said that if he wanted to obtain this item, he would have to search for resources. Of course, Yi Xian did not have to worry. Yi Xian would definitely accept the compensation from the Li family. Since they were already enemies, why not take advantage of this opportunity to take advantage of them? Chapter 23:18. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. I don't think I need to introduce the nameless superpower any further. Everyone should know its value, so I won't say more. The starting price is 10 million divine crystals. 10 million divine crystals was a sum that many people would never be able to amass in their entire lives. However, it was nothing in the eyes of the elites and the major powers. 135-7924 6810 GGD. I bid 100 million. Only someone offered 10 times the original price in the first bid. After all, there is only one copy of the nameless superpower. Not to mention anything else, just this one portion was enough to make many people go crazy. In fact, for those kinds of rare divine abilities, not to mention how powerful they were, as long as they were rare, they would be sought after by people. The rarer something was, the more valuable it was. This principle was also applicable in the realm of the gods. Yi Xian frowned slightly. In fact, he already knew that it wouldn't be that easy to obtain the inheritance this time. Perhaps to Yi Xian, this item was useful, so he had to get it. However, some people might go all out just because they thought it was rare. After all, Yi Xian was only one person. Even if he could get a compensation for leaving home, it wouldn't be too much. At most, he would get a few billion divine crystals. He had already squandered a lot of divine crystals. Could it be that he had no choice but to give up this time? Rajax, no, he wouldn't give up. The bidding continued to rise. At this moment, someone had already bid 9 billion. However, this wasn't considered a high price because the strongest factions had yet to make their move. All of a sudden, an indifferent voice came from one of the private rooms. I want this item. 100 star spirits. Star spirits. Someone had actually offered a formed spirit. A formed spirit could be exchanged for 100 million divine crystals. Perhaps on the surface, this was only 10 billion divine crystals. However, one shouldn't forget that this was a star spirit. Only divine masters would use a star spirit in a transaction. Many people, even the major powers, treated this item as a strategic reserve. It could be said that in name, 100 million divine crystals could be exchanged for one star spirit. However, very few people were foolish enough to exchange for it. What the star spirit represented was a completely different level of transaction. However, no one had expected a star spirit to appear in this auction. Who was in that private room? Which faction was this? How could they be so domineering? Yi Xian also frowned slightly. Once a star spirit appeared, it wasn't just a matter of price. What was most important was its aura. That aura was enough to crush many people. It seemed that Yi Xian had no choice but to this. Translation: 10 billion divine crystals and an ancient resource. In a certain private room, an expert who was sipping tea directly spat out a mouthful of tea. Is this person out of his mind? Translation: ancient age, ancient resources, that was the ancient star spirit. After all, ancient star, that was the ancient secret. Translation: ancient land. However, even a god lord like Mimu wouldn't dare to enter the ancient mystery dimension so casually. Translations is divine. Translation to but translation, that person's to be translation to it. The person in the private room over there, why don't you exchange your ancient resource with me? I'm willing to use divine crystals or the star spirit to exchange it with you. The person who spoke was the one who had wanted to use the star spirit to bid for the nameless mystique. Yi Xian's words immediately disrupted the auction. That was because the appearance of an ancient resource was something that no one could ignore at all. In an instant, the auction was disrupted. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up. The ancient resources that he wanted to take out were naturally real. However, he couldn't guarantee the effects. After all, this was only an ordinary resource produced by the devouring space. Of course, Yi Xian was very satisfied with the commotion he had caused. When it came to clapping, sometimes it was a competition of aura. If one could crush others in terms of aura, then one might be able to obtain what one wanted at a low price. If 10 billion divine crystals and this ancient resource could be exchanged for the nameless mystique, then for Yi Xian, it would definitely be a huge profit. However, Yi Xian also understood that it couldn't be that simple. Indeed, as Yi Xian had expected, another person in the private room spoke up. I'm sure that the ancient resource in that brother's hand is just an ordinary resource. Ancient resources don't mean that all of them are precious. Some ancient resources aren't even as useful as ordinary resources. I bid 15 billion. That person had first pointed out that Yi Xian's ancient resource might not be that useful. Then, he had directly raised the price to 15 billion. It could be said that his words had destroyed the atmosphere that Yi Xian had created. However, Yi Xian didn't care at all. Auctions were a competition of wealth. Although Yi Xian didn't know whether this item would be of much use to him. However, since someone wanted to raise the price, then he could play along. If that's the case, then you're prepared to raise the price. Fine, I'll offer 20 billion divinity crystals and 3 ancient resources. This way, at the very least, my item is worth 30 billion divine crystals. What do you think? Do you still want to raise the price? Yi Xian's tone was flat. He was neither sad nor happy. He wanted to see what that person would do. Hearing Yi Xian's words, that person was clearly a little angry. This was because Yi Xian actually heard a light snort. Right now, other than those in the private room, everyone else had completely given up. With their wealth, they basically had no chance of winning against Yi Xian and the others in the private room. So what if it's 30 billion? I'll bid 40 billion. Yi Xian's lips curled slightly. It looked like this guy was prepared to compete with him. Although Yi Xian was interested in this mystique, with the system in hand, there was still a chance that he could integrate something similar. Therefore, whether or not he obtained it, Yi Xian wouldn't be too insistent. However, since someone wanted to compete with Yi Xian, then Yi Xian would have to teach him a lesson. Looks like you're set on competing with me? 5 ancient resources and 50 billion divine crystals. Let's see how you can compete with me. You're still too inexperienced to compete with me. Yi Xian's words sounded like he was looking down on that person. However, if someone saw Yi Xian's current expression, they would know that he was doing this on purpose. 50 billion divine crystals, 5 ancient resources. I'll give you 70 billion divine crystals. However, do you think you can get that thing with this amount of divine crystals? Humph! I'll give you 1,000 star spirits. Come on, continue to increase the price. Let's see who can win. Chapter 23:19. Oh, since you like it so much, I'll let you have it. 1,000 star spirits for such a flashy mystique. Brother, you're really rich. Yi Xian's words couldn't be any more derogatory. 1357924 6810. Many people were trying to hold back their laughter. Some even couldn't hold it in and started laughing loudly. It was obvious that someone had been tricked by Yi Xian, and he was in a very bad state. Although there was only one copy of the nameless mystique, it was obvious that this item didn't have much fighting power. It might be a good storage item, but this item couldn't be passed down. In other words, that person couldn't even pass down this mystique. 1,000-star spirits for such a useless item. One could only imagine how great a loss that person had suffered. 1,000-star spirits going once. Is there anyone else who wants a bid? The auctioneer's voice rang out. Of course, even a fool wouldn't raise the price now. 1,000-star spirits was equivalent to 100 billion divine crystals. This far exceeded the item's original value. It could be said that if this item hadn't appeared at this auction, no one would want to buy it, even if it was offered 1 billion divine crystals. Yi Xian looked indifferently at the private room in the distance. Because the private rooms here were all specially made, under normal circumstances, no one would know who was in which private room. Of course, to the major factions, they would reveal their identities. Therefore, Yi Xian knew that the person bidding against him was another one of the 4 ancient aristocratic families. Only Yi Xian would have the guts and temper to offend another ancient aristocratic family after just leaving home. As for the others, who would dare? The nameless mystique was eventually won by that person. The auction that followed didn't cause too much of a stir. With Yi Xian raising the price to trick others, the crowd was much more stable when raising the price. At the very least, they wouldn't raise the price carelessly. Until one thing appeared. This item is a special treasure obtained from the void. We don't know what it is, but we can be sure that it was left behind by a powerful person in ancient times. According to the appraisal, this item has an extremely strong defensive power. At the same time, it was made with some kind of unknown special material. Once again, the film master was rambling on and on. However, on Yi Xian's end, the system notification was even clearer. Ding! System notification. Detected special weapon, God-slaying armor. The damaged, God-slaying armor made it difficult for people to recognize his true appearance. Before Yi Xian could react, the system once again prompted, the God-slaughtering armor is a part of the God-slaughtering set. Host, please take note that once the host obtains the God-slaughtering armor and successfully repairs it, the host can trigger the set effect. Yi Xian had no idea what the set effects were, but he did know that the Godslayer armor and Godslayer sword were part of set, and they were extremely useful to Yi Xian. Others might not know what it was, but it was impossible for Yi Xian not to know. Yi Xian was very clear about the power and attributes of the Godslayer sword. Then, how could the God-slaying armor, which was also part of set, be any worse? A set? Who would have thought that Yi Xian would actually encounter a set here? And it was the God-slaying set. This time, it looked like Yi Xian was going to get it at all costs. This item could only belong to Yi Xian. Only in Yi Xian's hands would it be of the greatest value. 10 billion. 50 billion. The price continued to climb. Everyone knew that this was a good item, so naturally, no one would give it up. Of course, because this item was damaged and no one knew if it could be repaired, everyone was still a little hesitant when raising the price. When it reached 100 billion, everyone was more conservative in raising the price. Each time, they would only raise it by 100 or 200 million. It was obvious that Yi Xian's actions last time had caused everyone to be somewhat alarmed. However, at this moment, Yi Xian spoke. 100 billion divine crystals and 5 ancient resources. Did Yi Xian have that many divine crystals? No, of course he didn't. However, Yi Xian dared to make such a bid. At most, he would just take out all the items from the devoured space as collateral. He had to get his hands on this item. Hence, Yi Xian didn't care about anything else. It was him again. Countless eyes were focused on Yi Xian's treasure chest. Many people were wondering if they should continue to bid. After all, Yi Xian had scammed a lot of people the last time. Who knew if he was trying to trick someone again this time? 100 billion divinity crystals and 5 ancient resources. Let's make it 120 billion divinity crystals. I'll bid 130 billion divinity crystals. Brother over there, are you still going to bid? Someone made another bid. It was obvious that it wouldn't be easy to force everyone to back down. However, just as that person finished speaking, Yi Xian's voice rang out again. 100 billion divine crystals, plus 20 ancient resources and 100 special resources. Boom! Everyone was in an uproar. What was this guy trying to do? 20 ancient resources and 100 special resources. One had to know that resources weren't ancient or special just because you said they were. All resources were specially appraised. Only when they met the appraisal criteria would they be able to determine their quality. Now, Yi Xian had actually called out 100 billion divine crystals, 20 ancient resources, and 100 special resources. Was he preparing to risk his life? Of course, this time, everyone hesitated. It seemed like Yi Xian had made such a reckless bid the last time and cheated someone of countless divine crystals. Was Yi Xian for real this time, or was he trying to mystify the situation? Everyone couldn't help but think. Furthermore, they had to calculate whether the broken armor was worth so much. However, no one knew what the Godslayer armor was. Hence, they gave up in the end. All right, congratulations to this gentleman for winning this auction. Yi Xian smiled bitterly as the auctioneer spoke. This time, he owed a huge amount of debt. It seemed that Yi Xian could only ask Miyu for help. This auction belonged to the Divine Master, which meant that it belonged to Miyu. If Yi Xian wanted to slowly repay his debt, he could only ask Miyu for help. Perhaps only Miyu would be able to make Yi Xian do as he wished. Yi Xian wasn't in the mood to participate in the rest of the auction. After all, no matter what items appeared later on, Yi Xian wasn't qualified to compete for them. He was currently in the negative. Yi Xian found Miyu and gave her a simple request. Miyu then went to find Miyu. After all, only Miyu could make such a decision. Yi Xian owed too much. Chapter 23:20. Mi-Yan's request was simple. She could agree to pay Yi Xian in installments, but the prerequisite was that Yi Xian had to participate in the Divine Master Arena. The Divine Master Arena was a small part of the Master God battlefield. 1-3-5-7-9-2-4 6810. The Divine Master Arena was for each Master God to send their elites to battle it out. Life and death were their own responsibility, but concerned the reputation of each god realm, and there was also the desire to place heavy bets. Yi Xian didn't know why Mi-Yan wanted him to participate, but Yi Xian knew that he had no choice but to participate even if he wanted to. According to the rules of the auction, if he broke the contract after the auction, he would have to pay 20% of the bid price as compensation. The price that Yi Xian had burst out was probably 200 billion. 20% of 200 billion would be 40 billion. In other words, if Yi Xian wanted to break the contract, he would have to pay 40 billion deity crystals. 40 billion deity crystals was equivalent to Yi Xian's entire net worth, and that was only if he included the compensation for leaving home. Therefore, Yi Xian had no choice. Fortunately, the Divine Master Arena hadn't started yet. Normally, the Divine Master Arena would be opened at the same time as the Master God battlefield, or it would be opened after a discussion between several god realms. Of course, there was a difference between the two. The Divine Master Arena in the Master God battlefield was a life and death battle. If one lost, there was only one outcome: death. However, if the Master God's Arena was jointly set up by several gods' territories, it might not be that dangerous. After all, since they were willing to set up the Master God's Arena peacefully, it meant that the relationship between these gods' territories was not that bad. After Yi Xian agreed to the conditions, he obtained the god-slaying armor as he wished. Yi Xian had paid a huge price for this item, and it could even be said that he had risked his life in battle. If this item couldn't satisfy Yi Xian's needs, then Yi Xian would suffer a huge loss. At this time, Yi Xian was already looking at the item and checking its attributes. System, show me the attributes of this item. Yi Xian said to the system. Ding. System notification. Analyzing the specified item's data. Analysis complete. Broken God Slayer armor. One of the pieces of the God Slayer set. It has extremely strong defensive capabilities. At the same time, it also has several special divine abilities. Currently, it is in an 80% broken state. Therefore, it cannot be used, and its specific attributes cannot be checked. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. He had paid such a high price in exchange for something that he could not use for the time being. He did not know if it was worth it. However, when he thought about it, it was a part of the god-slaying set. Thinking about the power of the god-slaying sword, then once this thing was repaired, it would not be that simple. Therefore, Yi Xian was relieved. Right now, Yi Xian could be considered to be heavily burdened. The things that he owed me, you couldn't be returned just because he said so. Because Yi Xian wasn't willing to owe me you a favor, Yi Xian was a bit wary of that old man and me you. Therefore, after leaving the filming, Yi Xian only rested for a few days before setting off again. The matters of the Maple Land, the Overgod battle ring, Luo's whereabouts, and leaving home made Yi Xian unable to rest even if he wanted to. Perhaps going to the mysterious lake to kill some divine beast would be a form of relaxation. System, send me to the mysterious lake. Yi Xian gave an order to the system. The mysterious lake had a large number of divine beasts, and their levels were also very high. It was the best place for Yi Xian to train. Moreover, there was nothing else besides the divine beasts, so it was a good place for Yi Xian to have some peace. Sword Attendant Wan Sun, go and find the target. Yi Xian released Sword Attendant Wan Sun and prepared to search for the target this time. Sword Attendant Wan Sun did not have any other abilities, but its detection abilities were definitely very strong. Therefore, although this little thing was usually useless, sometimes it was the most suitable. Soon, Sword Attendant Wan Sun sent back a signal. Yi Xian finally found the target this time. When Yi Xian arrived at the target, he looked at the mounds in front of him in surprise. To be honest, he did not think too much about it, because Sword Attendant Wan Sun's target was to find the divine beast with the lowest level. However, this time, what exactly did Sword Attendant Wan Sun find for Yi Xian? Ding! System notification, please take note. The special divine beast for detection is a social whirlwind sky-swallowing rat. Rat? Ding! System, yes, the whirlwind sky-swallowing rat is a special divine beast. It usually moves in groups. The lowest level is the true god realm. The Rat King has the cultivation of a low-level divine lord. F***CK. It can't be Sword Attendant Wan Sun. This time, he created a huge problem for himself. A social divine beast was the most difficult divine beast to deal with. Boom! Suddenly, the ground shook and a figure jumped out. Wasn't it a whirlwind, sky-swallowing rat? This guy probably just wanted to come up for some fresh air, but when he saw Yi Xian, he blinked his eyes. As for Yi Xian, he was also looking at the whirlwind, sky-swallowing rat. The two of them were less than 100 meters apart, so they were staring at each other. The wings of the gods gave Yi Xian the ability to hide, so Yi Xian could easily hide from the whirlwind, sky-swallowing rat's divine sense. However, the whirlwind, sky-swallowing rat also had a special ability to hide, so it successfully escaped from Yi Xian's divine sense. That was why such a scene had happened. Suddenly, Yi Xian moved. He quickly pulled out the god-slaying sword and slashed at the whirlwind, sky-swallowing rat. The whirlwind, sky-swallowing rat also moved. The little guy first let out a sharp cry, then opened its mouth wide at Yi Xian. A strong suction force attacked Yi Xian. The whirlwind, sky-swallowing rat had actually activated its special ability. From its name, one could tell that one of the special abilities of this little guy was the word swallow. It could be said that although the whirlwind, sky-swallowing rat was not very big, once it activated its ability, it could swallow anything 10,000 times its size. After the two of them met, there was only a brief moment of shock before they launched their attacks. Deicide slash. 7 rays of light rushed towards the whirlwind, sky-swallowing rat. Unexpectedly, the 7 rays of sword light were swallowed by the whirlwind, sky-swallowing rat. That's so strong. Yi Xian was stunned. This was the first time his deicide slash had been neutralized. Furthermore, it had been neutralized by being swallowed. It could be said that Yi Xian was quite surprised. However, what happened next was interesting. The whirlwind, sky-swallowing rat was slightly stunned. Then it clutched its stomach and started rolling on the ground. You actually wanted to swallow the god-slaying sword attack. Now you're reaping what you sowed. Yi Xian smirked. He looked at the whirlwind, sky-swallowing rat with disdain. Suddenly, beside Yi Xian, A sound that sounded like an explosion sounded out. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 23-21. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. In an instant, Yi Xian was surrounded. Damn it! Yi Xian did not dare to stay any longer. He immediately rose into the sky. 135-7924 6810 G. However, the whirlwind, sky-devouring rats would not let Yi Xian go so easily. They let out a unique cry and charged toward Yi Xian. Damn it! Die, all of you! This time, Yi Xian was caught off guard. He was not prepared at all. In the beginning, Yi Xian thought that he would have no problem coming over. However, he did not expect to be ambushed as soon as he arrived at the border of the whirlwind, sky-devouring rats' territory. Thousand beasts, sword servants. Flower god sword servants, come out. Yi Xian waved his hand and summoned the 1,000 beast sword servants and flower god sword servants. The battle began in an instant. Moreover, the moment it began, it became white-hot. Boom, boom. It was as if the entire earth was shaking. It was as if both the sky and the ground were filled with battle. There were not many whirlwind, sky-devouring rats, only a few dozen of them. However, there were more than 1,000 god-tier mounts and flower god sword servants. It could be said that if it was just quantity, then Yi Xian's side had the advantage. Unfortunately, the whirlwind, sky-devouring rats' second ability was speed. These little guys were extremely fast. Dozens or even hundreds of god-tier mounts could not do anything to them. Their incredible speed, coupled with their sky-devouring ability, caused the god-tier mounts to suffer heavy losses. Wei Zhentian. With a thought, Yi Xian activated Wei Zhentian's treasure form. The first treasure form was the one that Yi Xian liked. Buzhou Mountain Seal. Buzhou Mountain was said to be the divine mountain that supported the world. Not only was it extremely tall, but it was also extremely large. Who would have thought that Wei Zhentian would transform into such a powerful treasure? Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not have enough devouring points. Otherwise, Yi Xian might have used Buzhou Mountain Seal as a permanent treasure. Suppress. Yi Xian waved his hand and a huge mountain appeared. The mountain was huge, but it kept shrinking as it fell. This was because he needed to adjust its density according to its target. The smaller the size of Mount Buzhou, the more powerful it would be. A loud rumble was heard as Mount Buzhou fell. In an instant, a huge mountain appeared in front of Yi Xian, and several whirlwind, heaven-swallowing beasts were suppressed. Yi Xian waved his hand, and the mountain disappeared. However, at the same time that the Buzhou Mountain Seal disappeared, another phantom condensed in the sky and came crashing down. How could the whirlwind, heaven-swallowing rat possibly withstand such a fierce attack? Therefore, in just a short exchange of blows, several whirlwind-spitting beasts were crushed to death by Yi Xian. When the phantom of Mount Buzhou summoned by the Buzhou Mountain Seal fell down, several spells would appear around it. Each spell had a special function. While weakening the target, it would also strengthen itself. Yi Xian just stood there, but every time he waved his hand, a huge mountain would come crashing down. He kept crushing the group of whirlwind, heaven-swallowing beasts. It could be said that as long as the whirlwind, heaven-swallowing beasts were a little slower, they would be crushed to death immediately. The fierce whirlwind, heaven-swallowing beasts were now jumping up and down under Yi Xian's attacks. Even if these guys could swallow things that were 10,000 times their size, the phantom of Mount Buzhou was more than 10,000 times their size. Squeak! Squeak! The whirlwind, heaven-swallowing rats were making a racket anxiously. Unfortunately, Yi Xian could not understand what they were saying. At this time, Yi Xian finally had the time to check their cultivation levels. System, check the cultivation levels of these whirlwind, heaven-swallowing rats. Ding! System notification. Target's average level is mid-level, true immortal. Holy shit! Yi Xian had always thought that these whirlwind, heaven-swallowing beasts in front of him should at least be high-level true immortals. However, he did not expect Yi Xian to be wrong this time. These guys' cultivation levels were actually so low. However, to be able to dodge Yi Xian's attacks with a cultivation level lower than Yi Xian's, These whirlwind, heaven-swallowing rats probably had something to be proud of. Suddenly, Yi Xian felt a surge of fear in his heart. Almost instinctively, Yi Xian jumped up and left his original position. Boom! A gigantic whirlwind, heaven-swallowing rat emerged from the ground. This guy was actually more than 10 meters tall. Such a gigantic rat. Not to mention anything else, just looking at it made one feel disgusted. Human, why did you massacre my people? The whirlwind, heaven-swallowing rat said to Yi Xian as soon as it appeared. Finally, it met a guy who could talk. Hearing this, Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. You said I massacred them? Why didn't you say they attacked me? Human, this is my clan's territory. You have trespassed on my territory. Do you think you are in the right? A rat actually dared to reason with Yi Xian? Although this rat was a divine rat, and a large one at that, was Yi Xian going to pay attention to it? Yi Xian held the Buzhou mountain stamp in his left hand and the Godslayer in his right. He looked coolly at the large rat in front of him and said disdainfully, "Cut the crap. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Human, how dare you be so presumptuous in my clan's territory? Today, I will teach you a good lesson. Whirlwind, heaven swallowing. Whirlwind, heaven swallowing. What kind of mystique was this?" However, Yi Xian soon found out what this mystique was. The whirlwind, heaven-swallowing rat king spat out a powerful gust of wind from its mouth. As soon as this gust of wind appeared, it swept toward Yi Xian. Everything in its path was immediately swallowed up. It didn't matter if it was mud, rocks, or even air. This whirlwind, heaven-swallowing rat king was simply courting death by swallowing everything in front of Yi Xian. System, check target's level. Ding. System notification. Target is a third-grade Divine Lord. Third-grade Divine Lord. It seemed like there was a bit of pressure. Yi Xian's figure suddenly retreated, but he was thinking of a solution. System, fused with the 100 Destruction Sword Servants. The 100 Destruction Divine Stone was a special resource that Yi Xian had obtained during the auction. With these 100 Destruction Divine Stones, Yi Xian could fuse with the 100 Destruction Sword Servants. Previously, Yi Xian had not fused with the 100 Destruction Sword Servants because he didn't need it. However, wasn't this the right time? Thousand Beast Feast begin. Since he wanted to fuse with the 100 Destruction Sword Servants, it would naturally take time. Therefore, the 1,000 Beast Sword Servants and Divine Flower Sword Servants would go and stop the enemy first. Ding! Detected 100 Destruction Divine Stone that can be used to fuse with the 100 Destruction Sword Servants. Will the host use it all? Use it all. Of course, he had to use it all. What was the use of keeping these 100 Destruction Divine Stones? Chapter 23-22. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Ding. System Notification. Beginning Fusion. Ding. System Notification. Fusion. 100 Destruction Sword Attendant. Special Ability Sword Attendant. This Sword Attendant can continuously level up through 100 Destruction Divine Stones of different attributes. 135 7924 6810 Realm. The 100 Destruction Sword Attendant belongs to the Incomparable Realm. Its realm is automatically bound to the host. When the host levels up, the 100 Destruction Sword Attendant levels up. Special Ability 1. 100 Destruction. The 100 Destruction Sword Attendant can destroy any treasure, seal, illusion, talisman, space, time, and everything else. The prerequisite is to integrate the corresponding 100 Destruction Divine Stones, 1,000 Destruction Divine Stones, 10,000 Destruction Divine Stones, etc. Range, currently, with the host as the center within a radius of 1,000 meters. This range can be increased as the 100 Destruction Sword Attendant levels up. Currently, with the activated ability, it can destroy all engulfment, part of illusions, and part of seals. Holy shit! Yi Xian was dumbfounded when he saw this attribute. This should be considered a support Sword Attendant. But wasn't this ability too powerful? It could destroy everything. What did this mean? If he could even break through time and space, then what else couldn't he break through? This guy, although only had one special ability, this special ability was not just a little bit overpowered. This meant that Yi Xian would be invincible in countless situations in the future. However, the only thing that annoyed him was that this guy seemed to be a brittle skin. He was in the same realm as Yi Xian. In other words, if Yi Xian did not level up, he would not level up. That was fine. The key was that he did not have any other abilities. Other than destruction, it was still destruction. Of course, just this one ability was enough to satisfy Yi Xian. 100 Destruction, Sword Attendant. Yi Xian waved his hand, and the 100 Destruction, Sword Attendant appeared. In an instant, the hurricane that was originally attacking Yi Xian disappeared without a trace. Useful. Really useful. However, Yi Xian could only keep this guy away after using it. After all, the 100 Destruction Sword Attendant did not have the ability to revive, and its defense was very low. If he was not careful, he could be toyed with to death. Yi Xian did not want his hard-earned 100 Destruction Sword Attendant to be toyed with to death so quickly. The 100 Destruction Sword Attendant was a sword attendant that could play a decisive role at a critical moment. System notification. The 100 Destruction Sword Attendant is to the host, please note. The 100 Destruction Sword Attendant's cooldown is 3 days. It could only be summoned once every 3 days? It seemed that it was only to be used translation. Ding! System notification. Since the host possesses the 100 Destruction Sword Attendant, the host has automatically obtained a special layer of the 100 Destruction Sword Attendant. All of the host's resistances have been increased. Please note, as the 100 Destruction Sword Attendant's level increases, the host's resistances will also continue to increase. Translation. Translation, 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 translation. Translation, 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 translation. At this moment, the whirlwind heaven-devouring Rat King was stunned. Human, how'd you do it? Why did my attack disappear? Translation, level, 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 level. In his eyes, Yi Xian did not do much, but the mystique he was so proud of had disappeared just like that. When had Whirlwind Sky-Devouring Rat King ever seen such a strange situation? But regardless of whether he had seen it or not, the truth was the truth. His attack had been neutralized. Yi Xian originally didn't know that the 100 Destruction Sword Attendant had a cooldown, which was why he put him away so quickly. But now, since the 100 Destruction Sword Attendant had been recalled, Yi Xian would not be able to summon him for 3 days. Therefore, Yi Xian would not give Whirlwind Sky-Devouring Rat King a chance to launch his attack. Deity Slaying Slash. 7 rays of light exploded. At the same time, the Buzhou Mountain seal in Yi Xian's hand flashed, and a huge mountain fell towards Whirlwind Sky-Devouring Rat King. Whirlwind Sky-Devouring Rat King was still in a daze. He had not completely recovered from the sudden disappearance of his ultimate mystique. Therefore, Yi Xian's sudden attack had caught him off guard. Damned human! How dare you sneak attack me? Whirlwind Sky-Devouring Rat King was furious. This human had been challenging his authority from the start. Therefore, he had to kill this human no matter what. Of course, Yi Xian was also thinking the same thing. After all, this Whirlwind Heaven-Swallowing Rat King was incomparably powerful. If Yi Xian didn't immediately kill him, then once he reacted, even if Yi Xian was able to escape, he would definitely be in an extremely miserable state. Cut the crap. Go to hell. Yi Xian's figure moved as he directly charged towards the Whirlwind Sky-Swallowing Rat King. The god-slaying sword in his hand continuously attacked, and the Buzhou Mountain seal also didn't stop attacking. Perhaps the Buzhou Mountain seal couldn't truly threaten the Whirlwind Rat King, but could still be of great use. Even Whirlwind Sky-Devouring Rat King could not ignore the attacks of the Buzhou Mountain seal. Slash! 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 Yi Xian swung the God Slayer again and again, sending out deicide slashes one after another. It could be said that facing Whirlwind Sky-Devouring Rat King, he had activated the tenfold critical hit effect of the God Slayer. This meant that every time Yi Xian attacked, it would be tenfold critical hit. However, even if it was 10 times the critical hit, it couldn't do much damage to that guy. Instead, it provoked Whirlwind Sky-Devouring Rat King into a berserk state. Human, I want you dead. I want you dead. Whirlwind Sky-Devouring Rat King's eyes were glowing red. Clearly, he hated Yi Xian immensely. Suddenly, he opened his huge mouth. A black ball was spat out from his mouth. Human, enjoy this. I'll let you have a taste of my Whirlwind Sky-Devouring Rat Tribe's innate mystique, endless devouring. The terrifying suction force made Yi Xian feel like he could not control himself. Even his divine consciousness felt like it was being swallowed by the black ball. The most important thing was that the devouring was actually only aimed at Yi Xian. Even the surrounding plants and rocks weren't affected in the slightest. In other words, the ball's devouring force was targeted. Damn it, Yi Xian was shocked. Yi Xian abruptly stabbed the god-slaying sword into the ground, then tightly gripped it. What should I do? If I don't explode now, Yi Xian will be sucked into an unknown space by the black ball. Yi Xian's mind raced. He even regretted recalling the Sword Chamberlain of 100 Destruction so quickly. However, slowly, Yi Xian realized that the devouring force was getting smaller and smaller. Could it be that Whirlwind Sky-Devouring Rat King had given up? No. Judging from the Whirlwind Sky-Devouring Rat King's frenzied appearance, he had not given up. Then what was going on now? Suddenly, Yi Xian had a flash of inspiration. He thought of a possibility, and that was resistance. Yi Xian's resistance to devouring was the highest. In that case, wouldn't it mean that it was the resistance that was working to cancel out the devouring power of the Black Sphere? Chapter 23:23. As time passed, Yi Xian could clearly feel the devouring power diminishing. To be more precise, it wasn't the Whirlwind Sky-Devouring Rat King's attack that was weakening, but the effect of the devouring power on Yi Xian was weakening. 1-3-5-7-9-2-4 6810 GED. That feeling was like being in an ice cellar. It was very cold at the start, but you kept putting on more clothes. That way, you wouldn't be afraid of the cold anymore. Furthermore, even the Whirlwind Sky-Devouring Rat King could see that a faint black light had appeared around Yi Xian's body. That light was constantly counteracting the devouring power. Towards the end, Yi Xian was even able to move freely. Impossible, human. How did you do it? No one can resist my devouring power. How did you do it? The Whirlwind Sky-Devouring Rat King's face was filled with shock. He couldn't understand how Yi Xian could counteract the devouring power. Of course, perhaps he would never understand, because he didn't have a chance to. After slowly adapting to the devouring power, Yi Xian launched another attack. The God-Slaying Sword and the Buzhou Mountain Seal took turns to attack. Although the Whirlwind Sky-Swallowing Rat King was an inferior third-grade Divine Lord-level Divine Beast, it was impossible for him to withstand Yi Xian's berserk attacks that were guaranteed to explode with every strike. Boom! Another sword slashed out. This time, the Whirlwind Sky-Devouring Rat King couldn't hold on any longer. He was sent flying by Yi Xian's sword. Damn it, human, I'll spare your life today. Next time, you won't be so lucky. The Whirlwind Sky-Devouring Rat King said angrily to Yi Xian as he tried to escape. But now he wanted to escape? It was too late. God-Slaying Slash, Divine Talisman Attack, Restriction Attack, Buzhou Mountain Seal. Yi Xian didn't hold back in the slightest. He immediately unleashed his strongest attack. In an instant, the phantom image of Mount Buzhou appeared in the sky, and the attack of the Divine Talisman appeared at the same time. On the ground, Yi Xian also swung the God-Slayer and threw out one restriction after another. No, damn human, you can't do this to me. The Whirlwind Heaven-Devouring Rat King howled as it tried to escape. Unfortunately, he no longer had the chance. Boom! The phantom of Mount Buzhou smashed down. At the same time, the talismans, restrictions, and deity slaying slash arrived. The Whirlwind Heaven-Swallowing Rat's cries came to an abrupt end. It had actually been killed by Yi Xian's consecutive attacks. Ding! The host has killed the Whirlwind Heaven-Devouring Rat King and obtained a drop of golden blood. Devour! With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian devoured the whirlwind, heaven-swallowing rat king and the other whirlwind, heaven-swallowing rats he had killed. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now at upper grade 9 True God Realm. Upper grade 9 True God Realm. In other words, as long as Yi Xian killed another Divine Lord Realm Divine Beast, he would be able to advance to the Divine Lord Realm. Once he advanced to the Divine Lord Realm, Yi Xian would also be able to master a nomological attack technique. Continue to kill. Yi Xian decisively made a decision. He would continue to fight and kill another Divine Beast. Sword Attendant Wanshuan was summoned by Yi Xian once again. He immediately searched for a suitable target in the distance. Of course, Yi Xian could not act immediately. He waited for 3 days because 3 days was just enough time to remove the cooldowns of the Sword Attendant Hunter Destruction, Sword Attendant Thousand Beasts, and Sword Attendant Deity Blossom. 3 days later, Yi Xian arrived at the territory of another Divine Beast. This was a strange Divine Beast that looked a little like a tortoise but had the head of a Divine Dragon. This Divine Beast was very lazy. When Sword Attendant Wanshuan found him, he was lying on the ground. 3 days later, when Yi Xian came to find trouble with him, he was still lying there, motionless. System, detect what kind of Divine Beast this is. Yi Xian said to the system. Ding! System notification. Target is a land dragon turtle. Ding! System notification. Land dragon turtles are descendants of the ancient dragon turtle. They have many bloodlines. Although they are collectively called land dragon turtles, they have different strengths. Ding! System notification. Target is a lower grade, first Divine Lord Realm Divine Beast. Special ability, Defense. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. Special ability, Defense? What did this mean? System, how do you explain the land dragon turtle's special ability? Ding! System notification. Some land dragon turtles have inherited the ancient dragon turtle's powerful attack power. Some have inherited the ancient dragon turtle's powerful physique, and some have inherited the ancient dragon turtle's super defensive power. Ding! The land dragon turtle that the host is facing has inherited the ancient dragon turtle's super defensive power. It is immune to all attacks below the upper grade Divine Lord Realm. What? Immune to all attacks below the upper grade Divine Lord Realm? Yi Xian was dumbfounded. Although he had just leveled up, he was only at the peak True God Realm. This guy was immune to all attacks below the upper grade Divine Lord Realm. Didn't that mean that even if the land dragon turtle lay there and allowed Yi Xian to hit it, Yi Xian wouldn't be able to hurt it at all? How could there be such a crazy ability? How is Yi Xian going to deal with this guy? I don't believe it. My deity vanquishing / has a chance of triggering the one-hit kill effect. Can it do anything to this guy? Yi Xian didn't believe that he couldn't do anything to the land dragon turtle, so he directly launched an attack. The land dragon turtle glanced at Yi Xian from the corner of its eyes and actually didn't even bother to move. It allowed Yi Xian to continuously attack it. However, the land dragon turtle didn't even move from its crouching position, let alone defend against it. Ding! Host attack has triggered the one-hit kill effect. Ding! Land dragon turtle's special attribute has been activated. The effect has been weakened. Yi Xian's attack had finally triggered the one-hit kill effect, but it had been weakened. What looked like an extremely powerful attack only left a faint white mark on the land dragon turtle's shell. Yi Xian's figure flashed, and he immediately retreated to the side. He had to admit defeat. This guy's defensive power was really freakishly strong. No matter how Yi Xian attacked it, Yi Xian couldn't do anything to it, even if he triggered the one-hit kill effect. So what other ways did Yi Xian have to deal with this guy? There was no other way. Yi Xian didn't have any other way to deal with this land dragon turtle. She calculated the time and realized that the filming should be over soon. Because Yi Xian had used his connection with Mi Yin, he was able to complete the transaction in advance. However, everyone else had to wait until the auction was over before they could bid for their items. This was an auction organized by the Divine Master, so no one dared to be presumptuous. Naturally, no one was worried about being robbed. Why did Yi Xian care about the time of the auction? Actually, he was more concerned about the mysterious person who destroyed the organization. That person was very strong. It could be said that Yi Xian wasn't his match at all.